Yo, hi, how are we doing? Thank you, Zoom, as usual. Hi, Dinosaur, how you doing? Hope you doing good. Hello. We are live. We are doing some reactions today, finally. After quite some time. On stream, that is. On stream. I've been doing reactions for off-screen stuff, but still. Here's Krokrock. Hi, Krokrock. How you doing? Hope you doing good. We're obviously going to start with yours. Obviously. We will. Then we got a ref video, because we need to talk about the legendary SA superstar, Nina Lin, again. Classic. I cannot do the shoe on head video as I wanted to, because, well, it was not just Smuggalana. It was 3 people receiving a strike from this. So yeah, that is something I am not willing to do, because I'm a small channel. YouTube will, shove something up my butt that I wouldn't like. But why is your bedroom so white? I like white. It's the daylight, I guess. It's the daylight, I guess. Anyways, yeah. The white. I want to get like a proper background eventually. I want to give it like a good starting soon screen. It's gonna be rough. Again? Yeah, again. Yeah, shadow clips. Yeah, we still have a game video, right? We still have one. I recorded one off screen for 1,000 arms. We still have another one, right? And we have one from Joe, 911 call. Yeah, we got some interesting stuff going on, but yeah. 3 people got a strike for reacting to that. Apparently YouTube doesn't like when you call out other apps for potential child harm. That's very weird, YouTube. Very odd. But then again, you also run AI generated corn farms on YouTube Kids. So at this point, sure, YouTube, sure. Get this new CEO out of here. Should have not given it into the hands of this man. Anyways, I think we'll just straight up start, right? Don't we? So we can get into the stuff. But yeah, we do have a Nina Lin again. YouTube is a great place. Yeah, very clearly. I could disappear any moment, which is crazy cool, right? That's awesome. Love to see it. Really do. I could die any second. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? I could get eradicated any second. Depot that man. Deport. Hi Kaiser, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hey, just want to pop in real quick and don't know if I'm gonna stick around for long, but tomorrow is my birthday, gonna be 18. Just a bit nervous. Anyways, have a nice stream. Nice. Well, happy early birthday. I don't know if we'll see each other if I stream tomorrow. So yeah. Celebrate a lot. That's important, right? That's a big step. But I'm gonna tell you, buddy. I'm gonna tell you, my man. I'm gonna tell you. It's all down. It's all down. Just going down from here. It's just gonna get worse. You hit 18. It's just gonna get worse. It's all going downhill from here. It'll not get any better. Just make a new channel. Yeah, and then get banned for ban evasion. Yay. God, imagine being 18. I was once 18. You were once 18. Hi, Sumax. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Oh, I know. Yeah, it all goes down from here. But yeah, celebrate it. It's an important. Are you dying? No. Why would I? Are you still dying? Are you still dying? Such important questions. Yoink. No, we're here. We're over here. And we're gonna look at some videos. Got some interesting stuff. We've got some interesting stuff. Also, cool video you sent me, Joe. The one with the special call where I'm doing great. Nice, good to hear. With that's not human, because I know immediately what that was about. I'm curious. We're gonna watch that as well. We're gonna watch that as well. No, I'm breathing. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Very good. I may drink a lot because for some odd reason I feel like drying out, and I think that's probably has to do with eating less. So I drink significantly more than I usually do. The cut is here. Winter cut. The winter arg. Anyways, I think this is a perfect start, a perfect humorous start as usual. Okay. Croc. What is it? We're gonna start in. We're gonna start. Is it too late for the Christmas video? Depends on the or what video. You can send me it. Depends. We'll also have the AI trailers, right? We have that as well. We're gonna switch between like humorous and serious topic, back and forth, I guess. It's never late for it. Fuck that Xmas. Still better than Happy Holidays. I've seen a few people say Happy Holidays, and I was like, bro, what the fuck are we doing? What do you mean Happy Holidays? Get that out of here. Get that out of here. Xmas is still not good. It's still not good. Sorry. Anyways, let's start with this. The dumbest tweets throwback edition by Fresh Prince Youp. How many even are there still? Like, how many are there still? How many have I reacted to? Like, probably like around 10 sooner or later, right? There's still a billion of those, it seems. Anyways, we'll go in. We'll go in. This won't be fun because usually there's some diabolical ones in there. But yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna actually see. I could see it. I could see it. One of my childhood friends is gonna show up. Haven't seen her in 6 years. 6 whole years. Surprised she even accepted to show up. That's cool. That's cool. Half of them, okay. Crazy. Half of them. Anyways, we're gonna look at this.
Are all nerds as good as you?
Yes.
Blonde Sexuality tweeted, "Who screams their height as a defense magnesium though? I'm fucking crying. Laughing my ass off." Blonde Sexuality.
Who screams their height as a defense magnesium? Though. What the heck? What are we doing? Defense magnesium? Look, I mean, yeah, the blonde aspect is really strong in this one. Yeah, that one is really strong. When I said your video about a movie, you didn't react to it, so screw you. I forgot! The Home Alone death counter, as long as I don't receive any, as long as I'm not getting castrated, because that's usually a problem. Anyways, we'll continue. That one is diabolical.
My ass off. Blonde Sexuality. Defense magnesium? Now I'm gonna assume you meant defense mechanism. You just took one word and switched it with the element? I'm not even gonna talk about the fact how you used the wrong there too. Laugh your ass off to an education. ATL Princess tweeted, "Bitch at the yogurt shop said there was no dairy in the yogurt, but I think there was. I'm lactose tolerance."
What is it? Lactose tolerance. You lactose. Lactose tolerance is crazy work. Yeah, it's crazy, bro. That is insane. Lactose tolerance, huh? Lactose tolerance, of course, bro. This is already a good start. This is already a good start. Yeah.
So you found out the yogurt was dairy because you ain't got no damn toes. And what is with these people and their theirs? I'm not about to explain all these theirs and yours, so I think we need to have a quick English lesson. Welcome to class.
They're short for they are. Their possessive version of they. Their, indicating location. Your possessive. Your short for you are. Example. You're fucking illiterate. English 101. Yeah. There's a lot of people that get this wrong.
Forever393 tweeted, "No real man wants a woman just for her looks. No. Fat ass, no brains will always get fucked and pasted on for a ugly fat. The fuck?"
What? I mean, kinda. See, there's men out there who will do any woman. It doesn't matter. Kind of ironic that this comes from a black man. That's kind of ironic. Is he Jamaican? Anyways, moving on. Kinda.
Smart woman any day. Yup. I just can't with this entire tweet. The fuck are you trying to say? March 29th Day tweeted, I'm a street nigga, so middle finger to collage.
Middle finger to collage. Where's their collage? Show me a collage.
A street nigga. Your ass is so uneducated that you didn't even point at the college. You pointed at a picture with shit jumbled all inside of it. Middle finger.
A collage. What do you mean, wow, Poke? It's true. There's unfortunately a stereotype out there that Jamaican men like fat women. That is a stereotype. I don't know where it came from. I don't know why. But it exists. Don't ask me where that came from.
To collage. The dude 1914 tweeted, so this lady just said if you have an unprotected sex in Mississippi, you playing rush and roulette with all the bullets in the gun.
Rush and roulette. With all the bullets. First of all, then you're not... If you play Russian roulette with all the bullets in the chamber, you're not playing Russian roulette. You're trying to end it all. Definitely.
Russian roulette. Dog, what the hell is Russian roulette? Is roulette even a word? Can someone please look it up for me? Ain't no way in hell I'm going to Mississippi to play that game. Smoking with Ink tweeted, I always wondered how obese people shaved on...
Obese people. Well, if somebody's obese, they have a lot more to shave than just the armpits in this case. There goes a lot more in there. Obese. That's kind of crazy. Also, I think that they probably don't shave under the arms, to be fair. They probably can, depending on how obese you are, you ain't getting there. You cannot reach that place. I love me some Russian roulette. Russian roulette.
Their arms. So big people are just different species? I'm pretty sure these beast people are trying to figure out where you got your education from. I fuck Prego Girls tweeted, filet.
That's a crazy ass name. That's a... I will... What the actual fuck? So first of all, that's crazy. That's an interesting fetish, I must admit that. And then we have this part. What the actual shit? What is going on? Like, what is actually going on? That is a crazy name. Bro, at least, like, I remember when people put, like, names out there which were, like, As Goblin or Anus Pirate. Crazy work. That is insane, dude. That is an insane one, for sure. That's worse than any tweet.
Minion is overrated. Overrated is one word, and you can't be out here filleting minions from Despicable Me. Who Smokey tweeted, this is ammonia weather.
Ammonia weather. Maybe that's a name. Who knows?
Ammonia weather? Ammonia? I'm Jay Nicole tweeted, thinking about going to Italy for study abroad. Wonder if I have to speak French to do it. LOL.
I say this very often, but I must say it. These are living, breathing humans that you may walk past daily, and you don't even know it. These people can vote. These people can... Maybe an IQ test for voting would not be so bad. Even if I fail it, then that's fine. But, jeez. I am flabbergasted. I am flabbergasted. What the fuck? Speaking French in Italy. Since when was Italy conquered by the French? I thought they always give up. I thought they always surrender. Well, so you're gonna go to Italy to learn French. Stay your goofy ass in the United States. J Jones 7694 tweeted, it's sad when you act like you my boyfriend and I have the least bit of entrance in you. Least bit of interest. Entrance. No wonder Putin wins president. Huh? Wait, what? Huh?
You have the least bit of door opening? What? Brittany Elise tweeted, "A good boyfriend is often taken for granted."
Taken for granted. Yeah, I love my granite too. My granite, this granite I have is just amazing.
So a good boyfriend's not taken for granted. He's just mistaken for some granite countertops? Chivy Bean tweeted, "Swole Lumberjack. Take your Cuban zirconium and have a seat with a tall glass of Chardonnay."
Something is off. I can't quite pinpoint it, but something is that does not make sense.
The fuck up. Cubic zirconia. You took a Cuban person and an element and told a person to shut up. I'm gonna need you to sit all the way down. K Jizzle tweeted, "Dr. Prez, how far is Georgia from Atlanta?" How far is the capital of Georgia from Georgia?
Diabolical. 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 Nah, bro. Horrible. Because dumb people vote. Poke, how do you not understand? I'm assuming the average Russian is probably more intelligent. I'm assuming. I'm assuming. But that's just me. That's just me. That's just me. Regardless, that was diabolical. To be fair, there were no really bad tweets, but there was a diabolical name. That's for sure. That was for sure. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. IGT, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. I don't know why you're screaming at me, but you do you. You do you. You do you. Nope, they are not. I don't know. The average Russian is probably less communist than the average German at this point, so it doesn't matter. Hi Zoom, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi. Do mine next, so if you get nuked. Let me see what that is. I need to check that real quick. I need to make sure that I don't get castrated, because I don't like that. You can fix the stream. There's a good chance I can't. That doesn't matter. If I get nuked and it doesn't disappear, then I have to restart the stream regardless. Because I think I'm gonna head out. I had fun for a while. I was here. Have a nice stream. Wish me luck. I'm gonna need it for years to come. Bro out here saying goodbye at this point. That's crazy. That is crazy. So now I think I'm the only one who got poke and nuked. No, Deer did it multiple times, don't worry. Deer did it. I think Samax did it as well. You're not the only one who did it. Successfully, yeah. Where even is that video? It's the honest review video. I need to check. Hold up. I need to check. Hold up. On Twitter. Let me open my Twitter. We also need to do the... These bots are getting crazy. I've 4 Lisas in my requests. Kind of wild. It's not even there. You didn't even send me that. You didn't send me that yet. So what did you buy from Aldi? Cheaper knockoffs? What? Aldi was not the topic. I don't even see it. You probably need to send me it again. Because I'm not seeing it. Or did you... You're not... Are you in Discord even? No. Yeah, you probably didn't send me that. I still need it. That's why. I'll send it again. You need to send that again. Tell me the answer, even though it's not a topic. I got no idea. I barely go shopping to begin with in any way, shape, or form. Even just getting groceries, I usually don't do that. It's usually just for food, and that's it. Let's see, did this man send me that? Finally, okay, let me see. Let me add this to my list. Time to fucking die. Possibly. Perhaps. Of that, we need to do the legendary Nina Lin video. Because we have one. We have another one. Don't you worry. Okay, let me click on anything, doesn't matter.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Wait, ref, you get your chance later, buddy. You get your chance later.
Screen Junkie.
Let's see if I get my... I think it's for Sarah. Get rid of that bots. It's for Lisa's, actually. On Twitter. On my Twitter bots. The Twitter bots are going crazy. Let's see if I get castrated for this. That's the only important part. If I do, I'm going to... I'm going to hang dinosaurs' balls at my wall as like a kind of trophy. Or a scalp, maybe. Who knows? Gotta get my inner German out. Turn on the showers. Anyways, we'll look at this. Honest Action, Home Alone by Screen Junkies. We're gonna look at this. We're gonna look at this. Look, I don't know what I'm seeing here. What is gonna happen? Bro, it doesn't even allow me to like at some point anymore. It's so frustrating. Using this browser has been nothing but pain and suffering and humiliation. Anyways, we'll go in. I can't even speak anymore. You hear that? I can't even speak anymore. Also, if you like this kind of content, please consider liking, subscribing. We'll jump in.
Screen Junkies asked Dr. Adam Friedlander to analyze action movies and tell us what would really happen to your favorite characters. Today's patients, the Wet Bandits.
Crowbars up.
Testicular hematoma.
Testicular hematoma. Yeah, bro. Yeah. I can speak of that. I may have almost been castrated. I tried to climb over a fence, slipped off, and landed just slightly away from my balls on my inner thigh. Almost died that day.
Frontal cephalohematoma. Vertebral fractures and posterior
Vertebral fractures and posterior rib fractures.
rib fractures.
Something like that. See, something like that never happened to me, right? But listen. But what did happen before was that I was on a what do you call it? Slide? No. The thing you sit on in like snow and then slide down somewhere. I forgot what they're called in English. Doesn't matter. And I head directly for a fence. Did a backflip. That was not fun and really, really painful.
Hip and pelvic fractures. Scalp hematoma and concussion. Cervical spine fracture. Harry is dead.
Possible death, broken neck resulting in paralysis. Wow, that's painful.
Facial.
Look at how red his face is. I haven't watched this movie, by the way, in ages. I'll be real.
And cervical spine fractures with second-degree burns. Marv is dead.
Probable death, broken neck. That's 3. Died 3 times. Actually, 4 times.
Second and third degree burns. Contaminated puncture wound.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Spine and rib fractures. Third degree scalp burns. Plantar lacerations and glass foreign body.
Ouch. Ouch. I just remember how ouch this movie is.
Spine and rib fractures. Facial fractures. Spine and rib fractures. Facial fractures. Sternal fracture with
I remember now how brutal this movie, violent this movie actually was.
cardiac contusion. Shoulder dislocation with humerus fracture. Skull fracture with epidural hematoma. Marv is dead.
Dead. Snow shovel to head. That's the fifth. That's the fifth. It's over.
Facial fracture with epidural hematoma. Harry is dead.
Death number 6. Yeah.
Spine and rib fractures. Nasal bone fracture. Nasal bone fracture.
Yeah, that's another death. That's another death, isn't it?
Pelvic and spine fractures with internal bleeding.
That's definitely death. That's definitely death. That's definitely another one though. That's gotta be death.
Skull fracture with epidural hematoma. Marv is dead.
He's died. He's died 7 times. He's dead 7 times. These guys are dead 7 times.
Skull fracture
Bro, he's definitely dead. I just watched it last Christmas. The movie with the Trump cameo. True, real.
with epidural hematoma. Marv is dead. Skull fracture
Diabolical. I just remember how diabolical this is. That's crazy.
with epidural hematoma. Marv is dead. Skull
I've never really watched the second one, okay? I've never really watched the second one. That's crazy. That's crazy.
fracture with epidural hematoma. Marv is dead. Penetrating rectal trauma. Penile puncture wound. Spine and pelvic fractures. Multiple fractures and internal injuries. Marv is
How often is he dead?
dead. Concussion with skull fracture and possible epidural hematoma. Harry is dead. Spine and rib fractures. Testicular rupture.
Let me guess. Dead.
Anterior full body contusions. Severe
Definitely. No, he is dead. Definitely dead.
burns and cardiac arrhythmia. Marv is dead. Third-degree scalp burns. Airway burns with solid and hollow organ
Dead.
injury. Harry is dead. Multiple
Dead. Not only that, I must say these guys are that they didn't die in this movie. In these movies, is actually, you know, still a kids' movie at the end of the day. They're kind of durable. Home Alone 2 is one of those sequels where they just do the first movie again, but with a different setting. A lot of sequels did that. True. It also seems a lot more violent than the first one.
spinal compression fractures. Marv is dead. Rib and finger fractures.
Oops.
Multiple facial and C-spine fractures. Harry and Marv
Massive head trauma. Dead. Both of them. That's not the 2 points.
are dead. Spine and scapular fractures.
Dead. Dead.
Massive internal and external injuries. Harry and Marv are dead. Rib and facial fractures with lung contusions. Rib fractures. Multiple impact injuries. Harry and Marv are dead. Internal organ rupture and traumatic brain injuries.
Dead.
Harry and Marv are dead. Avian bacterial infections including histoplasmosis. Final report, 9 Harrys and 14 Marvs are required to
9 Harrys. And 14 of the other guy. Wow, they're kinda cooked.
complete Home Alone 1 and 2.
Nice night for a neck injury.
Suck brick, kid!
What movie would you like to see?
Diabolical. Okay. That was interesting. That was interesting. Okay, that's not what I would have expected. That was funny. That was funny. Well, that means overall, a lot of dead. Both of them are old. Well, Marv is 68 and Harry's 82. Damn. Unks. The unks of our unks. Anyways, that was interesting. Like, comment, and subscribe. Dude, I'm still coughing. I'm not getting rid of this shit. It is so bad. It is so bad. I am not getting rid of this garbage of a sickness. I don't know why it is being this strong. And this is annoying too. Anyways, now we must go over. As a victim, one must speak about this. We need to talk about this.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're here.
We have a ref video, obviously. We must have one. As usual. And this is an important one because this just goes to show where Twitch genuinely stands. So yeah, it's time. Our special favorite SA superstar and 3 times gold Olympic medal winner of thievery has been unbanned. She has been unbanned. Nina Lynn has once again been unbanned. It is very funny. She got away with it by ref. We'll go in. It is very interesting. Not this spooky. Yeah, this is spooky too. And my theory, I'm going to say this, that's a man. I'm going to say it. That is like the voice, that is a man. That thing has a penis. Nobody will prove it otherwise to me. That thing has a penis. Is it just me or is this aspect ratio very odd? This aspect... Did Rev change his aspect ratio? That's weird. It's off-putting. What is this?
Hey, what's up, guys? We're here. So today we'll be once again talking about Twitch's incompetence and their favoritism when it comes to applying their own TOS. And it's going to be updates regarding the Nina Lynn situation. Some pretty awful...
Now, let's go through what she did. So the first time people noticed her is when she was SAing a dude on stream, rubbing her body with another female streamer who seems to be very quiet because she knows that she fucked up. She was rubbing her body sexually on another man. That man was not interested. She also was very touchy and just weird about it, pulling on him. You get the idea. Then afterwards, she straight up said, it's actually embarrassing for him to say that he was that he was SA'd. That's embarrassing for him, of course, right? Straight up going to blame the victim, obviously. Later, people found another clip of her touching a man that she was not supposed to touch. That was a situation where a professional massage dude was supposed to massage another content creator, but she pushed that guy to the side and did the massage herself. Another one. And then people caught her stealing from Target. Not once, not twice, but many times. Many times. By, for example, going to these like self-paying thingies and then like scanning them the wrong way. You get the idea? That's what she does. That's who she is. Dan Clancy just refuses to ban her. I wonder why.
Ones. Spoiler alert, Twitch has once again dropped the ball, and when faced with the easiest route of decisions when it comes to applying their TOS against bad actors like this, they have shown their favoritism and applied it differently to some of their favorites versus some of the people they do not have such favoritism towards. Now, in case you're looking at Nina Lynn here, she's been unbanned again. This comes as a shock to probably no one else unless your name is Kaya, because...
Yeah, you can... He made a Kaya joke. You could literally Avada Kedavra your dog on stream and they'd be like, oh no! Anyways... They could literally do that. Literally. You could literally...
They will bend the rules to protect this woman for some reason that I really cannot understand, other than just a general favoritism of Dan Clancy to...
Maybe Dan Clancy... See, if she's banned, you can't take her out to dinner. Very simple.
Any female streamer he finds attractive or something. But yeah, this is someone you might be looking at and you're like, who is this person? Why is she like so important? Why is so many people talking about her?
Apparently she also has a history of abusing her brother. That's just what she herself said. So yeah, her behavior doesn't come as a surprise if she genuinely has a history with abusing her brother. This woman has no boundaries and should technically be permabanned. And I think recently there's a lot of people who have been driving while streaming and doing horrendous shit. I think all platforms should definitely, while we're at it, might as well say it, should definitely ban everyone that drives while streaming. That's all.
Well, she's not just your run-of-the-mill nuisance streamer who goes out in public and tries to, like, fight people and provoke react.
Oh, there was another one. Yeah, she was fighting somebody, like almost ready to fight someone. Throw hands with another lady who was just saying, yo, you're being disruptive. That was another one.
Actions for content. She is someone who's actually done some pretty heinous things, including committing SA against a male streamer live on Twitch, and her initial response to the outrage of that clip going viral was to call it embarrassing for someone like him to be assaulted by someone like her. She would get banned for 1 week. 1 week for committing a crime live on Twitch. Then she would make a return stream.
Remember how Tectone got 2 weeks for calling Frogan fat? Remember that? Yeah.
Where she would mock these other men on her stream, asking them for consent before she starts putting her hands on them. And, well, she got banned again, because around that time, another clip would go viral of her essaying another male streamer. And how long was she banned for that one? About 2 days. And also, do you know the sort of public reception at the time? Well, a lot of streamers were coming out and defending her. Yes, the LA circle jerk of streamers were defending her behavior and calling critics misogynists.
Yes. The misogynist. Yes. People saying you shouldn't SA others are misogynists. We've come full circle. We've come full circle. And you are telling me that, it's men's fault that men aren't going out and saying, talking about what happened to them, talking about them being victims. Oh, it's men's fault, of course, right? Men make fun of other men who are victims. That sounds like it's the women. It sounds like it's the women, too. Weird.
And women haters. Yeah, you can't make this stuff up, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, there was another situation after her second unbanning where she was caught shoplifting from Target. And that would turn out to be one of many, many...
Why does this chick have so many simps? Look at this. This is the Grinch without makeup. Why are so many men simping for this thing? This is a whole different woman. She's the beauty and the beast.
Many examples of that. And, well, she would get banned again. This was a couple weeks ago. And oddly enough, she's been banned longer for shoplifting at Target than she was for both of the previous SA accounts combined. And it wasn't just a little shoplifting, by the way. It was like
Yeah, you cannot tell me, by the way, she's this stupid and not knowing how to scan this. Nope.
rampant shoplifting. Her just showing herself off, stealing right on camera, live on Twitch in a long compilation. There's like an 8-minute compilation overall of all the times she has done this shamelessly on Twitch. And even during this, she was mocking the bans, basically saying this whole thing is W rage bait.
Oh, rage bait. I was retarded on purpose. I was just acting retarded. Yeah, doesn't work.
Well, there was also some rumors around the time that this ban was indefinite, meaning it's permanent, that she was never to come back ever on Twitch. And that would be the right thing to do. I mean, it probably should have been the right thing to do, a permaban on the first case of the SA, but certainly after the second one, and certainly after all the shoplifting she has done live on Twitch. Like, do these people really scratch their heads at Twitch and wonder why, like...
My take is very simple. If you commit a crime on stream, you should be perma-banned. You caused an accident because you were focused on your stream. Perma-ban. You ignored a red light because you were on focusing on your stream. Permaban. You SA somebody, permaban. You steal, permaban. You run somebody over, permaban. Right? Since the looksmaxing dude, like the king of looksmaxers, apparently ran somebody over. A stalker. I don't know, the full context. Interesting, regardless. If you commit a crime on stream, say goodbye. If you shot your dog on stream, goodbye.
Sponsors don't want to work with them and why nobody respects Twitch as a platform anymore. But yeah, here's the update today. She's been unbanned again. Yep, she wasn't lying when she was speaking the last couple of days saying she's going to make a return, because she is back. So she's done all of this, and now she is officially back on Twitch. I mean, you really can't believe this stuff. People in the comments saying Dan Clancy.
Look at Neven. Ha! Surprised. Wait, is that the first time I see her in a ref video?
Was definitely on Epstein Island. Here we go again. Brother Asmund setting up for easy content. I mean, that's all you can do with people like this. You farm them for content. I mean, what else can you do if Twitch is not going to do anything about it? I mean, it's actually kind of jaw-dropping that she is, once again, unbanned. Now, people say, you shouldn't be surprised by this. Yeah, I'm not surprised Twitch has done this, but still, as a concept, that someone could do everything that she does and keep getting more and more chances to come back. Why her is kind of the question. And I know, like, people will say, like, oh, Dan Clancy must find her attractive or something. She's not even, like, some massive streamer, right? She's not some massive, crazy streamer bringing in...
Dan Clancy cleansing Nina with his CEO Riz, if you know what I mean. Clapping the cheeks. Allegedly. Good day. Hi, Cricket. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. I'm not. By the way, this is a diabolical AI picture. Jesus.
So much money to the platform. Like, I don't understand. Like, this is one of those hills they're dying on for absolutely no reason. But continue on, pretends to be...
Well, she's a woman, so that gives her a pass on this. Of course, right? If this was, I don't know, Tectone, if this was, I don't know, who was it? Who could be like, if this was just any other dude, right? If this was, who knows? I don't know that many male streamers on Twitch, right? If this was like Rakai, Kaisenat, right? If this was any big male streamer, just like you'd be gone. You'd be snapped out of existence because, you know, you can't let that slide, of course, right?
Shocked, exactly. The Dan Clancy Twitch thought bias is in play. And muted words, Nina Lynn, forever. That's probably a very good thing to do. And then, yeah, her username, by the way. I feel like if you have daddy in your name,
that's a man. I'm still saying it. That's a man. I said it in the beginning, but that's a man. That is a dude. 100% that's a dude.
Whether you're male or female, I think you should be permabanned on Twitch, because ain't nothing good is going to come out of that situation, ladies and gentlemen. But let's see some more reactions. Here's Tectone saying, Essays 2 men live on stream and has an 8-minute hypercut compilation of theft on stream. These are the streamers Twitch supports. Well, yeah, that's what people are going to associate your platform with. You think about people like Hassan. Do you know how much damage he's done to the PR of Twitch? Not just because of his actions, but the fact that Twitch supports their actions by not permabanning them, by constantly allowing them to run amok of their TOS. We all know there's crazy favoritism, but this is an interesting case because unlike Hassan, she's not making a ton of money for the platform, so it's just very weird at this point. Flash says she's back. I told you Dan would never ban a woman.
I mean, that's not wrong. Also, interesting seeing Yellow Flash in a ref video. That's really I've not seen that yet. I've not seen that.
I mean, Dan Clancy saw the situation, said, so there's a shot, okay? I mean, this guy hangs around with women literally a third of his age while being a married man and just continues to run this platform into the ground. When is Amazon going to say enough is enough? Because Amazon is the owner of Twitch, and they still have not gotten a profit. They still have not generated a profit despite buying Twitch years ago. And a lot of it, a great amount of it, comes down to leadership. In fact, I think that is by far the biggest thing going on with Twitch. It's not just their bad infrastructure. It is the leadership. Dan,
why would I, as a sponsor, want to sponsor a platform that lets essentially criminals reign free on my platform? Why would I, as a sponsor, want to support a platform that has no issue having people committing crimes on stream and reinstating their channels, Twitch accounts, whatever? Why would I want to do that?
Clancy is at the helm here, and he's blown it 24/7, okay? And his interest in hanging around these young women and constantly allowing them to run amok of the TOS and never receive a serious punishment is absolutely crazy, and it's hurting the company, and it's hurting streamers. And if you're a content creator or a fan of content creators, you should be very mad at Twitch. Here's another one saying, so let me understand this at Twitch and at Dan Clancy. Are people okay with SA, theft, actual assault? She tried to get multiple people, some of them innocent strangers, to fight her on stream. And child abuse. She has admitted on camera to abusing her brother so severely that CPS was called on them, and her whole family fled to China to avoid consequences /
Yeah, that's what I meant with she has a history with abuse to begin with. You need to consider this, right? They fled to China to escape the consequences of her actions. This woman should be in jail for a long time ago. Long time ago. She should be in jail. She should be in jail.
Prosecution. Can someone in the criminal justice system please check these people's hard drives and flight itineraries from the late 90s and early to mid 2000s, please? That's another little story about the CPS call. Another thing, she shamelessly admitted that she abuses her brother to the point where action had to be taken. It's literally insane. You know what her reaction to all this is? Because, like, nobody's on her side, right? No sane, sentient human being is on her side at this moment. Well...
Oh, you be surprised what I got in my comments when talking about this woman. I've got the simp brigade. Got like 5 or 4 people just like they're like being like the defender squad. Trust me, they do exist. It's not many, but they do exist. They definitely do.
She's once again rage baiting, dropping a bunch of screenshots here, a bunch of posts saying she's always back. And yes, I did check, her channel is up and going, so she is live, or gonna be live. Her channel is unbanned officially. And she was also mocking the fact that people were reporting on her being supposedly permanently banned, and now she's back. And whatever this means, I don't know. I haven't suffered whatever affliction she has that makes her say these completely wild things on the internet. I guess I'm too old to understand what she's even referring to, or I'm not with the lingo from her stream. But yeah, that...
To be fair, when she starts speaking, it's like trying to decipher XQC. Same energy. This woman cannot get a clear sentence out that makes sense. And like this hood behavior that she tries to put, which I do not believe that she actually talks like this normally. I do not believe that if you had to flee to China and yet you are Chinese, that you speak this way. Chinese American, whatever. I do not believe that you speak this way normally.
That is the update on the Nina Lin situation. Again, not a shocking result for the history of Twitch and how they apply their TOS, but it's still just a jaw-dropping reality we live in where this isn't shocking. That their complete mishandling of the situation was expected, because this is Twitch and this is how they do things, and they have once again completely dropped the ball on this. And yeah, they're making it very hard to have any respect for the platform as a whole. But anyways, that's going to do for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video.
Yeah, I think I said all I needed to say. This woman should be in jail. There is no doubt about this. And this aspect ratio could be interesting for reactors at least, because Rev's model is more visible. Also, I must say, no big glasses today. No big glasses. That's interesting. That's interesting. Anyways, yeah, she should be in jail. She should be permanent and to be fair, in jail. Straight up. There's no doubt about it. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Horrible. They have no issue. They really have no trouble doing this over and over. No trouble at all. I hate it. I hate it here. I do. Anyways, let's do the horror one. Let's do the horror one. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm interested. I'm interested. Let's do it.
One of the most terrifying...
Let's do it. I'm curious. Let's do it. Let's see. I'm pretty sure what this is about, though. But I've only seen, heard the original call. I've only heard the original call. That's the thing. Only heard the original call. But I think I know what this is about. I'm pretty sure I know. Anyways. Investigating the most mysterious 911 call. Creature in brackets. By Groovy Gavin. We're gonna look at this. I think I know what this call is about. I think it's not human call. Hi, the terrified man. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. So we're gonna look at this. I am very curious. Right? I know that Gavin usually looks through stuff and checks. Also, if you like this kind of content, please consider liking, subscribing. I think I watched the Blair Witch one that he made. I could be wrong. Regardless, we're gonna look at this. We're gonna look at this.
One of the most terrifying 911 calls was made on this road right behind me.
Henry County 911. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1.
That's not human! That's not human!
I've been seeing this clip absolutely everywhere, but what actually
Listen. If something is in the back of your truck and you scream, that's not human. That's diabolical. I'm okay. How are you? I'm alright. That's diabolical. I'd be traumatized for life if something non-human was sitting back in my truck. Though who knows? It could have been a human, and maybe somebody who's feral. Who knows?
happened? What you just heard is only part of the full call to 911. The original caller, we tried to contact him. He wants to stay completely anonymous, but there was one man that interviewed him that we will be able to talk to, as well as we're going to try to talk to the police, emergency services, everyone that was possibly involved with this. But
And you could hear the sound of something being in the back of his truck because it made that loud bonk sound. Very interesting. Very interesting.
before we talk to all of those people and try to figure out what's going on here, we first need to go over the entire call. So the spot we're driving to right now, this is where he first sees something weird before he even makes the call. This is the reason he's making the call.
Henry County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm driving on 210. I just crossed the Black River, and I thought I saw a guy standing on the side of the road bleeding.
I'm trying to put myself...
A guy on the side road bleeding. I've never heard that part, so that's interesting. Terrifying. Skinwalker AF, true. Do you do viewer videos? Yes. As long as they're not copyrighted and not way too long. And from a bonk you can tell it's not human, sus. No, but from a bonk you can tell something is in the background. Something it did end up in the back of his car. From the bonk. Unless somebody else was there too. Because otherwise, if you're like in the front, how are you gonna fake that? To a 911 call as well.
In his shoes right now. If we're driving on a road, middle of nowhere, it is pitch black, like he was not kidding about that. I don't think I would stop if I saw a bloody man.
Yeah, we're stopped like, right now. Yeah, we're stopped right now looking for a bloody man.
We're some idiots, bro. Yeah. Okay, let's get out the car. Okay, this is where he first saw the figure. This is not even on call. He wants to stay completely anonymous, but he was formerly in the military. I feel like for someone like that to make this call, you have to be very, very sure. In case we find evidence, dude.
And it's also, I mean, it could be maybe PTSD. Depends on what he was doing in the military. That really depends on. Because that could be the reason why you saw a bloody man. Do I check if it's copyrighted? You can't. I usually go by feeling. So you need to tell me the video title and channel name, and then I can usually go by the feeling whether or not it is copyrighted.
It would have took too long. The creature would have saw that coming. Like, what are you doing?
What you got in your hand there, bro?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yo, what the fuck?
What do you think that was?
I don't even know.
Wait, that was a weird ass sound. Aim the light this way. It was like this direction, right? We definitely heard the sound, like it was somewhere over here. I wonder if it was this. I'm like really...
Probably an animal just like bonking against it. Happens. Military, probably PTSD. Could be. Could definitely be. That doesn't explain the bonk sound, though.
Actually curious what that sound was. Is anybody here? Anything here? Okay, but this is like just his first sighting. This is honestly probably the least creepy part of the call. So we're gonna keep driving along his route. Okay. That's where he saw the thing. And then he makes the call. There's Patriots Watch. He mentions that.
I just passed Patriots Watch.
You saw a man standing on the side of the road?
Yes, ma'am, and it looked like he was bleeding because when I drove by, I had my high beams on, and all I could see was just some streaks of red going down his body, starting at his head.
Then you hear on the call, right here, right after he passes those.
What the fuck?
What was that, sir?
That's not human! That's not human!
Sir, are you okay, sir?
This is the point of impact. I thought the sound was added at first. It was that loud on the call. Like you guys can hear it. I did not enhance it at all.
What the?
Yeah,
Damn. Generally, just like imagine walking around in this area. Maybe it was a human. Maybe it was a human though. That's the crazy part. You never know what crazy people are out in the woods. That'd be terrifying.
I think if you couldn't hear that, then I would almost think he's like trolling, but he doesn't seem like the guy that would be joking. This part of the road right here is literally where the impact happened. This is what they call the point of impact. Oh, watch out the car. I'm just wondering what else would make that sound. I wonder what this little area is, because this opening is like right by where the impact was. Point of impact right there. We didn't see anything. Then he's talking, not human. He's freaking out, obviously.
Sir, are you okay, sir?
There's something in the bed of my truck!
Okay, what's in the road?
No, it's not in the road, it's in my truck! In the bed!
There's something in the bed of your truck?
Yes, ma'am, I just turned on my bed light for my truck and there's something in my bed!
You can actually hear in the audio call him speed up.
That's not human!
It's like... What's even crazier is right as he passes the sign...
I mean, at this part, he just heard bong and assumes not a human. We didn't see anything alien yet. Well, obviously, we won't really see or hear anything. The question is that he was driving. So if it were a human and he drove past, how would a human be able to... Not only... I mean, under adrenaline, you probably could keep up, depending on how fast he was driving. But depending on how fast he was driving... There's no way a human could get into the back of his truck. Unless, like, it was something else.
From Moore's Creek, you can actually also hear him slam on the brakes.
Okay, so when you say something, what do you mean?
I just dropped it off at the bed of my truck and went over my roof.
Okay, what was it?
And I'm actually going to pull in here because he says this is where he gets a full look at the creature.
Okay, what was it?
That was not necessary, you dumb man.
I don't know.
Like a turkey, a deer?
Turkey. Bro was getting ready for Thanksgiving back then. That's why the turkey jumped into the truck. It went to get ready for the food, for the eating. Unless you jump on the track from a tree. Yeah. I mean, it might have been, maybe it was an animal that dropped from a tree into his truck. Who knows?
No.
Turkeys
I
are
don't know
pretty
what the hell
big.
that was. That wasn't a turkey because I was driving 50 miles an hour.
Okay.
The turkey doesn't hit that horn, and it was not covered in feathers at all.
You think if we knock on those people's door at 12:30 at night and ask them if they've seen anything weird, do you think that'd be weird? So he knocks it off, like he slams on the brakes right about here. Like you can hear it on the call. He describes this creature later on as around 7 feet tall. He says his truck was 6 feet tall and he said it was taller than the truck.
This thing was easily like maybe 7 feet.
It's Shaq. Dude, it's Shaq if he was albino.
Like, assume that it would be real. 7 feet is diabolical. That's no human. But that's also no animal. 7 feet is diabolical. That's tall.
He says he drives a little bit further and he looks in his rear view mirror and he sees it bolt off to the left. And then he's driving really fast at this point. I think he says he was going like 90.
When I looked at the speedometer before I slammed on my brakes, I was doing maybe 80.
I don't blame him.
Yeah, nah, I mean, it's like the one time you have an excuse to speed. I'd be flooring that shit. After all of this chaos, he drives a good bit down the road where he pulls over at this convenience store and waits until the police get here. And they do everything, guys. They have like a thermal drone they send up. The police have him show them where everything happened. They go back. There's an official police report that we can hopefully talk to the police about and get tomorrow. We're gonna try to get more evidence, hopefully pictures. That's like the main goal I want. As I'm sure you've seen, this has been blowing up all over TikTok. I probably had like 100.
Yeah, pictures is probably unlikely. 12:30 a.m. and I have two dudes in my porch. I'm getting the gun. Yep. I'm calling the police immediately. I'll be real. I don't know if this is copyrighted. I need the name.
People either tag me in the video or DM this to me. If you guys ever see a cool video or anything, just send it to me on Instagram and I'll see it, guys. I will see it. Now that we know the entire story of the call, it was time to figure out what actually happened that night. And we had a few leads. We're gonna talk to Rusty, the man that interviewed the 911 caller after this, but honestly, even better than him to talk to is the police. So we headed about 30 minutes away to the police station where this 911 call got sent to. But before we get there, I'm raiding Area 51 again. And
we need you guys to come out and raid this place with us. Make sure you guys are subscribed to Gavin's channel because when he hits 3 million subscribers, we're dropping the date of the raid.
We're making a video documentary, and Curry, there was a call like 4 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
You know about that?
Curry? Yeah.
That's Curry.
Yeah. You guys gone out there?
We have. We were wondering if there was anyone you know of that would be interested in talking about it or that like worked on it.
I didn't work on it. You could ask the front desk.
Okay, cool.
Did you guys...
The police probably doesn't have all that much, right? It's from a call. Probably the only thing you probably get is maybe something from the truck, but it can't be bloody. It can't be a bloody man, because if it were, you'd have very likely bloodstains somewhere in the car. The most you could probably expect from this is a few scratches. Maybe some bumps in the car, in the back of the car, but that's about it. That's pretty much it, I'm assuming.
You need to go out there when it's nighttime.
We did last night. It was spooky, man. It's creepy, dude.
Gentlemen, how y'all doing?
Good, how are you doing,
Good.
Gavin? Nice to meet
Sergeant
you.
Ward, how y'all doing?
Yeah, so we're making a video about the 911 call that was made, I believe here, from Curry, that was basically the creature jumping on the back of the guy's car, and I just wanted to see if that was like a legitimate thing that happened or if that was just a rumor, and then
No, it was the call came in.
Yeah.
To our 911 center. Yeah,
okay, so it was a real call.
It was a real call.
Okay,
It's nothing like it was made up. It was
okay. Do you know if there's any like, I guess, public information on that? Like, I don't know if there'd be any photos or anything.
No, it's nothing like any photos or anything. I know that the officers went out there, responded to the call like any other thing.
Yeah.
But as far as pictures taken or anything like that, no.
Is there anybody that went there on the call that?
Not that I'm aware of. So I would have to check to see who responded. Actually, if it's anyone who you would contact, it would be State Highway Patrol, because they did the investigation.
Do you know the best way to reach out to them?
Classic, right? Highway Patrol makes sense. Hindu man burned alive in Bangladesh. Oh, okay. Let's see. Okay, so Highway Patrol. I'm assuming the Highway Patrol won't really respond. I'm assuming that that's the case. Just as an assumption.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay. And just like that, we now had a good lead to figure out what actually happened that night. Well, we know the call was real. It's a great thing he was able to make the call. Imagine if he didn't have service or he had bad service. That would have sucked. Which is why I'm so grateful that today's sponsor is Mint Mobile. I love trying to solve very confusing cases like this, but you know what shouldn't be confusing? Your mobile carrier. Mint Mobile made the wireless shopping experience super easy. There's no stores, no salespeople. You can do it all online. And if you're worried about coverage, like, I don't know, maybe you're in the middle of nowhere and a creature jumps in the back of your car and you need to make a call to 911. If you're worried about being able to do that, you don't have to worry, because Mint Mobile is on the nation's largest 5G coverage. 98% of Americans are covered by 5G, and 99% of Americans are covered by 4G LTE. So you're gonna be good. You're gonna be good basically wherever you are. And if you already have a provider and you're worried about switching, it's super simple. You can sign up and activate your eSIM literally from anywhere in minutes with Mint Mobile. I can do it right here. I could do it wherever we're driving and getting taken by this creature. And you don't have to worry about switching your number, getting new contacts, all of that can stay. You can keep your same phone if you want, or you can shop for a new phone with Mint Mobile. And guys, there's basically no risk. There's a 7-day unconditional money-back guarantee. And
when somebody says no risk, that usually means there is a risk.
You guys, my viewers can get plans starting at just $15 by going to the link below or just scanning the QR code on screen. Thanks, Mint Mobile. So we ended up calling Highway Patrol to hopefully talk to them and see if we could figure out any more details about what happened that night. But they would not respond. We've
As assumed. That makes sense. That makes sense, yeah. That assumption, that was pretty clear from the get-go that they would not respond.
Eventually did a little bit more digging and found this picture though. This was the official report picture. I know it's not much, but there's a little bit on here that's kind of interesting. So we have the picture of like this.
Let me see. Let me have a look again.
Found this picture though. This was the official report.
Okay. Interesting. It was traveling. Eventually, something dropped there. Vehicle 1 was traveling east on the NC 210. Driver of Vehicle 1 stated an unknown object struck the roof of his truck, then landed in the bed of his truck. Driver of Vehicle 1 stated that he could not identify the object. Scratches on the truck were consistent with tree branches. Vehicle 1 came to a controlled rest after impact. Interesting. Tree branches. Tree branches. Interesting.
Picture. I know it's not much, but there's a little bit on here that's kind of interesting. So we have the picture of like the scene where it happened. So yeah, we have his truck. They have the scratch marks.
It was on the bed of the truck.
Yeah, I thought it was on... So two things actually then. I thought the scratch marks were on the roof of the truck. No, it's on the bed of the truck.
The bed of the truck's supposed to have scratch marks. It's a truck, bro. You put stuff in trucks.
Yeah, and then what they say about it, scratches on the truck were consistent with tree branches. It wasn't looking like much happened. There wasn't many other people that could help us get more information, except for one man, the caller. This guy obviously had all the details and knew everything. He would be the best person to possibly talk to, but there was one huge problem. We tried to reach out to T, the caller, but he just wanted to stay anonymous. He even had some pictures, potentially. I thought there was no other way we could get more information, but the caller had done an interview with one man named Rusty, who investigated this whole case and knew a lot more information. So I reached out to him and we met up. All right, guys, we're back at Moore's Creek. We're waiting for Rusty right now.
Let's see how this goes. I'm assuming that Rusty doesn't have that much more information, but tree branches, there's like, it's like maybe literally just tree branches dropped onto the roof of his car and then fell into the back. But then again, that'd be pretty difficult to do. Weird.
This is the only guy who's been able to interview the actual 911 caller, obviously other than the police themselves. And he's investigated this a bit himself. I'm very curious if he's seen any pictures or knows of any pictures of the man's truck, if there were any claw marks, or if there's any details that like just we haven't been able to figure out. This guy's like me in the future investigating the case. I wonder if he cracked it. And he's keeping it secret. He has the creature in his car, bro. He has it in a cage. Did you crack the case of the creature? And did you crack the creature? All right, so I'm here now.
Pause. Pause. Very much pause. That you could only ask that a woman, because women are definitely cracking a creature.
Now with Rusty from Carolina Case Files, guys, go subscribe to him. He just released basically the second episode ever on this, and you're the only person to ever interview T is what we'll call him. So you've looked in a lot of like cases in this area. Have you heard of anything anywhere similar to this?
Not with the depth of documentation. I mean, my gosh, we got the guy on.
Oh yeah.
So there are stories out there, but how do you report them?
You interviewed the caller, obviously. You interviewed the sheriff. Is there anyone else you talked to really that you didn't put in?
We spoke to a couple of deputies that were on the scene that night. They didn't really shed anything to the story that we didn't already know.
I know you kind of talked about this as well in, I think, the second video about the photos.
So it really doesn't know all that much more. That's unfortunate.
Pictures taken after the truck the morning after by the caller when he was home.
Is he the only one that had those photos of the truck?
The young man said he did take pictures of the truck the next morning. He did see scratches that were consistent with something larger than a squirrel, but that was 4 years ago. And then he said, man, I had him on that phone. I lost that thing. We were in a boat. fishing somewhere and he lost the phone. Obviously, he got rid of the truck pretty soon after that, I understand. The sheriff said that Highway Patrol was given point on this investigation.
If it's anyone who you would contact, it would be State Highway Patrol.
I mean, they get in some rough stuff out on the interstate with drugs and so forth and shootouts, but basically they're traffic guys. So they were here to investigate a traffic incident. So they would have been looking for skid marks. I don't think they're going to be climbing to the bed of his truck taking pictures. Maybe. I'm thinking they're ready to go home and they think this guy's crazy.
Well, I know even when you talk to the sheriff, he said a lot of people do report weird sounds.
The residents and people out there in the Curry area near the battlefield have reported seeing things and hearing things that they couldn't exactly understand.
In this area. Yeah, in this area.
Exactly. Which is bringing out more stories, even from LEO, law enforcement officers that have experienced things.
I know you kind of talked about it in your second video where you talked about how you kind of saw the emotion and stuff in him.
There were points in his telling of the story where I saw genuine fear welling back up in that young man.
Maybe it was genuinely just PTSD. The bunks really just were possibly just tree branches lost. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Lost is kinda weird because I don't know, it sounds so cliche. It sounds so cliche, losing the phone. It would have been believable if you just deleted them. That would have been way more believable than just saying, yo, I lost the phone. Yeah, sure, buddy. Sure you did.
You fully believe like he was credible in your personal opinion?
Yeah, he was the guy. We know that.
Okay.
But white and black on documents, we've got that. There were times during the interview that his lips were queer. There was fear, just like he was purging himself from all this stuff. When you see something like that, you know, has that kind of impact on your life, you probably want to immediately tell, you know, those closest around you, well, what I'm finding out is, Gavin, they're not necessarily supportive.
Yeah.
So he probably got his toe stubbed a little bit initially and then probably went, people are thinking I'm crazy. And that's probably when he shut up about it. I don't know what he saw, but I'm sure that he feels that he saw something. There's no question in my mind about that. What it was? So yeah, I think he was very credible.
Do you have any, I guess, just personal theories of your own?
The most plausible thing that jumped out at me, someone said that that was an entity of some sort that was simply trying to get him to stop and pull over. And then when he didn't stop and pull over,
they went after him. Ugh. Again, go check out his channel. I'm sure you have some awesome stuff coming up.
You didn't stop? I'm going to touch you now. I will touch you because you didn't stop. Literally. It might have actually been a guy. It could have been a guy, right? The height could have been overestimated. Maybe it was like a guy who was like 6'2" or something, long, tall dude. Which is just a long, tall, crazy dude. That could have been an option.
Dude. Now that we knew all the information we possibly could find out publicly on this case, it was time to figure out what T actually saw that night. And there were a lot of theories.
Tips fedora. Dude, we gotta get hats, bro.
No, for the toys.
No, for the toys. I have a few on this one. The clips of this call went super viral, basically all over TikTok, all over social media. And there's a lot of theories that you guys have made, that random people have made. But before we go over those, I want to say our theories.
The only theory I have is that there were two separate beings. So the first one that he saw was an attacked person by the creature that he saw. I think it was an animal. And bro just lost his shit or some shit.
So you think two separate things? You think it was an animal and a dude that got attacked by the animal?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull up the popular theories for this. Theory 1.
It could have there's two options. The dude really jumped into the back of his car, though apparently the impact first was on top of the car. So that the problem is that the first impact was not the back of the car. It was the top. So that can't be. Because in order to get onto the back or the top, you would have needed to fall off of something to get on top and then into the back. So that can't be. it's weird. It could also really just be that he saw two separate things. I mean, of course, but yeah, it's a bit weird. It's a bit weird.
Ghost Soldier. This area that we're actually at outside of right now, Moores Creek Battlefield. Obviously a battle happened here. The Battle of Moores Creek Bridge, fought on February 27th, 1776. This was during the American Revolutionary War. So this was a battle between the Patriot and Loyal forces.
Patriots? Wait, that's a football team.
Oh, no wonder
You're
he was
fast.
so fast. Both Patriots and Loyalists were buried in this area. So if we're going with the ghost theory, it could be Patriots or Loyalists. He says Civil War outfit. That's kind of crazy. The theory goes a little further. It's possible that the witness, the caller, T, he didn't know the proper era. So he saw like this ghost with a Revolutionary War outfit and mistook it for the Civil War.
Yeah, that makes
uniform.
sense.
So that's theory one, but that theory doesn't really explain the bang in his truck.
What the fuck?
But the next one is something I look a lot into. So people think this is one of three cryptids. If you don't know what a cryptid is, it's just a monster, basically. Can you guess?
Rake, Skinwalker,
You got this.
Slender Man.
Actually, yeah, that's one.
Yeah, the Slenderman doesn't do that, by the way. So that doesn't Slenderman usually go for like usually trying to attract people, not directly attack people. So that doesn't really work that well. The Rake is very interesting, very unlikely. That's a cryptid. Skinwalker also very unlikely. It might have just also been just a disfigured animal. It might have genuinely just been a disfigured animal. You know? Like a disfigured deer. Anything, right? Anything that's like... Or like a Are there big cats in that area, potentially? Right?
Boom! There's actually one more I forgot. A Wendigo. But basically all of these creatures are very similar in appearance. They all are very tall and skinny and white in color. If it was gonna be any of these and I believed in this, it would be Skinwalker though, because it's like it was a human first and then it transformed.
Ooh, you're onto something.
Ran super fast, jumped on the truck. Like that fits to me. That makes 100% sense.
And it's very similar to other Skinwalker stories.
So like all the theories we have to simply put this: hoax, animal, ghost, or creature. For the hoax, I think it's very unlikely for a few reasons. He was alone, he was visiting his family. Rusty said he seemed like a very honest, very credible guy. It would be insane. He would have to be a crazy person.
Yeah. If he's like randomly just like
11 at night calls 911.
Yeah, let me call 911 and
That's
fuck with him.
So I don't think
it's also like, how would you produce the sound if you're driving and you can hear that he's driving? How would you? I mean, you could throw something into the back of your truck. Sure, you could do that. You could do that. Sure, I guess you could do that to produce that sound. But it's like very unlikely.
it's that. Next theory, animal. A very skeptical and logical person. Like, it has to be an animal.
So the first thing he saw was what? Also an animal?
I guess.
An animal in clothes.
Dude, because I don't know what the fuck else it could be. Honestly, other than a ghost, bro.
Yeah.
At this point, which is not, like, to most of you guys, I'm sure is not that believable. Now that we've gone over all the theories of what could have possibly happened, it was time to bust them. So we're starting with the first main theory, which is the creature theory. And to bust these, we're going back to the spots where this all took place. So this is, like, right where he knocked off the creature. What do you think's more likely? We see a ghost or...
Can you rewind and see the surroundings on the car? There's nothing. We have nothing. No pictures of what's going on. These are all fake pictures. These are all fake. These are all just stock footage. We have nothing. We don't have any pictures of the car scratches or anything. We've got nothing else. It is all just stock footage edited in as a placeholders because we got nothing. We only have the call and that's it. We got nothing else. I mean, it could have been a tree branch, of course, falling off and then being in the back of his truck. That is a viable option. And then but it jumped, it got over the car. He was able to see it. Of course, that might have, maybe there's actually some PTSD going on. They didn't really consider that. Yeah, we just have the call. We just have the call, that's it.
Okay. Giant, skinny creature.
I feel like a ghost. Oh, if it is a skinwalker, we should whistle.
Can you whistle a Chief Keef song?
Do I have permission to whistle the N-word?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I better not get canceled for that, bro. Guys, tonight we are ghost edging. The ghost edgers. What the fuck?
What?
Oh my gosh.
What is that?
That scared the hell out of me. That's just like a cardboard dude. I thought we found him. I thought we had done it, bro.
That's diabolical to place that there. That's diabolical to place that there. That's evil. That's mean-spirited.
Oh, I thought we cracked the case and we're about to die. Dude, can you see that on camera?
Yeah.
Alright, well. Okay, those guys are normal. Those guys are chill. I almost shit myself there, but we're good. Another one.
Oh, that one's white.
I was more spooked out last night. We're actually gonna see some crazy shit.
We didn't see any creatures, but we did see some cutouts that scared the hell out of me, so I don't know what to say for this theory. Obviously, it would be impossible to find a creature in these extremely large woods. If anything, it would have came for us. But I was much more curious to go over the second theory, the ghost. So we went back to where the caller T saw the very first figure, the one in the Civil War outfit, and where we had heard weird sounds the night before.
This area definitely, like, for some reason, freaks me out a lot more. Which it honestly shouldn't, because we're, like, you can see a lot more, and it's like we're right on the road. Dude, you know what we should have done? Should have got Civil War outfits.
There you go, Stolen Valley.
Dude, then maybe the ghost would have thought we were, like, with them. And they'd be like, oh, what's up, homies? And they'd be like, hey, we're not ghosts, by the way. We'd be like, what? We could just go in right there.
It could have legit just been a disfigured cat. Like a big cat. Right? Because America has some like bigger cats walking around. It could have been pale, maybe hairless, who knows? It's just weird. I just need a selfie stick and I jump to the forest, talk with some, until the supernatural things just happen. With AI, it will be easy to make. Yeah, but in this case, it was just a call. So you need a call and you need a truck, and then some way to make a bonk noise. Depending on what truck that was, it would have been essentially almost impossible to pull that off, unless you could have it like open in the back.
Where was that? Oh, that's over there, right?
So what is this?
I thought I heard it over here.
Come out, bitch.
Bitches!
This is the second time we'd been at this place and heard a lot of strange noises, and I find it super weird that this is where everything first happened. So I had some ghost gear to further test the ghost theory and see if we could get any activity.
I do feel like this area is significantly more spooky. We did hear a weird metal sound. There's lots of echoes. We heard about some guy that saw a bloody soldier out here. We just want to know if that's you. Almost could have thought I heard it is, but I might be tripping. Did you try to jump on a man's truck?
You are tripping very much. Sure, there was a call, and there was a guy, and there was a track and a monster. Well, that's what we know. No, we do know that the call is real. We do know that the call is real, because the police knows that the call is real. So we do know that that call existed. The call and the guy do exist, that's for sure. The question, though, is what the rest is.
Truck? 4 years ago? Call? Why did you show yourself to that man? Cause something? Can you show yourself to us?
I heard something over there.
See, I never believed that these things work. I never believed that these things work. The thing is this. I think it's just like frequencies from other things just like jumping in. There's no actual real voices. It might be like phone calls, radios, whatever, but radio stations, whatever, but I don't think these things ever work.
Over where?
All over there.
Is that you that keeps banging on the metal? That is a car coming. Somewhere.
Something's coming.
I keep thinking I'm hearing something weird, but I don't know if it's this or...
Yeah, I feel like I keep on thinking I hear something from over there.
Mr. Civil War man, are you here with us?
Oh, shit.
Wait.
I heard the metal thing again over here.
The metal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was loud. That is weird that this is the spot where he first saw it.
I wonder what's behind this. There has to be like some kind of metal thing behind this.
Behind this?
Behind the bushes, the trees.
I just like, there's no good place to go down.
Either that or a creature playing.
It's just terrifying. Just standing there in the middle of the road in the night. It's just terrifying. I don't know. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Generally not a safe thing. Imagine somebody actually drives by and they're just some deranged motherfucker and then you just get stabbed. Nah, bro. Or there's like some wild animal will just like eat you. Not worth it. Not worth it.
The bungalows back there.
The bungalows?
It's like complete darkness too. It's like complete. It's just dork.
You mean the bongos?
The bongos?
What the hell is bungalows?
The little drums?
Those are bongos.
Now I hear it from this way.
Holy fuck, that one was loud. Wait, that one was really clear.
They're trolling us, bro.
They're surrounding us. What's right there?
What is that?
I don't know.
Maybe it's like something that goes under, like a tunnel.
Oh, that would be where they hide, bro.
It is.
Oh shit.
That's definitely what it is.
You think the noises were coming from here? Or?
Definitely.
All right, guys, the conclusion. We went over the theories. I don't think the guy was pranking us. That would be so...
Honestly, that's my theory. No offense to you, brother, but I think he a little cuckoo.
But the animal thing, I think it's possible it could have been some animal. Then there's like the paranormal theories, obviously, like it was a ghost. And then the last one, which it's some sort of creature, like a skinwalker. Usually at the end of these videos, we figure out like, oh, it was just this. We pull off the mask of Scooby-Doo, and it's just Ethan. But yeah, I mean, like, we went...
I'm assuming it was an animal in combination with his military past that made him react this way. That's simple. I think it's really that simple.
Over the whole call, the call's crazy. The bang is the craziest part by far.
What the fuck?
But I think there is a world where it could be him hitting the top of the car. I think that is possible. We talked to the police, they didn't have anything. We see the actual police report. We eventually get that. That makes it look even less believable. The only thing we really have is talking to Rusty, and he seems to believe the guy, and he seems legitimate to him. But the one thing I thought was interesting that Rusty said was that
he feels that he saw something.
He didn't say he believes there was some sort of creature. We didn't bust the case of the 911 call this time. I failed you. I'm sorry.
Let us know what you guys think it is.
How many comments should I respond to?
6 or 7.
But guys, go follow my Instagram. Go subscribe at 3 million. Me and Eric are rating area.
You're not rate. Nobody is rating Area 51. That's not happening. I think it could have really just been an animal, and his brain turned it into something it's not, out of fear. That's my assumption. Sorry, I was interrupted. Anyways, real quick, where was I? Yeah, I think it was just an animal that, literally, he turned it into, because of his military past, turned it into something it is not, and that's the result of it, pretty much. That's what I believe. That's what it really is. That is what I think is most likely. He just, because of PTSD, I don't know, maybe he turned it into a 7 feet tall creature. That would also explain like the blood part and like the man part potentially. But yeah, that's all I have. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alright. I am taking a quick break, and then we'll jump into the next video, but I must take a quick break. I will be right back, and then we'll see. So yeah. Back. I've returned. Okay, I've looked more into that Hinderman video. And I've realized I probably, because of this is such a heavy topic, I should possibly not react to that. Mainly also because of YouTube's AI. I feel like this is currently not a smart idea. I feel like I don't want to risk it. I feel like I don't want to risk that. So that request I can't take. Probably. Because I don't want to risk that. The way YouTube's AI is right now, while the original video is up, it might still affect me, like the shoe on head situation. So that's probably not a good decision. That's probably not a smart thing to do. Due to that fact, probably not a good idea. Remember, they strike you now for criticizing child abuse. So yeah, probably not a good idea. Probably really bad idea. What do we watch? I can summarize it in the comments. You can do that. That's fine. That's fine. You can do that. What do we look at next? Let's do this one.
I talk a lot on this channel about...
Look, let's do some more looks maxers. Yeah, it's just YouTube's AI is that way now, where like overly crazy topics, you're gonna get, unfortunately, very likely, your anus is gonna be split open with the YouTube AI. That's probably not a good idea as it stands right now. That's just not a good idea. Overall, in recent times. And it's weird that none of the like really big creators are even talking about it. Because eventually they're gonna be on the chopping block too, right? It's already happened with big, semi-big creators, right? 300,000, 600,000. That's usually that is usually the case. Hi Vegetable, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. What is happening, chat? We're reacting to some videos. We're gonna look at this. This is gonna be interesting. Let's see, because I got this recommend. I got a bunch of interesting things recommended that I want to look at. So there was a man named Chandra who was falsely accused of blasphemy. He did not even get the chance to fight for himself. He was dragged straight from the police station to the public, only to be... Oh man, that's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. Wow. Crazy. And the police did likely not intervene. They let it happen. They probably were even for it, which is crazy. Yeah, I'll let Terrified Man finish this. We're not gonna jump into video until we're done with this. But yeah, funnily enough, the Cameron video, right? The one with the other guy, right? I did not get any people calling me ugly in the comments. That was really interesting. That was very interesting. That I did not get any people calling me ugly. Or sub 5 or other crazy shit. It still frustrates me that I cannot. It still frustrates me that I cannot react to the shoe on a video. That is pissing me off. Very much. And this happened because he said all gods are the same and they're all kind. All are kind. Do not fight because of God. That the Islam people attacked him and the government of Bangladesh did nothing. Oh. Oh. I am honestly not surprised. Remember that incident in France? Where they killed a man for criticizing Islam? Remember that? Yeah. I am kind of, okay? Kind of. Not surprised. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, that kind of does not surprise me, then. That really does not surprise me. Ginger are pretty, I guess, sure. The Muslim keep attacking Hindus in Bangladesh. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. That happens. I'm gonna say it the way it is. Where Islam is really big, that happens with most minority religions. They even burned a home with a 7-year-old girl in it. Oh, well, that's rough. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm shocked, but I'm not surprised. Anyways, we'll now to more happy topics. Surprised you didn't know about this. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't. I'm a Muslim too. Yeah. As long as you're not ending people because of your religion and eradicating dogs and marrying minors, we good. Then we good. As Indians and children, they always blame India, the same country that saved Bangladesh. Oh, okay. Wow. Again, surprised but not shocked. Shocked but not surprised. That's the way. Anyways, we're gonna look at something more happy, I guess. I'm not. Then we good, dude. Then we good, vegetable. Then we good. Then we good. Then we good. Then we good. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. Not really. Anyways, we're gonna be looking at this. New unrealistic body standards just dropped by Jackson Field. We're gonna look at that. Interesting. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. We'll jump in. By the way, Kermit is not doing well. Look at this. Kermit is not doing well. He's just hanging around there. He looks like he had a hangover or something. I wonder. This is definitely gonna be men-centered. So we're gonna look at this.
I talk a lot on this channel about social media and the implications of the Industrial Revolution. I've talked about Snapchat, dating apps, Sigma males, but none have been quite as interesting as a term that has come out of the woodwork in the last 12 months known...
You mean the black pill?
As
the black pill, looks maxing, right? Those things. It makes sense. By the way, was that a pregnant Sonic? It all comes back to Mpreg. It all comes back to Mpreg.
Looks maxing. If I was to tell you that you just got mogged, would you think that was an overall positive experience or a negative experience?
Getting mogged. I'm mogging nobody, by the way.
That just happened to you. I'll give you a hint. Getting mogged is it's not good. You don't want that. You don't want to get mogged. Looks Maxing is a community of mainly men and young boys who discuss how to maximize your physical potential and look like the best possible version of yourself, which in my opinion is a great idea. But like any community focused on...
You know how, you know the rat universe, the rat paradise, whatever you want to call it? You know that experiment? You know this? At the end, right before the end of that experiment, right? The rats, there was a group of young male rats with only one goal in mind. They were called the pretty ones, the beautiful ones. They were only taking care of their appearance, not doing anything else, not properly socializing, not mating, nothing else. Right before those colonies of rats died out. I think this says a lot about society.
Looks, it can quickly turn toxic. Yes, someone should love you for you. Of course, that's all good and well, but why would you not want to be the best possible version of yourself? This is what the Looks Maxing community believes, and together we are going to step into this realm and see just what the hell is going on. What the hell is going on with that? First of all, let's talk about some tips for maximizing your looks. Some trade secret looks maxing looks tips to maximize your looks. Most of the stuff is really basic tips that if you just stop and think for more than 5 seconds, you're like, oh yeah, that's pretty obvious. That makes sense. It's basically a lot of the stuff that you would probably make fun of your sister for doing while growing up. Not that I've ever had a sister, but I'd imagine if I did have a sister, this is probably something that I would make fun of them for growing up.
I never made fun of my sisters. My sisters were throwing me into fields of hurty plans that were hurting me. That kind of thing. I was making fun. Or they pulled me on my leg and then dragged me painfully down the stairs. Sisters are diabolical. Sisters are diabolical. Do you know about the attack on Kashmir by terrorists? They checked the tourist thing to check if they were Muslim. If they weren't, they shot them and shot only the man and told the family to tell his wife to call the Indian government. They can't stop them. Yeah, I've heard that generally India's law and like police system is very special. It's like having a retarded little brother kind of energy, as far as I've heard. And from what I've seen from looking at all the true crime stuff. How many siblings am I? I am a sibling to 4 other people. Proper English. How many siblings do you have? 4.
But I don't have a sister. Number 1 is a skincare routine. Now, I know what you're thinking. Skincare routine? Isn't that what girls do? No, this isn't what girls do.
Don't care. Water's enough. Water is enough. Water is enough. That's it.
Okay, this is looks maxing. Okay, it's not the same thing. It's looks maxing. It's cool. Skincare routines are Barbies, and looks maxing is Action Men and GI Joes. Okay, looks maxing is totally different. To achieve clear skin, you also have to have 8 hours of sleep. You have to have a silk pillowcase because they're antibacterial. You got to ice your face, and you've also got to eat a lot of carrots. That's right, you did hear correctly.
I've never heard of this. Holy stopping frame. I've never heard of this. Eating carrots. Wait, Donald Trump is looks maxing? Interesting. It's not my native language, dude. It's not mine either. Ha. The Indian government answered by a secret operation that deleted a lot of terrorists and their homes. They have the military to the control. They could do whatever they want to Pakistan. Okay, understood.
Carrots literally turn your skin orange if you eat enough of them. That's a real thing. I'm not kidding. They also say to cut down on sugar because it can cause breakouts, but hey, fuck that. I had ice cream for dinner last night. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna lock me up, huh? Hey, guilty as charged, but look, I was with them until they said no sugar, okay? That's one thing I can't do. I guess
You know what the worst part is? They say no sugar. But then they eat things that just naturally have sugar. Like no sugar. Would that include fruits? Would that include those? Would that include anything? Even bread will be turned to sugar. What are you doing then? Any form of bread will turn into sugar. So what are you gonna do?
I'll just be looks mosting then, if that's the case. Number 2 is getting a haircut that suits your face shape. This is a great tip, one that I do not follow. I don't think I've had a good haircut for the past 6 years at least. I started cutting my...
What the fuck were you doing? The shit? What the... I'm gonna say it. Having a mustache is a troll look. You're just trying to troll people at this point. You're just trying to troll people at this point with a mustache. I'm being so for real. At this point, you gotta be a troll.
My own hair 4 years ago, and it's still shit. I don't know what I'm doing. Tip number 3, working.
But yeah, generally that's a good tip. I think like he's talking about fairly normal things like cut out sugar, get a nice haircut, working out. These are pretty normal things that most people probably should do. Not just men, but most people probably should do. So, yeah, these are still normal. I wonder if he's also gonna talk about the other crazy stuff like bone smashing. Or like all the surgeries.
Out. I know, it's a shocker. I never would have seen that one coming. I guess I'm not even looks mosting at this point. I'm just I'm just kind of look summing. Tip number 4 is the eye area. The eyes, they are the windows to the soul. You got to focus on these guys. They are the windows to the soul, the keys to some mad push. Trim your eyebrows, apply oils to thicken them, and dye them a shade darker if you need to. This is kind of an underrated one, I'm not gonna lie. I always knew there was something unexplainably alluring about the Grinch, and now that I know this tip, I know why. Tip number...
Hear me out, guys. Hear me out. If the Grinch was female, hear me out. Anyways, talking about sugar, Turkish streamer ate 2 kilograms of Turkish dessert at 3 a.m. You mean a Turkish streamer got diabetes at 3 a.m. in the morning? Mostly all my Muslim friends support what happened in Bangladesh. I've decided they all are the same and I hate them all now. Damn. Damn, yeah, but that's... Yeah, I don't think that if they support this, that you should hang around. These aren't friends. These are potential... these are potentially your annihilators at that point. It was a very hard dessert. 2 kilograms of sugar is diabolical.
5, and this is probably the most important one and the most talked about in the Looksmaxing community by far. Getting a stronger jawline. You can have a unibrow, bad skin, a terrible haircut, be built like my childhood imaginary friend Greg, but if you got a strong...
Yeah, you need that chiseled Chad part.
Jawline? Bro, you've done it. You've done it. Tips for this include chewing gum, gua sha, I hope I'm saying that right, which is where you get like a jade massage tool and you sculpt your face with it. It's supposed to help reduce inflammation and fluid buildup in your face, but a lot of people in the Looksmaxing community think that your face is like that one mini game in Mario Party and the gua sha is like the little white hand that stretches and moves your face around and shapes it. There's not a lot of evidence to support that this is the case. I don't think it can actually change your bone structure, but hey, who am I? I'm just a little guy on the internet. I don't know. But lastly and
yeah, that's true. There's literally no evidence in general to like taking a hammer and bumping it into your face over and over and over again. It literally does nothing for you. Like, very lightly.
Furthermore, the most talked about part of this entire community is mewing. No, sadly, it has nothing to do with Pokemon or the Pokemon Mew or Mewtwo for that matter. I think it was invented by this guy like Richard Mew.
Hi, I'm John Mew. You should have a look at Netflix.
Or something. I don't know if his name's Richard, but his last name's Mew. It's crazy. It's basically where you put your tongue at the roof of your mouth and just practice good tongue posture. It's supposed to help with facial development and jaw development and stuff. It stops you from being a mouth breather, which can affect like your teeth and like the way that your face grows through puberty. Does it make you look better in photos when you do it? Yeah. Does it change your entire facial structure if you continue to do it? Not really. Mewing does have an effect on your facial development, but the key word there is development. So this is while you're like still growing. If you're...
Yeah, basically like if you're mewing at like 25 or so, yeah, you're not getting anywhere. You're not getting anywhere. If you're mewing at like 25, you are not getting anywhere. That doesn't help you anymore. There's no face to be developed anymore. It's over.
35 and you think mewing is going to help you, buddy, you need to hit up Matt Rife because the only thing that's going to save you now...
That's not a real face of Matt Rife, is it?
...is a scalpel. The majority of transformations you see from mewing on TikTok are a little thing in the business we like to call puberty. Now, I'm not going to explain what that is today because...
I'm going to go even further. I'm gonna go even further than just say, yo, it's actually like puberty. It's weight loss. A lot of these dudes who say, look, I got a sharp jawline through mewing. No, you didn't. You started simultaneously working out and lost body fat. And that's why you have a chiseled jawline now. It's because you lost weight. It's not because you mewed.
If you don't know what that is, then you probably shouldn't be watching this video. Okay, so now we know how to Looksmax, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. I'm going to show you a little video and you have...
Well... Epstein does also not know what puberty is, so how does that matter? That does not correlate. You can be an adult and not know what puberty is. It'd be bad, though. It'd be bad, though.
To tell me just what is going on. Just what is going on in this video? Now, I know what you're thinking.
Buddy, I can make that way quicker. I can just break it so they can just realign it. How about that? How about that? How about that? I could just break your jaw and then it realign. You doctors can realign it. What the fuck?
What was that? What the hell was that? That was a very mild version of something called bone smashing. It's pretty much what you think it is. People take a literal hammer to their face and over time build up bone around where they hit to sculpt their face. That's the theory. And look, people do this, not on their face, but in other areas. People that do Muay Thai do this to their shins so that they can kick harder. But doing this to your face? That is unhinged. That is unhinged behavior. I actually can't believe I have to say this, but please don't repeatedly hit your face with a hammer. Just don't. You'll end up looking like that dude from Gerald's game. Okay? Don't do that. Mogging.
Sometimes you just need that giga chin. You need that giga chin to mog all other chins. You need a chin so strong. You need a jaw so strong that if you take a punch, the guy punching you just breaks his hand. No, his entire arm. His arm just flops off. Yeah, these things don't work, by the way. Where's their fucking Giga Chat snowman? Why are we being mogged by a snowman?
You just got mogged by a snowman. How does that feel? How does that feel? Originally, the term was used by bodybuilders to describe someone that outsizes everyone else in the gym. Oh my god, look, he just mogged everyone in the gym. He's so big, he just mogged everyone. You just mogged them. And then the modeling community took this term and used it to describe when someone outlooks everyone else in the room. Oh my god, he just mogged you, bro. He just mogged you in that photo. Look how good he looks. He just mogged you, bro. How does that feel?
Can I use mogging for outgooning somebody? Just questions. Just important questions.
Bill, you just got mogged. Mogging. And with that, the looks maxing community has adopted the term and now it's everywhere. Congratulations, you have now just graduated Mogwart's School of Wizardry. Oh god, I can't believe those words just came out of my mouth. I actually can't believe I just said that. But that
if you talk like this, just rope Max. Just rope Max at this point. But there's actually people who will talk like this. Like, there's people who will actually talk like this. Like, predominantly young guys, like 14, who talk like this. I've seen it. I've seen it. I have seen it before. It's diabolical. We're so cooked. Rat universe. I'm saying it still. The rat universe. Mouse universe. The beautiful ones. I'm saying it as it is.
That is a real thing. Mogwarts. That is real. A guy on TikTok literally has a course called...
Yes, they do not even, like, they don't date. Which is the funny, the funny connection between, like, not just like that they make themselves more pretty, more good looking. It's also that, like, they actually don't even date. Like, they don't do this because of women. They just want to be hotter than other guys. And there's so many, like, black pill edit accounts. I've seen so many black pill edit accounts. And, like, anything but actually making your own life better. You glaze other dudes instead of actually looks maxing as you say you do. And I'm, like, questioning, why are you gay? At this point, it's just you just gotta be gay. Like, if you glaze other men that much about their appearance, I need to ask this.
Called Mogwarts, where he teaches you how to looks max. That is a real thing. What a time to be alive. He even gave tips to XQC and he reacted to it.
Definitely above average when it comes to looks. He has some weak points though he can easily work on, specifically his eye area and his lips.
Granted, he didn't ask, but did it anyway. And that brings us to the part of this community that is not good. It is toxic. Very toxic. And that is people critiquing others. This is a big thing on TikTok. And hey, look, I get it. Some people just want an honest opinion of where they rank on the scale. But this isn't just a scale of 1 to 10. I would be happy if someone was like, oh yeah, you're like a 7 out of 10. No, that's not. That's putting it mildly. These people have every facet of the face down to a measurable science of why you're ugly, and it's actually insane. If someone said you had a negative canthal tilt, what the fuck do you think that means? You have a negative canthal tilt. Sorry, bro, it's over. It's over, sorry. No amount of mewing will save you. You have a negative canthal tilt. I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do. It's over. They don't just tell you that you're ugly. They break down.
Generally, I would say have good hygiene, dress well, work out, eat healthy. That is the things you should do, and that's about it. Work on your social skills, maybe. Yes, I'm saying that, even though I am the guy right now sitting in a glass house, throwing not just rocks, but boulders, regardless. Yeah, pretty much. I ate baklava for the first time, even though I'm Turkish. That is very interesting. Very interesting.
On exactly why scientifically you are certified ugly. Sorry, bro, you're scientifically ugly. Anyway, here's a list of everything wrong with your face. A dude I found goes crazy with the facial analysis. The account is called Chatify. Huh? I know, already wild, but the actual videos are crazy.
Face number 2, age 22. Let's get on with it. Here he is. He's looking very serious. I like the red brick. There's the left side, and here's the right side. I was hoping you'd smile for us, but the best features. Lengthy ramus. This guy's ramus is actually really good. He has an ideal gonial angle of 120 degrees. It looks great. His gonian undercuts his mouth by a substantial margin, and he has a near parallel to ground mandible, which is also extremely attractive. He has tight highlight skin, and he looks quite lean, which is good, and he has equal thirds of his jaw. He has a defined Cupid's bow. He has very dark and thick eyebrows. He has no hair loss. His hair is extremely thick, and he has full lips.
Okay, quite a few compliments so far. This is going well. He really loved those red bricks.
I like the red brick. On to the flaws, guys. He's a curved gonian and mandible. His face width to height ratio is a major flaw. Major,
bro. You only had to say it once. You didn't have to repeat that. You really didn't have to rub that in. We get it.
And this is causing a.
Well, they likely wanted, I'm assuming that he wanted that, but I don't know. I don't know. This all sounds silly. Like, why are you focusing so much on like the negative things in your, like, why are you engaging with the negative side of things to so much that it makes your life miserable? Not this guy in particular, but there's like many dudes who are like yapping. There's like a 16 or 17-year-old British boy on like TikTok who literally says it's over. Like, it's over. And I'm like, bro, you're not even fully developed yet. Chill. Actually, not even. I think it was like 15 or something. Actually, not 16 or 17. More like 15.
Bit of an oversized nose, and he has a little bit too much upper eyelid exposure. So at the end of the day, face number 2 scores a 5 out of 10. Time to chatify. Boom.
There's so much to break down here. It's actually insane. I didn't realize it was so technical. I couldn't think of anything worse than having my face torn down like that. Also, the chatification, what was that all about?
Boom.
And also, above all, why are you asking this guy for advice? This is the most face-tuned photo I have ever seen. That's not even a real hat. Why are you asking this guy for advice? His whole account is this. This sucks, man. Look, if you want a real rating, go to the True Rate Me subreddit. They are really way more reasonable over there.
19 female, be honest. Large forehead, no shape, not ideal.
5.2? That's not a 5.2. That is not a 5.2. She looks pretty. She looks 7 or 8. Stop. Not 5.2, the fuck?
Point two.
Let's talk about something I mentioned before, which is Canthal tilt. This is one of the ways that people rank your eyes. It's basically that one slider on the Me character creator that makes your Me look either really angry or really sad. No better way to fuck up someone's day than commenting on their Canthal tilt. There are a bunch of different eye types too. This is taking a leaf straight out of the Sigma male handbook here, you know, commenting on whether you have alpha or beta eyes, but instead of that, it's hunter or prey eyes.
Hunter eyes versus prey eyes. Which do you prefer, these or these?
They can't be serious. Look at these things. His eyes are going in two different directions. Where these? What would you prefer? Someone with these or someone with these? Personally,
the first one, obviously, the other one just looks silly. Of course, people like that do exist, but yeah.
I'm more of an arachnid eyes kind of guy, but that's just me. This is actually getting ridiculous. Someone has come up with an exercise.
I mean, spider girls are hot. I can't complain. Spider women are hot. I'm not referring to women in a Spider-Man costume. I mean, like, literally, women, girls, monster girls. Totally fine.
Eyes chart on how to get hunter eyes. I've been on the internet a long time. I've seen some things. Terrible. But this has to be up there with some of the dumbest, most brain-rotted things I have ever seen. And that's saying something. Even your eye color isn't safe these days. I don't know if this is a chart that optometrists use, and ignore the lady under this. I couldn't find the original image. I could only find the TikTok talking about it with this weird lady just filming her eyes. Gone are the days of saying, oh, I wish I had blue eyes. Now it's I wish I had A10 eyes with a positive Canthal tilt with a hunter profile. Overall, I think this whole community has transcended its original purpose and has become almost more of a meme than anything. Like all communities, I think looks maxing has a lot of great benefits. Caring about the way you look is healthy. You should take pride in how you look and how you dress and feel confident in yourself. And there are so many great tips being thrown out there on just how to present as the best version of yourself. But if you get too deep into these communities, it can become incredibly toxic and can actually have a negative effect on your confidence and your self-worth, which is the complete opposite that these communities were started for in the first place. You can also just end up being a narcissist. It's just
narcissist is not something you get. Narcissist. Stop using narcissist as something that you can get or something that's like every woman and their grandma uses narcissist. My ex was a narcissist. Stop. I hate this word because it's like it has been mainstreamified. I don't like it. You cannot become a narcissist. You either are born a narcissist or you're not. And most people are not. Chill. You cannot become a narcissist.
just so normalized to post videos like this. No caption. Nothing. That is not normal behavior. Go outside, you freak. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I hope you got something out of this. I hope you guys can also looks max or looks some or looks kind of. And yeah, leave a like on the video if you enjoyed. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Leave a comment of a Chad Easter Island emoji statue in the comments below if you made it this far in the video. And with that, I will see you all in the next video. Bye-bye.
Yeah, what can I say? What can I say? He didn't really talk about the true extremes of how deep it actually goes. It goes much deeper than he talked about. Like, it gets worse with that, what is it called? Calvicula? I don't know what that man is called. It goes much deeper. It goes much worse. There's much worse, right? Looks maxing also entails extensive surgery. It entails leg lengthening surgeries that potentially you may never be able to properly walk again. That kind of stuff. Jaw surgeries is diabolical. It goes much deeper than that. And this isn't just like young men doing this. This is like teenagers doing this. This is like teenagers saying, yo, the first thing once I turn 18 is get a surgery for my face or get a surgery for my legs. That kind of stuff. It is horrible. It is horrible. The beauty industry finally got us, boys. They finally got us. They finally have us. They had the women for centuries, and now they got us. I'm just saying. Anyways, Like, comment, and subscribe. They are getting us, slowly but surely, to make a buck. Quick buck. And I find it funny how this started. First we had crazy women telling other women that they have to have ridiculous standards. Then the women started putting their ridiculous standards on the men, and then the men started looks maxing. Very interesting. Very interesting. The pipeline. And now they're not even, the guys that are looks maxing, they're not even dating. That's the worst part. They're not even dating. They're really, it's diabolical. There's a great meme reset that means 2026 will move on from 6-7 and Italian brain rot. There is no meme reset. Memes are eternal. Memes are eternal. That's why they're memes. Let me see what we're doing. This is funny.
In the middle.
This is funny. We're gonna watch that. That's funny. This is gonna be a short, funny one. Possibly. It's still diabolical, but still funny. Why is it always males that get eaten during sex? I don't even know I can say that without the video getting demonetized, regardless. By Minute Earth. Very, very interesting. We're gonna look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps a lot. We'll go in. Yeah, there's a lot of animals where after the fun part comes the girls become hungry. Yeah, I know, Shadow Clips. I know, we need to do that as well. They just become hungry. And then you get eaten. Tarantulas are a good portion of that. You just get eaten. Or, what was it? Or, not just eaten, but self-sacrificing yourself. You just sacrifice your entire existence. There were these worms on the water that essentially shoot their stuff into the girls, exploding themselves. Yep.
In the middle of baby making, a female praying mantis will sometimes chomp down on a male's head, then devour him as she finishes mating with him. And mantises aren't alone. Many different species lunch on their lovers. But one thing is remarkable.
Human women do that too. They don't eat you, but they eat you financially. But yeah. It's common when women too. There's real man-eaters out there.
Remarkably consistent. It's almost always the females doing the eating. Why is it dudes that always end up as dinner? Hi, I'm Kate, and this is Minute Food.
Kate?
Oh, sorry, this is Minute Earth. All sorts of critters will occasionally munch on members of their own species. But here, we're talking specifically about when an animal eats its mate, or potential mate, before, during, or right after baby making, which scientists call sexual cannibalism. And
Get so turned on, you eat your husband. You get so into it that you eat your husband. Interesting.
Think about it. Since females are the sex that lays the eggs or nurtures the offspring inside their own bodies, if a male eats a female before, during, or right after mating, there won't be any babies. So any male who regularly dined on his dates wouldn't be able to pass along the habit. It can really only be females that make a habit of lunching on their lovers. And sometimes that habit really pays off. Like killing off a baby daddy that otherwise would have helped raise the babies doesn't make a lot of sense. But in species where males don't help out, the female gets left alone to raise the babies, sometimes a lot of babies, which takes a lot of energy. So if a convenient protein-packed snack is like right there, it benefits her big time to chow down. One study found that mantis females that ate their mates laid more than twice as many eggs as those that didn't.
Eat your man. Get more babies. Don't let this don't show this to the women. Don't show this to the women. They will start eating their men. Stop. Stop. We need to take this video down. Stop. We're out of control here. We're definitely out of control here. Like, just imagine, like, you ask your mom where your dad is, and then your mom just says, I ate him. I ate him. I needed the protein so I could birth you. I ate him.
which might make it seem like mate eating helps both female and male mantises leave behind a bigger genetic legacy. But since the male ends up dead, his future prospects are over. If he hadn't been eaten, he could have gone on to mate again and again, leaving way more babies behind. In some cases, though, getting eaten does seem to benefit males. After redback spiders mate, the male often somersaults into the female's fangs, offering himself up to her. Scientists think this self-sacrifice evolved because in this species, the vast majority of males get eaten by predators before they ever get a chance to mate.
To be fair, there's also a few species that where once they mate, the male is just so exhausted it just dies. It just dies in some of the cases where it's like too exhausted to continue living. That also happens.
So if a male redback does get lucky enough to actually get lucky, he's almost certainly not going to get another chance. He might as well sacrifice himself to his mate to make sure the babies are well provided for. So we've covered why males get eaten during and after baby making. But what's up with eating a potential partner before mating, which guarantees exactly 0 offspring from the pair-up? Well, in certain species, like fishing spiders, competition is intense. So it really pays for females to be super aggressive. And all that innate aggression can accidentally end up directed toward a potential mate. Whoops. The bottom line is that while it seems totally unthinkable to us, sometimes it does make sense for females to plate their dates. Uncertainty about your future isn't just uncomfortable. It quietly shapes a lot of decisions we make every day. Most of us will eventually face a moment when a job no longer feels stable, meaning...
Are you trying to find excuses to eat your men? Stop. 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 My bills are high. I'm gonna eat my boyfriend. Can't pay the house. I'm gonna eat my boyfriend. Stop. I lost my job. I'm gonna eat my boyfriend.
Or flexible enough. That's why this video is sponsored by Triple 10, an online tech bootcamp built for people who are starting from scratch. What I like about them is that you don't just study and disappear into the job market alone. Triple 10 gives you unlimited externship projects even after graduation, so your portfolio grows with you. 82% of Triple 10's grads get hired in 6 months or less. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code now for your free career consultation with Triple 10. Let's make your future freedom friendly. Thanks, Triple 10.
That's it. We have domesticated monkeys. Interesting. Makes me glad I'm cricket and not mantis, even if I don't get any babes. Babies or babes, regardless. You don't get either. Anyways, interesting. Interesting. I would have... Like, it does make sense, right? It does make sense. Energy, other stuff, more eggs. It does make sense. Let's just not put that on humans. Let's just not put that on humans. Like, imagine coming home and your girl is already standing in the doorframe with a steak knife and is like, "Come here, honey, dinner's ready." Spoiler alert, you're the dinner. Let's not do that for humans, thank you. If your pregnant wife just stands there with a steak knife and just like stabs you. I will switch to the German. You could have heard that. You have heard that. Almost. Sometimes it happens. The German. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Oh god. Add video. I'm gonna throw you. Yoink. Regardless, that was interesting. That was cute and interesting. But we have a video game video, so we need to do that. So Little Shadow Eclipse is very happy. And then we do some Sora 2 AI trailers. Is that gonna be funny? But you German? Yes, I'm German. I'm German. Anyways. Dude, look out! We have another one of these, as usual, at this point. Surprised there was no cat video. Knife would be a mercy, probably, but still, you never know. You never know. Oh, it's a Valkyrie profile game too. Interesting, interesting, very interesting. The edgiest SRPG, Valkyrie profile Covenant of the Plume by K-Bash. As usual, niche JRPGs, though that's an SRPG, whatever that means. I've never heard that term. I've never heard the, unless it means strategy RPG. I think that's what it could mean. I'm not pretty sure. Anyways, we'll go in getting eaten and not be able to resist out of exhaustion and nightmare fuel, probably. You're trying to get away still. Well, you can't because you're too exhausted. Let's see. Let's see if it's like the other two. Let's see if it's more like the first one or the second one. I'm not going to stream today. A family friend died yesterday afternoon. Damn, that sucks. My condolences, buddy. It's rough. Makes sense. It's rough.
Dude, look out! Oh! Valkyrie Profile, famous JRPG franchise. Fine. I'll just talk to my...
Famous. Famous, huh? Famous. The reason why I'm put off by the first one is essentially really just the fact that you have to sacrifice units. I do not like that. I don't like sacrificing my units. I like having my units. I like having them until the end. That's why I usually also don't really like Fire Emblem. I do like it, but I don't really play it often because the grief is just too big. I don't like to sacrifice my women, my wives.
Myself. The first entry is a certified hood classic, violent, technical, cropped, and deliberate. It featured the Valkyrie Lenneth, one of a trio of Valkyries, tasked with saving the world in the face of Ragnarok. The sequel's a late bloomer, but well-loved. It's puffy and complex, even compared to the original, but meaningfully built on the play established in the first. The player controls a mortal possessed by Silmeria, the youngest and most rebellious Valkyrie, in a quest to topple Odin himself. Enter Covenant of the Plume, the lone DS title.
That was on the DS. Okay, let's see where this is going again.
Well, that's the last of the classic titles. This must be it. Valkyrie Profile 3, featuring the third sister, Hrist. What are you, stupid? Are you dumb? Covenant of the Plume, which I'll be shortening to Coom, apologies, is an SRP.
How dare you shorten it to Coom? No, I don't want to play Valkyrie Profile Coom. No! How dare you? Oh no. Crazy.
Which might seem strange at a glance, but Valkyrie Profile was always strategic and somewhat technical. Turns out that's not by mistake. According to this 99 dev interview, the original VP title almost ended up as an SRPG itself. That's fascinating considering Coom. The game's not your average genre copycat, not even close, and more accurately...
He's actually stuttering. He's actually following through with this. He's actually calling it Coom. That is diabolical. You should try this game. I don't know.
It resembles a regular Valkyrie Profile game if you had to wander through a tactical grid to start combat. It's not an exploration of that original Valkyrie Profile strategy concept, it's a compromise with what the game became. That's really interesting! So, let us, you and I, become Covenant of the Plume enjoyers. Coomers, some say. Coom's a little different.
Coomers is diabolical. I hate you for this. I hate you. Now I can't take it seriously at all.
For a VP game, and it might as well be a spin-off, but since it's one of 3 extant games with that logo, and Lenneth shows up, I guess we're giving it a pass. Regardless, there are no playable Valkyries, in the main game anyway. No, you get Wilfred. Hope you like Wilfred! Buddy Boy's a white mop swordy edgelordian, okay? VP was always dark, and arguably 1 is still darker, and less sophomoric, but Coom here really brings the bleeding edge. The Valkyrie. She took my father away from me, all the way to Valhalla. She's pure evil, and I won't stop until my howling blade bathes in Valkyrie blood. Dude, holy shit. Imagine your dad dies and is recognized as a hero by the closest thing to an arbiter of justice in the world, and gets to feast in Valhalla for all time. Would you have preferred he roast for all eternity? I can understand a little. His father's death shattered his mother's mind, and he's thrust into the workforce, or the mercenary world, to make ends meet. Life's
thrust into the workforce. Everyone, once they turn 18, thrust into the world of bill paying and broken dreams. Classic.
Sucks, and then you die. Thankfully, Wilfred brought a friend, this happy little sunspot Ansel. Be a real shame if the last single pillar of your support network died tragically in a "I killed my best friend during a demon attack by empowering him with a cursed feather I found to ensure our survival" moment. But what are the chances of that? And so, Wilfred runs away from the mercenary company, his friend's blood on his hands, to exact vengeance on Lenneth. Strap the f*** in for this one. Everything seems pretty average, or at least up front. You click locations on a map, read some dialogue, stock up at the shop, and run through missions. There's a pile of side quests, like most SRPGs, but let's ignore that. The first thing you gotta know is that Coom is made to be played multiple times, like the other Valkyrie profile games. It wants you getting the bad ending and starting over with your acquired knowledge and power, levels and skills, and all of that.
Thankfully. Thankfully. See, I would probably play this with the guides so I can get the good ending so I don't have to retry again. It's very simple. Already know what Uma is in Japanese. What is Kuma? Fluid comes as black, brown, and white. A cow? Cow.
Carry over. It's extremely easy to walk into impossibly difficult scenarios, overwhelming resistance from enemies, all of that bad stuff that normally makes players quit. It's not balanced for a newcomer or even longtime genre fans to just roll in expecting to win every fight with mechanical skill. But that sounds terrible! Yes, except that little thing Wilfred did to his best friend in the intro is the expectation. If you walk in like it's Fire Emblem, trying to reset every time someone dies, you're gonna close the game and never come back. Coom wants you killing your friends. I'm gonna say that again. Coom wants you killing your
Wait. You have to get rid of them? Well, what is the difference between it and then Valkyrie Profile 1 at that point? Right? It's like really close to the same. Almost. From the feeling.
friends. Bleeding fucking edge, dude, yes! That's not exactly accurate. It's more that you'll be forced to draw on that mechanic if you want to progress at all. For now, let's talk basics. Coom kinda schmoovin' though? Unlike your traditional FFTs or Vandal Hearts, I guess, Coom's not about individually powerful units. You still want them powering up as much as possible, but the goal in basically any battle is to move your squad into position, surround an enemy, and mug them to death. Just really let them have it. Could the director be a fellow Yggdra Union fan?
Oh my god! The commander's been shot in the eye!
And of course...
What the heck was that random dialogue? The commander was shot in the eye! A bear? Now I need to check how they say cow. Interesting.
Of course, the point, like all of Valkyrie profile combat, is to build up points to dump on special attacks. Okay, but that is a human being doing that. These aren't Einherjar. These aren't the souls of the dead empowered by the Valkyrie. These are men. There's something really funny about these commoners rolling onto the battlefield in a time of war and strife and peasant uprisings just to drop sick anime schmoves on anyone they meet. We are gathered here today to mourn the death of John Johnston, who died on the battlefield of Omega Sword Art Rising Phoenix Desperado Strike. Aside from basic attacks, which, like any VP game, are reorderable in a menu, you want to be powering up with passive traits and unlocking special abilities to increase your move distance. Lots of cool utility stuff, plus the ability to draw aggro. Why is the draw aggro ability stuck in a game like this?
Well, maybe you want a particular character to be targeted, I guess. There must be characters that are usually more tanky. So that would be the ultimate way. Yushi is cow. New word unlocked. Nice.
This genre loves directional attacks, breaking enemy formations, protecting squishier, high damage units. Why is it stuck in the Valkyrie Profile spin-off game? No, it's fine. I'll be staring at walls for a while. Now, I've been trying to get into this thing, but Coom's a little strained. It's edging up to the greats, but not quite getting there. Why is that? Well, the stages are mostly varied with little walls and obstacles. Elevation isn't super important, but it gets used for choke points on occasion. The problem is when the CPU doesn't do anything or can't attack, and you can barely attack, and you're just trying to push through a roadblock, and the game goes from fast and frenetic to
So the auto movement of the enemies is stupid. Oh, I know another game where enemies moving stupid is very special. There's this one small wild zone in ZA where the Pokemon will just fly and walk under the scaffolding. And obviously, if they're too big, they will get stuck there, and then you can't get to them. It's frustrating and annoying. Same energy here, I'm assuming.
Annoying in a blink. You could probably plan around moments like this if Coom were an average SRPG, but there aren't any generic units to speak of. Okay, I can't load up on archers. It's a Valkyrie profile game. Every character has a profile, and most of them are locked into melee combat. And that's fun because the stages, though varied, are usually really big. Like, really, really big, or full of hazards, or both large and full of movement impeding snow. So many missions are absolute crawls, ridiculous slogs through nonsense so you can pile on and beat ass, and that'd be doable. I can see the designer vision, make him trudge through hell, so when they open a can on the last dude standing, it'll feel amazing. Is what I would say if I were imagining how this game feels instead of experiencing how it actually feels in real time. You know, if you had to travel in FFT, for example, that was usually a design consideration. Arrows, elevation, spells, a challenge. Coom doesn't feel very designed at times. And I wasn't kidding about unwinnable scenarios. Unless you're willing to use the plume to kill your friends, some of these missions are, played straight, legitimately RNG.
What the actual fuck? What the heck? What the heck? What are we doing? So it's RNG whether you can win or not? Motherfucker, that sounds horrible as hell. Stuck Pokemon, throw a Pokeball, solved. Yeah, but if it's your Pokemon, that's no longer as funny. If you're, if you have a Pikachu and you send it to do Volt Tackle and it starts side questing, then you can't do anything. I've had this with multiple Pokemon where they like, you would attack the Pokemon that they should attack would be right in front of you, but their auto movement just was like, okay, I'm gonna walk to the left, all the way to the left to the end of the wild zone, and then behind the scaffolding, and then I can get through the scaffolding anymore and do the attack. It doesn't matter. When they go side questing, they go side questing.
Based. This one NPC will walk directly into her death. Constantly, unless you abuse skills you likely won't have, or you use the plume. Now, FFT does this too. Glass houses. I hear you, but to be fair, it happens at least twice in Coom. But fine, it's a different game, doing its own thing. And the design isn't anti-fun all of the time. Sometimes it's
It is just, there is games, strategy RPGs, where the NPCs are genuinely stupid. I genuinely mean that. They will actively run into getting their ass whooped. I've had this a lot when I was playing Langriser. Especially the gacha one. These characters are that stupid. These NPC characters are that acoustic. We got autistic Pokemon. Yeah, that's what it feels like. It feels like so stupid. They just go side questing.
Extremely funny. What's with
edgy mechanics? Beware, power unlocked by darkness will claim its vessel's life at battle's end. Would you yet invoke the plume?
The plume. Using it ensures a unit will die at the end of a mission, but it also powers up that unit to truly godly power levels, making them superhuman. You can practically solo levels using it. I think that's just hilarious from a design standpoint. Like, first and foremost, this is a tactical game, but if you don't want to engage with those tactics, or can't because the design is too sharp for your first run of the game, well, just burn up one of your friend's souls. Had a heartfelt moment or saved their life? Who cares?
Just sacrifice them. Problem solved. Oh boy, this is a game. I can tell that this is truly one of the games. Oh no.
They're just tools at your disposal. Like, You're made to do this and encouraged to if you want to see every ending, especially the good ending. I'm thinking that might be why the game ain't all that popular. Now remember, Coom is very dark. Wilfred is a broody boy, so you're not just trying to defeat your enemies, you have to drop the base, rack up the dam, overkill them into oblivion, and skull their corpses. God, sorry, I'm trying to do a thing. Just you. You don't just want to win, you need to deal excessive damage. Overkill enemies, which makes sense. Valkyrie Profile was always about stacking hella combos and dropping fat specials. It's a great thematic way to work with pre-established mechanics, alongside a newfound narrative conceit. But you do this to gain sin points. Sin points. Mind blow. Once you're the sinningest boy, the person who gave you the plume, Hell, the Queen of Niflheim, the underworld.
Yeah, I was already expecting for this woman to somewhere show up at this point. What is with these games just loving to pull out hell? Fire Emblem does that too for the gacha for Fire Emblem Heroes. I'm not surprised. Yeah, sin points. Sin points, very interesting.
Or at least Hell's confidant anyway, will give you little gifts. Now isn't that precious? Valkyrie Profile games always have multiple endings, and that all ties directly into plume usage. If you're on a fresh save, you're getting the bad ending, barring use of a guide or other knowledge. Medium ending at best. This is where the ending chart comes in handy. Basically, Coom is split into 3 major routes that determine what characters you encounter and recruit at all. And it's not a big number. That first run squad is sparse. You'll be able to choose at the first diverging path, which will lead into an easy, normal, or hard fight, with literally 0 indication, by the way. But after that battle, you're on a train track that branches based on plume usage. You can actually game over by consuming all of your party members and be forced to restart your playthrough. It's wild. That sounds fine and all, but 2 playthroughs is something like a 30-hour commitment, and the game's not overly beautiful or enjoyable enough to justify it for most people.
That's very true. That's very true. Notice how I said that Valkyrie Profile 1 was pretty, Valkyrie Profile 2 was pretty. I haven't said that here. It really isn't. The sprite work isn't that amazing. I guess the character profiles are interesting, but that's about it. It's not really that pretty.
Character designs are neat. Some of their personalities are really compelling. I love Gwendol here because he's basically the most jaded, horrible man on the planet.
I can't with this game. Look at that slide!
One thing.
Damn, bro had a Garu slide right there. Kicked him, sliced him in half, kicked him down, and he made the Garu slide. WWE NXT Europe will happen. They announced it like 2 years ago after they shut down. Okay, Europe is launched. See lots of European wrestlers, including Germans. Okay. To be fair, I really don't care. Last time I engaged anything with wrestling, like directly, was a video game on the PlayStation 3.
Coom does surprisingly well is writing. I don't think the story itself, flawed and fairly strained quest for revenge on a lesser deity literally everyone accepts as good just because life sucks and poverty is a state of being. I don't think that works overly well. We all know Wilfred's gonna get his shit together eventually and turn his blade on Hell, the real antagonist from the intro. But
yeah, interestingly enough, that's gonna take a while. Is that game available for PC or Switch? You'd have to emulate it because it's a DS game.
The actual writing is like PSP FFT competent, that emulated Shakespeare stuff that's challenging for some people, but engrossing for others. Having read enough Billy Shakes in my time, I find it competent, and sometimes really impressive, actually emotive. It does more for the game than the visuals and the gameplay, I'd say. And sometimes it carries over to the cutscenes as well. I didn't really groove with the second game's mellower tone. I mean,
a mellower tone isn't really all that bad. Can be good. Depends on how it's executed, usually.
It's aesthetic, but there's very little edge to VP2. It's a way more pillowy narrative than you'd expect coming off the first entry, but Covenant came out swinging. This game's vile, cruel, sad, I live, love, laugh this stuff, dude. Profound human misery. We stand. Part of me wishes I could recommend this more. I mean, the credentials are inarguable. If you want to do a lot of stuff for a long time, power up over playthroughs and
I guess, yeah, but realistically, it's just not. Though you could play other strategy RPGs that are just better, straight up. Like, you could play Pokemon Conquest. And while it's not that deep, you could still play it. You can play that game if you want. I'd rather play the first or the second.
Basically take your little human goon squad to godly levels. Sure, that's all there, with plenty of endings and side quests and things to do. It's a surprising amount of game for its size, and like any Valkyrie profile title, there's a bonus Seraphic Gate mode where you can select your squad and challenge the sick and twisted designers who masterminded it. The real conflict I'm having is over its place in the Valkyrie profile lineage. On one hand, yo, video games! On the other, I don't know if it's good enough. So what does Coom do to earn its place? It emulates the other VP games in all kinds of ways: the aesthetics, the item names, the special attacks, and the fundamentals of combo combat. It isn't trying to be wildly different, just branch out slightly. I mean, the real functional difference is making your characters walk. You know, adding 3D space. I have a feeling longtime fans might be turned off by the handheldness of the game. It's not this premium main console piece, it's a side thing. And it's not written so well that it's life-changing, so really, what's the draw? Well, arguably, and only if you're interested in the lineage of the games, Coom has a greater narrative relevance to the original than the sequel. That first PS1 game was all about selling a broken, tired world on the brink of total collapse, and it dramatized the lives of mortals at the expense of the protagonist's screen time. That's a pretty powerful concept, and 2 didn't really build on it. It diverged and made basically everything about the protag and her friend group, and fleshes out the world. Coom picks up that old thread again with the
I fight for my friends. Simply put. Yeah, okay. Then it has a little bit more relevancy story-wise, but does that save the game? Does that save the game? Yeah, I don't think these games have anything to do with it, because this is Valkyrie Profile, not Valkyrie Elysium. I don't think these games have anything to do with each other.
A mortal main character, a wide array of nobles and commoners, and it works pretty damn well as a war story. Something that feels natural for Valkyrie Profile because war threads its DNA. But it goes beyond that. Wilfred isn't a fantastic protagonist. Not really, but he is subversive. He's melancholy, brooding, miserable, edgy, yes, but way more fun than early game Lenneth. Way more interesting than Alicia, for the most part. If only because he has the agency to do bad things. And he's directly looped into the conflict.
That's all great and nice, right? That's all great and nice. He's a good character, but can you goon to him? That's a different question. That's a really important question. Is he a hot baddie? He's probably not, I can tell.
Not just the quest for revenge against Lenneth, but the human conflicts the games often gloss for their relative irrelevance to the gods. I wasn't always impressed, but some of the scenes are memorable, compelling drama. I will say that Coom fumbles the bag at times. Sure, Wilfred will act on occasion, but way too often he's stuck, standing stock still while 2 other characters kill each other, or go through trauma and he's there, 3 feet away, like... As for the endings, spoilers by the way if you care, the early ending has Freya flying down to Midgard and bopping you on the head. The bad ending, as you'd expect, involves a battle with Lenneth, but Wilfred ultimately fails to kill her soul, and Hel exacts the price of her aid by taking Wilfred to Niflheim. Everything was for nothing. You were a pawn. It sucks that the player should see this ending coming from the intro, but can't meaningfully avoid it on a first play. Kinda shoots the game in the foot, capping enjoyment like that. In the normal ending, Wilfred's dad confronts him because he's an Einherjar in Lenneth's service, and he ultimately sacrifices himself to save Will from eternal suffering in hell. Okay, not happy, decidedly miserable, but Will learns something. We witness a horrible tragedy. Not bad! The good ending, the hardest ending to get, naturally involves Will battling with a lesser deity to save his soul and set the world right. These are all kind of limp by comparison. Lenneth literally ascends to God of Creation status in 1, and Alicia becomes the strongest being in the universe at one point. Will's just the guy with a magic feather and anime moves. It tries to cap off the political B-plot that runs through the game, which is easily the more compelling story, but it ultimately steps aside so Will, who's deeply embroiled in all of it, can cleanly and safely extricate himself from the good stuff to do the stuff the plot demands. In that sense, the ending doesn't really matter. The real drama of lives lived in Midgard is always unfolding and wraps before the final battle.
Interesting. Okay, let's see where this goes. It's available on Switch. New game Valkyrie in 2022. Yeah, but I'm from what I've googled real quick, and from what I've seen, it isn't that good supposedly.
Will's fate is a footnote in a much grander painting, ultimately left neglected. But Coom still takes time to show how his life, and the lives of his mother and sister, pan out after the quest. It's the kind of story that feels genuinely like it could have used a little less direct godly presence, and more guidance from unseen forces. It could have been really compelling in a mysterious way that wasn't so definitive with its good and evil axes. A human story about fate and how the very powers Will seeks to destroy aid him in unseen ways until the truth is cryptically revealed. But now I'm writing fanfiction about a game that doesn't exist. I guess that means Covenant actually got me a little, huh? In the end, Coom lacks the raw quality of 1 and the scope of 2, but it's a game that goes in a couple of tiny squares and works. What more can you ask for?
No, not anime music! Not anime music! I'm gonna get castrated for this. Stop!
Hey, it's K-Bash. Huge thanks.
Wait, that's it? Alright, well, he's gonna say a special thanks to all the people, so special thanks to those that, help support him, because the videos are usually really fun. Oh, well, okay. So, pretty much, the game... It's not really... If you are interested into the story, then you can play it, and it adds more to the story than... the second one, but it misses on quality aspects. Sometimes, obviously, it also misses on how it looks. It's, like, weird that a PS1 game, that it's not, like, looking at how good some of the DS games are, I'm assuming that it also doesn't really look that good. There's some really good-looking DS games with incredible sprite work. I have to say that. So yeah, interesting. Yeah, it misses on a few spots then. It misses on a few spots. And I think, like, a lot of people don't really like games where you have to sacrifice your characters. And here it's even worse because you have to actively sacrifice them, right? They don't die because, like, you have to send them to Valhalla. They die because, you stab them. I guess. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Sorry, not playing that new game. Nah, I'm not playing. I haven't played any of the games. If I touch a single one, it'd probably be 2, to be fair, out of the 3 that I've seen. Well, 4 now. But yeah, I'd probably play 2. Hold up, guys. I'm quickly turning on the lights, because it's fucking dark in here. All right. Lights. Light is here. Okay. Next one I do want to watch is let's watch something. There's a lot of new games. Yeah, I know. Switch. I know. Sometimes you also need that money though. Let's do something more interesting. Did we do that? Let's do something interesting. Let's do that. Or do we do Linus Tech Tips? We're gonna do Linus Tech Tips.
Did you?
Because this seems very interesting. Let's do that. That seems very interesting. Let's see it. Apparently, there is a North Korean gaming console. The North Korean gaming console by Linus Tech Tips. I have no idea. We will look at this. I watched one with a phone, and that phone was incredibly diabolical on so many levels. That phone was crazy. Greatest North Korean glaze I have seen. Anyways, we'll look at this. We'll very much look at this. I am curious. I've seen that it looks like is supposedly similar to a Wii, so I'm curious. And this was from a year ago, so this is still fairly new. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate your support. Let's go in.
Did you know that North Korea made a clone console of the...
No, I did not know that. I only knew that they made, like, that phone, right? It was like a blend of multiple other phones. Which is crazy, by the way. You have to literally go to a shop to install apps. You can gamble, though, which is kind of funny.
Nintendo Wii? And did you know, ladies and gentlemen, that we got him?
I wonder how he got access to this, but yeah, it seemed... Okay, we have the camera thingy. That's probably the sensor, I'm assuming, right? Because the Wii had, like, this sensor thingy that you had to put on for it to be recognized, right?
Wait, what is UNOS? And why is everything in Chinese instead of Korean? Dancing with the Stars? Frozen? NBA? Actually, that last one kind of makes sense. But the rest of this is very confusing. What exactly makes this console...
Was that just Dwayne The Rock Johnson? The fuck?
North Korean? Are North Korean games unique, or are they just same but different? What I know is unique is this segue to our sponsor, Hetzner. Hetzner offers GDPR-compliant, high-performance cloud servers, which consist of on-demand cloud computing platforms and APIs on a metered pay-as-you-go basis. Don't miss out and use code LTT24 at the link down below to get 20 euros off.
No. Poké don't ask stupid questions, like, from where he got it. I need to ask stupid questions, because how the fuck do you even get these things? Like, genuinely, how the fuck do you get that? From North Korea, of course, but how? How did he get it out of North Korea? Wait, we still use these intros? Dubstep intro.
North Korea might not immediately spring to mind when you think of gaming, or even technology for that matter, but the Hermit Kingdom, surprisingly, has a fair bit of history in the space. In 2012, British travel company...
Did he just call it Hermit Kingdom? Huh? He bought it, and they literally shipped it? Why would North Korea give away their groundbreaking technology to competitors in other countries? Anyways.
The Choreo Tours commissioned Nosotech Information Technology to make a game to promote their packages of tours of the DPRK. The result was a title called Pyongyang Racer, a flash game that plays a little bit like Crazy Taxi if there were no people, no money, and barely any cars on the road. You basically collect barrels of oil and try not to crash. That's it.
Yo, North Korea. You have some North Korean baddies. I'd like to gain a visa. Or you can just sell her to me. That also works.
That's the whole game. Pyongyang Racer time, let's go! Game rules. Do not hit cars or vans. If you hit 10 vehicles, you will be stopped for bad driving. Are you kidding me?
After 10 vehicles, wait a minute, I need to move myself to the other side so you can see peak gaming. Right? You must see peak gaming, of course. Peak video gaming.
Huh. Am I supposed to be able to tell where the people that I'm supposed to pick up are? Oh, what? If you drive on the grass, you immediately die? Okay, what is this? I collected a barrel of oil? Okay, what if I hit a car? Are these other cars even moving? Are they just stationary on the road?
Yeah, they just stand there, editor's note. This is not paused. Okay, so it's just like a game where there's just like randomly cars pop in and you just have to avoid them. I guess the bad controls are probably more of an issue than anything else. Gain visa, do you like basketball? Mildly.
Road? It's like the only purpose of this game is to reinforce that you better stay in line or the experience is over. Do you pick people up? I don't even understand what's happening right now. Drive straight on. Don't stare at me, I'm on duty. Well, where is she? Am I supposed to pick her up?
Don't stare at me, I'm on duty. Very, very interesting. I mean, she is a baddie, I can say. She's a police baddie. I take that. Poké will enjoy the North Korea jail. Finally. They probably just execute me at this point, actually.
I can't even approach a driveway? Is that because that building is like a building people are not allowed to go to, or what? Yeah, this is enough weirdness for me, I think. I expected to play a lot more, but I think I'm done here. It's creepy. It's kind of like that footage we saw recently of North Korea. There's no traffic lights, there's no other cars on the road. You're just by yourself in a weird Stepford Wives Too Perfect city. Despite what Wikipedia might say, that is not the first and last of North Korea or even Nozotech's games. In 2007, they were contracted by Rupert Murdoch's News Corp to assist in the production of Java-based flip phone games, The Big Lebowski Bowling and Men in Black Alien Assault. They're also rumored to have worked.
Men in Black Alien Assault. Interesting. Nozotech has quietly churned out various popular games, including one very big role-playing game on Nintendo Wii. What? Interesting.
On a Wii game of some sort shortly afterward, though we don't know for sure if it was for an actual Nintendo console or if it was more like this. First up then is bowling, which, oh, okay, it's meant to be oriented this way when you navigate the menu. There's no crowds cheering. This is not your decadent capitalist bowling. Wait, do I get to?
Yeah, it's got to go through. It's everything in this has unskippable cutscenes. I can't explain why.
Got it. We only got one remote working, so unfortunately Tanner can't join me. Oh, okay. I can be either of these me's.
I love the frame rate on everything in this.
I also find it funny how they're technically just white dudes. Right? They didn't even get like Korean models. It's just like a white dude and a white chick. That's it. Yes, people, we got North Korean Wii before GTA 6. So it would seem. So it would seem. We got Wii Sports. We got North Korean Wii Sports, actually, if you want to really go that far. That's on 2.53K. I think the 3 is new. Yes, the 3 is new.
What is that, like 18 frames per second?
Oh, if you're lucky.
This really is just an outright clone of Wii Bowling, isn't it?
Pretty.
Wii Bowling? How dare you call it that? It's Wii Sports, my guy. It is Wii Sports. And yes, it pretty much is. That very much is. Just a clone of Wii Sports. Just way worse.
Much?
Wow, and the physics is just as good, which is not a compliment. Oh wow, they give you a zoomed in view. You basically can't miss.
So, you know how you say you basically can't miss?
Yeah.
On this next shot, I want you to do something a little different.
Okay.
I want you to move your character all the way over to the right, and when you throw the ball, I want you to hook far to your left.
Okay. Wait, that's as far as I can go?
Yep.
Okay.
Now hook far to the left. And that's a strike every time.
Oh!
Bruh. Every time? Well, communism, equality, you can't lose. Everyone gets the same win. It makes sense. Anyways, you can't lose, essentially. So if you were to play with others, as long as you don't mess up the hook, the left hook thing, you are just like not getting beat. Nobody's winning. Infinite loop.
I win!
This will get you right on your way to the perfect game of 270 points.
You mean 300?
Oh, 270. You do not get those extra 2 balls in the 10th frame.
Do they not have bowling in North Korea? Like they don't know how the rules work or what?
The only place that you can really find a lot of video games in North Korea is the bowling alley, ironically.
Okay. I'm actually a little surprised at how not that bad it is.
Yeah, a lot of it is...
Look at that, it's had that disco bowling lighting effects and everything.
Overall, the games lack maybe a little bit of polish, but they're not what you'd consider to be complete and utter shovelware every time. They're getting close, but...
I want to try the badminton game.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, this looks like it could be fun. Oh, it's really too bad we didn't get the second controller working. Do we have a second controller, but it just...
We have a second controller. The dongle got lost in my pile of dongles at some point and I think fell off the table.
Oh, okay.
It's
all right.
Really disappointing.
Okay, the presses are very much just suggestions.
Yeah.
Why am I hitting it to the back right every time? Stop! Oh my god, how about anywhere other than there, please? Oh, for the love of all that is good. There is no strategy here whatsoever as far as I can.
It's just the same corner over and over. How do you even win this or lose it? What the fuck? So, wait.
That is the case with a lot of these games. If you're dependent on the gyro, it's going to let you down.
This would be exhausting to play. Again, with a little bit more polish, this could actually be fun.
Somebody put some work into this.
Yeah.
I may or may not have used a number of work hours playing this.
It's fun!
It really is.
You tried the badminton one specifically?
Oh, yeah. This was the first game I played because it's badminton and I know what company I work for.
It's actually fun. Whoa! Okay, it has mouse pointer support in like their fake Wii?
Yeah.
That's actually not bad.
And this one doesn't require that you have an IR bar.
So because it's just purely gyro.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god, that yoga game. Who is that flexible? Where are her hips? The one leg looks like it's coming out of the other leg. Oh my god.
Oh, it's really too bad we didn't get the dance mat with this.
Yeah, I would not want to play Twister with her. So the only thing we can say for sure.
So, to summarize, they put a little bit of effort into this. A little bit. But it appears not too much. Where's the Mario Party clone? Come on.
Is that we don't know for sure what games North Koreans have or haven't worked on. Sanctions against the country mean that services purchased from them are often brokered through middlemen or even entire middle companies in places like China or Hong Kong. And in some industries, these workarounds are a particularly open secret. Pyongyang's animation powerhouse SEK Studio has been around since 1957, is estimated to have 900 employees, and has worked on French animated series like The Ranch, Spain's Cursed Titanic movie, Stan Lee's Mighty Seven, and even The Simpsons movie. They're even rumored to have worked on some Disney films like The Lion King, which...
Oh? They know some miserable death they kidnapped, probably. What? You are trying to tell me that there's some solid animation movies that came out that North Koreans worked on. I am surprised.
Could explain this scene where the dust in the sky appears to spell S-E-K. Yes, I'm
interesting.
I'm choosing to believe it's a K. If I'm gonna have a conspiracy theory, it's gonna be the deepest one. With all of that said, the games on this version of this console probably didn't come from North Korea. In the initial 2019 news release about the Moranbong game console, posted on this recently defunct propaganda news outlet, the logo on the front doesn't quite match up to what we got. That's in Korean, this is in Chinese. Though, kind of cross your eyes a little bit and try to make out what the pixels are, the Korean seems to roughly match up with the Hangul for Moranbong, while the Chinese logo here reads Xiaobaowang, better known outside of China as Subor. Oh, I know Subor. That's right, they made that Z Plus console that we reviewed back in 2019, and outside of that, they actually have a fairly storied past. They began producing Famicom clones in the early 1990s, and within a few years, they were the most popular Famiclone brand in China and the second most popular in Russia, with a contract to manufacture Russia's most popular Famicom console, the Dendy. They also had a pretty recognizable spokesman.
Diabolical name, the Dendy. Imagine like you said like back in the dark ages, yo, I own a Dendy. Crazy.
Jackie Chan, who I will be channeling in this next segment. Wait, does it use the camera?
It does.
Why would it even need that if it's got a gyro?
Well, because it shows you on the screen and then you can be in the game.
No!
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess you don't even need this, but here you go.
The worst part is, I know stupid games like this. I played stupid games like this. Remember that the PS2 had a few thick gadgets that you could get where this would work, right? The PS2 had a microphone for like singing. The PS2 had a camera for stuff like this. Yeah, Yeah, this seems about right. That was a popular thing back then.
This is such a high quality camera.
What just happened?
I think we might have accidentally selected something.
Wait, wait, I don't even need the controller then.
No.
Oh, okay.
You can hit them multiple times, by the way.
Oh, really? Oh, sick. You know, it works surprisingly okay-ish.
Yeah, now imagine if the camera were better on this.
Yeah, if it wasn't like 15 frames per second. That's actually kind of a cool game. It's like if the Kinect...
That'd be kind of fun. Be family friendly. It's a kids movie, damn it. This seems like I would play this. Like with friends, this would be kind of fun. I'd play this.
It was a piece of shit.
As opposed to what?
Got him. This would actually be really fun with a competitive mode. Like, I would play this. I'd play this with my kids. Oh, that's interesting. If you look closely at the oranges, you can actually see where the model is glued together.
Oh yeah, look
at that. Oh, actually that one too. It looks like, I think we can see it on all of them.
So yeah, 3 sections on each one.
Okay, we lost. Coming back to Subor's role in all of this, it's not the logo on the front that makes a console, it's the software, and Subor has their hands in that as well. Have you ever used one of those consoles with the 501 game cartridges, only to...
The 501. Donkey Kong 3, Harry Potter, Super Mario 3. That's it. Space Invaders, classic.
Discover that they're filled with weird demakes,
What the fuck is that? Why does Harry look like he has no clothes on? Harry Nutter.
sprites or sequels to games that have no business existing? Well, that probably came from Subor's frequent collaborator and possible parent company, Weisheng. Since 1993, Weisheng Science and Technology Company has produced such legally dubious titles as Super Contra 7, Tunnel Warfare, and Pokemon Gold-ish. A fun fact, by the way, in 2001 they were...
Was that a shiny whooper? Pokemon Goldish?
Contra 7, Tunnel Warfare, and Pokemon...
That's a shiny whooper, by the way. We got Chinese shiny whooper before anything else. Interesting. Before GTA 6.
On Gold-ish. A fun fact, by the way, in 2001 they were involved in a copyright infringement lawsuit as the plaintiff, and won. Oh, China, you so silly. Anyway, sometime in the late 2000s, they ditched the Famicom to focus primarily on making games for Subor's various Wii clones. What exactly are these Wii clones? LTD screwdriver drumroll, please! And congratulations! If you guessed old Android TV box with a camera, you win! The circuit board printing suggests it was manufactured in May.
Old Android TV boxes. Camera boxes. Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Why Harry is Aladdin? Because he's a wizard? Nah, he's a wizard. He's a wizard. My dad told me obesity is not healthy and it will kill you. He's right though. Yes, he is. Very much.
Of 2014, it uses a Rock chip processor, 512 megs of RAM, 8 gigs of storage, and, well, it's about as simple as any old Android TV box. And, like most Android TV boxes, it runs Android. Or at least sort of it does. YunOS was the original name for AliOS, Alibaba's version of Android. And as for the games, well, why don't we try comparing some Weisheng titles to the games that eventually found their way into North Korea?
This game is interesting.
Okay.
This is the correct version of table tennis that we want. This red court is seen in one of the ads that was posted to Ari Rangmiri for the North Korean Wii.
Oh.
So this is a game that would have theoretically gone to North Korea. It's a tutorial right off the bat. Everything is unskippable.
Wow. That controller is not the same as my controller.
They did have a couple, oh, whoa.
That's a Wii controller with one button.
No, that's not a Wii controller. There's still 4 buttons down the bottom.
Yeah, so it's somewhere in between. because it's got the D-pad markings on it, but it's only got a single button here.
So it could be that that is an early mock-up, or it could be one of the varieties of this that Subor released. Because they did have a number of them on the market.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm good.
Abuse! Linus Tech Tips is abusing his colleagues. What do you call it? Employees? Just kidding. Yeah, that happened. I've done that before, by the way. Look at the guy in the cap. That's how I imagine Poke IRL, but less fat. Yeah, also less beard. And much... My model and my actual hair is pretty close. Mine is the stupid hair. It's really close. Also no glasses.
Get in the game.
Sorry.
It's a skill issue.
So basically all this thing has in it is just an accelerometer and like no gyro, I guess. Just, are you moving it? Great. Okay then.
Only the game. The actual device does. This is essentially an air mouse. You can take the dongle from this and plug it into a computer, and it will be detected as a standard HID device. You can immediately start using it as an air mouse. So if you wanted to use this with a Wii emulator, you absolutely could.
Oh, that's super cool.
That sounds fun. That's fun. He's ginger confirmed. Nah, and brown hair.
Concrete evidence then that Weisheng made at least some of the games that were promoted in advertisements for our North Korean Wii here. Table tennis for sure is a match. The rest are not so clear. This next image appears to show some kind of running game on a mat. We're not sure which one or if it's a real game at all. We do know Subor did sell several dance mats that pair with their Wii clones from a company called Blavor. But this looks less like a game peripheral and more like a solar panel on the floor. It kind of checks out given what Blavor is up to these days. It is possible, though, that it's real and it was just designed so...
I was already about to say my man's not gonna pull out a solar panel sponsor. I was already about like, no way you're gonna do that. I do not believe that you will do that, no way.
Simply to allow for assembly within a North Korean factory, something that Pyongyang has been doing with Android phones for over a decade. The final image from Aryang Miri is maybe the most ambiguous, but also the most interesting. It prominently...
Wait, look at those ads. The dance mat. Okay, let's see.
At all, we do know Subor did sell several...
There's a bunch of those. There is a bunch of those. There is a bunch of those. Okay. There's an actual. There's like just there's like we got like Just Dance. We got other games. We got Hatsune Miku. There's just Hatsune Miku chilling there. Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay.
Dance mats that pair with their Wii clones from a company called Blavor. But this looks less like a game peripheral and more like a solar panel on the floor. It kind of checks out given what Blavor is up to these days. It is possible, though, that it's real and it was just designed so simply to allow for assembly within a North Korean factory, something that Pyongyang has been doing with Android phones for over a decade. The final image from Aryang Miri is maybe the most ambiguous, but also the most interesting. It prominently announces educational kids games with a number of examples. And of the 20 pixels that are not obscured by the watermark, we can make out two big clues. The first is this raccoon dog-looking character that appears to be interacting with a piece of...
Interesting, with a piece of paper. Drawing. Was there a dancer in there? The two belly dancer? Because hot women sell products. Do you not understand? Do you not get it? Do you not understand the marketing trick?
Paper on the ground. This is likely Neoguri, the main character of Clever Raccoon Dog, one of North Korea's most popular cartoons. If this were a device solely made for children, Clever Raccoon Dog might be the extent of the local cartoon properties used, but 2 spaces over, we can see what very much looks like the lead character of the much more dark and gritty series, the Boy General. North Korea has 3 very popular cartoons in its history, and if 2 out of 3 are featured, it's a safe assumption that there were plans for a game based around the dark, gritty war drama Squirrel and Hedgehog. On top of a few murky details about a Squirrel and Hedgehog mobile...
What the fuck are these? Why are they North Korean soldiers now? Fighting war against their enemies.
Game from 2018 called Brave Soldier. There have been some photos posted to the fandom wiki depicting gameplay and pitch meetings for a railgun shooter arcade game, supposedly for use in the Golden Lane bowling alley attached to the Yanggakdo Hotel, the primary hotel that foreign tourists tend to get placed in. But why make a one-off arcade machine of your most popular series only to show it to foreigners who might confuse it for a Sonic the Hedgehog knockoff? Which, by the way, it isn't. In fact, Squirrel and Hedgehog predates Sonic by well over a decade, a fact that makes more sense when you have the context of North Korea's media industry. Between the late 1960s and the 1980s, Kim Jong-il's first major role in the DPRK government was creating film and television for use as propaganda. He famously kidnapped South Korean actress Choi Yoon-hee and her...
Oh, guys, we need actors. Let's just kidnap them. Let's just take them. We need them.
Her husband, director Shin Sang-ok, for 8 years in order to make this happen.
Yo, we need movies. Has anybody any ideas? Let's just kidnap a wife. Let's just kidnap an actress and her husband. Works every time.
But when he wasn't using human trafficking victims to make anti-Japanese shame pieces, he pushed for a variety of cartoons to be created, almost all of them involving talking animals, making Kim Jong-il effectively then history's most despotic furry.
Diabolical. Why do you say it like this?
In the years following his death, production of these cartoons slowed significantly. Where they used to produce 1 to 2 episodes a year, Squirrel and Hedgehog hasn't seen a new episode enter production since Kim Jong-il's death, and there's been virtually no new or continued productions of SEK properties in that time. As far as we know, the only exception to this seems to have been Kim Jong-un's favorite show, The Boy General, which got a reboot in 2015, nearly 20 years after originally going off the air. The reboot lasted 50 episodes and concluded in 2019, right around the time this Wii clone was announced.
You know what's very interesting? This doesn't look too bad. This doesn't look too bad. That's the worst part. It doesn't actually look that bad. I would have expected it to be way worse. At least they didn't kidnap a black dude. Oh, wait, they did that too? Let me guess. In connection to basketball?
We got there eventually. Let's try another game. All right, there were a couple other ones that caught my eye. I thought I saw a curling game.
Yep.
Let's see if there's actual differences in how hard you go. Because this would be the first game that managed to do it. Like, that's not a bad little, like, village thing they made.
If this were paired with wonderful gameplay, all of this would be easily forgiven.
I noticed the word if there.
Every one of these games has a little caveat to it.
Okay, all right. Well,
it's part of the journey of discovery.
All right. Okay, so I hold the D button. Short. What just happened?
The penguin just lays down and just slides. What the fuck? Look at this. Look at this. That just lays down. Look at this.
Short.
He just turns off. He just lays down and it just like slides. That's crazy.
What just happened?
Push.
Do that.
And now it's going to go all the way down. You can actually see on the right side, that's going to tell you how far that shot is going to go. And if you wave back and forth, it'll sweep. And normally that will actually fill up a little bit more.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I haven't figured out how to get it to properly curl.
Yeah.
But I know that you can at least go over to the left and right like you would in bowling.
Okay. Well, that was a bad shot.
They're going to put it right on the button?
No. No, they're going to completely miss, just like me. Okay. Well, hey, at least we both suck.
See it filling up, push forward.
I
There you go.
overshot it again, didn't I? Damn it.
What is he doing? He just lays down and slides. The other one is like, the other dude is like with the sweeping thing, and the penguin's just like, forward, I must go.
Hey, you're still in the area.
You can't tell from the physics at all. Like, it's not slowing down, dude. It just moves at a constant rate. Like, that looks like, I keep thinking, oh, it's almost slowed down. Oh, wow, it just lands exactly where you get it. See, I thought it'd be like Wii Golf, where it like goes to there, but then there's some fudge factor, but no, it's just press it right when the thing.
All we've got is 4 more minutes left. Why don't we get out of this game? And I believe it's darts. I want to show you.
Darts.
Unskippable cutscene.
Okay, now hold on just a gosh darn second. Oh, okay. So you just have to get it in the right spot, and then what just happened?
Well, there's gravity. So you're aiming it.
What's the point of the?
Oh, no. Hey, that's not bad. They have gravity. They discovered gravity. Works well.
The friggin' target then? Well, I don't know. There then. Ooh, that was actually really close.
Yeah, that was much closer than I got it yesterday.
And then, it leaves my thing in the same spot. So theoretically, I could just. What was that?
Too hard?
Dude!
It just ignores everything. It just ignores everything. It just like, throw, perfect landing. Throw again, actually go with the snare.
Not cool!
It gets more frustrating though, because you're playing 500, right?
Yeah.
And even if you get the exact correct amount of points, it'll still tell you you're wrong. I could not get this game to finish.
Coming back to our wordy history lesson that I assure you does have a point, in January 2020, all the borders of North Korea closed, and in the past 4 years, no one has legally come in or out, not even Dennis Rodman. The US Treasury has been...
Interesting. Okay, so you can't get in there anymore. How did that means they must have gotten this from before, right? They must have gotten this before that, or somebody must have already had one. They just asked around if somebody has one of these things.
Begun imposing sanctions on companies found to be working with North Korea, even for animation. And at the start of 2024, Kim Jong-un began shutting down radio stations, TV broadcasts, and websites that served as a link between the DPRK and the rest of the world. He made the unprecedented statement that a unified Korea would be impossible. So whether the North Korean version of this console ever got made, or whether our title is total clickbait, may never be known. Instead, with willingness to outsource IT work to North Korea at an all-time low, it appears that whatever sector workers might have worked on this, or in the past worked on white hat IT services, have shifted to botnet creation and ransomware attacks on hospitals for Bitcoin. As for Subor, unfortunately, both they and Weisheng seem to have succumbed to the pandemic. Subor is adamant that they are not dead yet, but Weisheng's website is essentially gone, with only a file server remaining that hosts all of their software dated up until 2016, and a bunch of ROMs.
Okay, very interesting.
If you guys enjoyed this video, why not check out the...
Okay, very interesting. So, I am surprised at how well it actually works, I guess. I'm kind of surprised of how well this actually works. I did not expect it to be on a playable level where it would not just like borderline shovelware. It's closer to shovelware than actual games, but it's not just straight up shovelware. I find that very interesting. Anyways, I'm gonna get a console from North Korea. I will. That's a joke. You can't get one. They don't have any. Look, borders are closed. Maybe I still want the North Korean baddie. Send her over. Thank you. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was very interesting. That was very, very interesting. North Korea has furries. Yeah, but I don't want those. I don't want those. Those are... We don't want those. We want the good stuff. The good stuff. I've moved again. Over here now. somewhere, everywhere, anywhere, but never there. Woohoo. All right, next up, what we're gonna watch. Let's watch this one.
Let's start with the ones that are terrifying.
Let's watch this one. Let's look at this one. I'm curious. We haven't had space in a while. We have not had any space-related stuff in a bit. The most terrifying planets ever discovered by Good Enough. Let's see if this video is good enough. Just kidding. Yeah, we're gonna look at this. I know there's some crazy planets, right? There's, for example, I wonder if that one's actually in here. Also, please consider liking, subscribing. I appreciate your support. We'll jump in. I wonder if he's gonna mention, like, the planet that's, like, so dark that, like, light, it doesn't reflect any light whatsoever. Like, so it's just, like, a dark, hellish nightmare, as it's said here. The good stuff, North Korea indeed has good weed at good prices. Why do you know that? Why do you know that? Regardless, we'll jump in. Interesting.
Let's start with the ones that are terrifying and work our way towards the ones that are hellish nightmares. Number 7, the burning ice planet. Gliese 436b is one of the most terrifying planets you will ever hear about. A hot Neptune gas giant that orbits very close to
Hot Neptune ass giant. Like ass giant? Bro, I can't speak any more diabolical. Gas giant. What was that? The ass giant. Yeah, those planets have some good thick booty. Anyways, but is hot cold? Hot cold. How does this work?
its star and is about 4 times Earth's radius. But let's talk about what makes this planet so terrifying. It is believed that the planet's entire surface is covered in extremely hot ice, capable of reaching temperatures above 800 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, I know that
How does this work? How does this work? How does this... Okay. But still, how does that work? How? Like, there's it's giant ass giant now. It's so over, bro. Shit. How does that work?
sounds confusing and makes no sense. But don't worry, lucky for you guys, I know how to read. So let me break this down a bit further. This bizarre superheated ice is formed by the planet's immense atmospheric pressure, not by cold. But instead of me just rambling off facts and telling you about these terrifying planets, let's make this a bit more fun. I will be placing you on each of these planets so...
That's cursed as shit, bro. That's cursed as hell. Ice Age. And it's like the baby from Ice Age with the body of, Mike.
we can see exactly what would happen to a human under these extreme conditions. Let's begin. You are now in a modern spaceship and are just about to enter Gliese 436b's atmosphere. A terrible decision. Instantly, the spaceship begins to overheat and its structural components start to deform, thanks to the planet's atmosphere being primarily made of heated helium and hydrogen. Around the 30-second mark, things can go one of two ways. The ship could be crushed from the increasing pressure, or the entire ship could vaporize from the blazing heat. Congratulations, you survived anywhere from 30 to 90 seconds. But for the sake of the video, let's say you were in an indestructible spacecraft and managed to safely land on the planet's icy surface. What would you experience then? As you step out of the ship, all the moisture in your body instantly flash boils, then vaporizes, leaving you dead within a couple of seconds. Let's try that again, but this time you're wearing an indestructible spacesuit. As you step out of the ship, you see the glowing ice-covered surface, and you feel the spacesuit vibrate from the high winds. You look up and are greeted with a dark black-red sky. Powerful lightning storms light up the...
Yeah, you probably, again here, the winds would probably be strong enough to just, like, yoink you away, or you get struck by lightning, or, the ice does something to you, whatever.
Atmosphere, revealing the enormous and violent storms all around you. Honestly, it's a pretty chill experience compared to what's to come. Number 6, the terrifying gas planet, HD 806.
Why is he high? Anyways, I wonder where this is gonna go. Okay, so the first one was essentially hot ice, storms, thunder, strong winds, intense pressure.
06b is yet another horrifying planet, a hot Jupiter gas giant with a wildly elongated orbit that is about 11 times larger than Earth's radius. The reason why this planet is so scary has to do with its incredibly wild temperature swings, as it goes from deep space to
Obviously, then if it's here, it's behind me. If it's here's, then it would be really hot, and when it's here, it's like giga cold.
nearly touching its star. When the planet is closest to its star, the temperature goes from around 450 to over 2000 degrees Fahrenheit in just 6 hours. Now I know it's hard to visualize these numbers, so let me put it in a way we can all understand. 450 degrees cooks a beautiful pizza, while 2000 degrees cooks a terrible pizza. Hope that helps, but let the simulation be.
I don't think there's gonna be any pizza left at that point. To be fair, there's not gonna be any pizza there.
Again, you are back in a modern day spaceship and are about to enter the planet's atmosphere. Of course, you will be entering the planet at its hottest. As you enter, the ship's speed instantly begins to accelerate at incredible speeds thanks to the planet's gravitational pull. Within seconds, the outside of the ship's temperature rises over 7,000 degrees, which begins to erode the craft's heat shield.
You don't have to repeat the same thing once. We get it. We get it. We understand from the first time that if you enter these, you'd get vaporized.
Around the 30-second mark, you begin to descend past violent storms, high winds, and violent jet streams as pieces of your ship melt and vaporize. Around 60 seconds, the hull begins to deform and eventually implode due to the ever-increasing atmospheric pressure, which means you have imploded as well. Congratulations, you survived an entire minute, a new personal best. Let's try that again, but this time you invested in Bitcoin at 10 cents and were able to purchase an indestructible spacecraft. So what would happen if you were to step out of the ship at the planet's buoyancy point wearing no protective gear? In less than a millisecond after the hatch opens, you would be crushed to a pulp, then completely vaporized into the metallic ocean. Now, for that one person at NASA who accidentally let this video autoplay, I got you. If you were to step outside the ship, this time wearing a modern-day NASA spacesuit, you would be crushed to a pulp, then completely vaporized.
It's just the same thing over and over again. Yeah, that's how most of these work. You die before you'd ever actually reach the actual surface of that gas giant, like the core, the rocky core. You'd never reach that even. Like, you just get like crushed, vaporized, frozen, whatever. Die, just die.
This is because the atmosphere is millions to hundreds of millions of times more pressurized than Earth's, and oceans made of metal are apparently very hot. Let's try that again, but this time you're wearing an indestructible and highly advanced spacesuit. What would you experience then? As you exit the spaceship, you instantly lose sight of it in the hazy, glowing, infinite ocean. You no longer know up from down as you float suspended in the endless abyss. Out of nowhere, electrical currents trickle around you, giving off light, if only for a second. An absolute nightmare. Permanently stuck playing an ocean level. Number 5. The Disappearing Planet. Koro 7b is one of the hottest rocky planets ever discovered. A rocky super-Earth, approximately 70% larger in...
Disappearing, though. Is it gonna slowly... It's probably really close to its star. That's the reason, probably. It's probably really close to its star, and it's gonna be eaten by its star sooner or later. It'll fall into it.
Radius than Earth. Now, what makes this planet so terrifying is its extreme proximity to its star, as it is 60 times closer to its sun than Earth is. It is also tidally locked, meaning that the same side is always facing its star, creating a lava ocean on one side and a dark rocky oven inferno on the other. The planet reaches temperatures up to 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit, which is so hot that its rocky surface is literally evaporating into space.
Damn! It's just like evaporating slowly. It's just evaporating. Okay. Wow. That thing's cooked. That thing's literally cooked. The most literal it could get, it is cooked. We haven't mentioned the super dark planet yet. but have never heard of this one in particular. Interesting. I think, to be fair, the sounds that planets make through waves are much creepier than what's actually happening to them. Like, what do you mean a planet sounds like screams from hell? What do you mean by that? Crazy work.
Slowly.
Like Uranus. Or Uranus? Sounds like deaths, or was it Saturn? Saturn sounds like straight from hell. The waves that thing sends out.
Shrinking the planet. Here's what would happen if you were to enter the planet's atmosphere with this state-of-the-art spacecraft. Instantly, the craft's heat shield reaches over 7,000 degrees and begins to erode rapidly. Within 20 seconds, the craft's outer shell begins to crack and melt, destroying insulation and causing the inside of the ship's temperature to quickly rise, baking you alive. Within 30 to 45 seconds, the entire ship is shredded to pieces, then quickly vaporized with no traces of its existence left behind.
Yeah, pretty much. We understand this at this point. I think that would happen with most. I don't understand what's worse in this case than any other. Like, you'll get vaporized regardless. It doesn't really matter. It's just the time, how long it takes to get vaporized. But in the end of the day, you still vaporize.
But let's say you were in an indestructible ship and managed to land on the planet's surface. What would happen then?
And why is there a fucking dragon, bro? Water? Ocean?
Hatch opens, your eyes, skin, and organs would vaporize in seconds before you ever felt a thing. Let's try that again, but this time you're in an indestructible and highly advanced spacesuit. As you step out of the ship, you're instantly blinded by the sun, since it's 360 times larger than our sun from Earth. Luckily, you would be able to walk on the lava ocean since molten rock is incredibly dense. It would feel like walking on burning tar that clings to your feet with every step you take, turning the fun outdoor adventure into an exhausting workout. But if you were lucky enough to spawn on the dark side of the planet, you would actually be able to walk around freely on solid ground. Well, at least when you're not busy being tossed hundreds of feet into the air by the planet's violent and powerful winds. Number 4. WASP-127b. WASP-127b is yet another incredibly horrifying planet. A gas...
Again, all gas giants. Always a gas giant. Give me some actually terrifying situations. These aren't really terrifying, right? Because, like, once you're there, like, if you were able to, like, go there, you just vaporize, right? Like, there's nothing terrifying happening here.
Gas giant that is about 15 times Earth's radius. One of the many reasons why this planet is so terrifying is that it currently holds the record for the highest winds ever recorded. For reference, the highest non-tornadic wind speed ever recorded on Earth is approximately 250 miles per hour, which is strong enough to send a human hundreds of feet into the air. Neptune, which has the highest winds in our solar system, has winds that reach as high as 1,500 miles per hour, faster than the speed of...
Nah, minor storm. Minor storm, that's just a minor storm. Doesn't matter.
Sound, and almost 4 times faster than the winds of Jupiter's red spot. Winds this high would obliterate you on contact, reducing your body to a cloud of vaporized tissue. But get this, WASP-127b has a recorded wind speed of over 20,500.
What the fuck? Yo! Why is that planet still there, by the way? And what causes these diabolical winds? Holy fuck, how much is that? Let me, what is that in kilometers per hour? I need some. That is a whopping 32,991 kilometers per hour. Holy fuck. That's about 9,000 meters. That's like about 9,000 meters per second. Holy fuck. Bro, you just disappear. Vaporizing is not enough. You not just get vaporized. Like, your atoms will be torn apart by this wind. Jesus. Whoa.
100 miles per hour. A regular person hit by a wind force this strong would be completely erased from existence instantaneously. But okay, let's say you manage to enter the planet.
Broski, nothing's left. Nothing's left. Not even your soul after that one is gone. That's gone. That soul gets vaporized too.
Planet's atmosphere with a modern spacecraft. Within 5 to 10 seconds, the craft's heat
We get it. The classic. You'd vaporize.
shield is destroyed by the thick metal-rich atmosphere. Around the 15-second mark, the craft and everything inside is torn apart and swept into the jet stream. The craft and your body are shredded, scattered, and absorbed into the winds, erased so completely that it's as if you were never there. But just for fun, let's say you were a storm chaser with tech so advanced, you could fly into these storms in an indestructible spacecraft and stepped out in an indestructible spacesuit. Well, you would instantly be taken by the wind and crushed inside of the suit from the extreme G-forces, separating soft tissue from the bones. Obviously, the suit still needs a bit of work.
Hey! At least once you're not getting vaporized. You get, mushified, if that's... You just get turned into mush. It could be worse. It could be worse.
Number 3, the Iron Rain Furnace. WASP-76b is a terrifying hot Jupiter gas giant, infamous for its molten
Hear me out. For that planet, hear me out.
iron rain and winds that reach over 10,000 miles per hour. The planet is massive, nearly twice the size of Jupiter's radius and around 20 times Earth's. The planet is also so close to its star that it's tidally locked. One side is forever scorched by intense heat, while the other remains a dark, hellish landscape lit only by its molten iron rain. But let's say you were placed in charge of a modern spacecraft and enter the planet's atmosphere on its sunny side. The craft will immediately report
Vaporized. We get it at this point. Vaporized. You'd get vaporized. Okay, right. We get it. You'd get vaporized.
Temperatures hotter than molten lava. Around the 3-second mark, the heat begins to destroy the craft's heat shield thanks to the iron vapor in the atmosphere. And around the 5 to 10 second mark, the craft's entire structure begins to melt, which includes you. Around the 20-second mark, the entire craft and you are nothing but debris taken by the high winds, which eventually get so hot that they vaporize, leaving no traces of your existence. Since I've already covered what would happen if you exited a ship at the buoyancy point of a gas planet, let's switch it up a bit. This time, you're an adrenaline junkie looking for your next fix, so you'll be skydiving into the planet and gulping down some air. Within a fraction of a second, you're incinerated. Now,
We get it. Like, we get it. You just get vaporized every single time.
just because I know you're wondering, let's say you skydived on the dark side of the planet away from its sun. Within a fraction of a second,
You get vaporized.
your skin and eyes flash boil. Your lungs and organs collapse under the atmospheric pressure. And as your body is ragdolled across the sky, molten iron rain sears through your crushed body. Within 1 to 2 seconds, the scorching winds shred you into tiny pieces,
And you're vaporized.
which quickly sizzle into vapor carried away by the storm. So, a bit better this time. But let's say you exited the craft wearing an indestructible spacesuit and decided to skydive into the planet. What would you experience then? As you free fall through thin gas clouds, your descent quickly increases in speed. A few minutes later, the sky shifts into a glowing orange haze as you continue passing through thick vapors in the atmosphere. Out of nowhere, your body is violently spun and tossed in random directions as supersonic winds slam into you. That's when the noise of the storm roars all around you, as if you were inside a massive hurricane. Lightning storms arc overhead, exposing the alien metallic clouds in the environment. Around this point, you will see the infamous molten iron rain spreading as far as your eyes can see. As you continue to fall deeper into the atmosphere, light fades, sounds disappear.
Imagine you fall for 1 to 3 hours. You just straight up fall.
As you are submerged deeper into the reflective ocean of metallic hydrogen. Once you finally reach the planet's core, you will be completely surrounded by what looks like a glowing fog made of superheated matter, your final resting place. Number 2, the planet being eaten alive. WASP 12b is one of the most unique and terrifying planets ever discovered. This is what the planet looks like. Disgusting.
Bro's deformity. That is horrible.
The reason it looks so ugly and deformed is that it's currently in a death spiral with its star, slowly being eaten alive. A visible trail of gas can be seen feeding the nearby star. Its close proximity to its star also means it's tidally locked, so one side is forever scorched with radiation and heat, while the other is forever scorched with radiation and heat, but also completely dark. The planet is a hot Jupiter gas giant that is almost twice the radius of Jupiter and nearly 22 times Earth's. But let's get to the good stuff. Let's say you were to enter the planet's atmosphere on the
You get vaporized. Only hours? Yeah, only hours. Creekcraft crying over Tung Tung. Childish. That guy is weird anyways with his AI character.
ugly deformed side. Well, surprisingly, you would still be pulled towards the planet rather than the star, since at this range the planet's gravitational pull is much stronger. The moment you enter, the craft's heat shield begins to glow from the intense heat, and the temperature inside quickly begins to skyrocket as well. Around the 5 to 20 second mark, winds as high as 1,000 miles per hour slam into the craft.
Well, we're worse before. We had 20,000 over 20,000 miles per hour, so or about 32,000 kilometers per hour if you use kilometers. Yeah, it won't get better. It won't get better. Honestly, that's not the worst yet. I feel like this one is more tame than the Iron Rain one.
Vaporizing the craft's shielding at incredible speed. Then around the 20 to 60 second mark, the entire ship is fully consumed, shredded apart into molten debris as the metal becomes liquid before everything eventually vaporizes. Let's try again, but this time you've entered the cheat code Indestructible Spacecraft, and instead of exiting at the planet's atmosphere, buoyancy point, or core, you will be exiting here, right at the center of the planet and its star. Time to find out whether you would go towards the star or towards the planet. Place your bets. And 3, 2,
right in the middle, towards the star. I'm saying
2, 1, go. Pfft. Okay, try again, but this time we're shedding the bulk and heavy weight of the ship, only wearing a light and indestructible spacesuit. Where would you go then? Place your
still the sun.
Bets. And 3, 2, 1, go. Pfft. Yeah, obviously you head towards the star again. That should have been really, really obvious. Number 1, the Glass Storm Planet, HD 18973.
That's the one where it rains glass. I'm pretty sure that's the one where it rains glass. I'm pretty sure.
3b is a hellish planet that is worse than any nightmare you could ever possibly dream of. The planet is enormous, around 15 times Earth's radius. From the outside looking in, it appears to be a larger version of Earth, covered with beautiful tropical beaches. But I guess it's time to find out what would happen if you were to enter this planet's atmosphere. You are back in a modern-day spacecraft and have just entered what you thought was a vacation getaway. Instantly, the ship begins to glow due to the high heat of the atmosphere, a great sign that you picked the right day to go to the beach. Around the 5-second mark, the craft's heat shield begins to warp, melt, and vaporize. 10 seconds in, supersonic winds slam into the craft as molten glass particles in the atmosphere shred the craft to tiny pieces. Within 20 to 30 seconds, the tiny
You're vaporized. You're vaporized. As usual.
Pieces of the craft and you are completely vaporized and carried away by the wind. It turns out that the planet isn't a giant ocean of water. It's almost entirely made up of scorching hot hydrogen and helium, reaches a whopping 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit, has stronger winds than Neptune, and even rains molten glass sideways, making it a horrible planet to vacation to. So you're probably
sideways, huh? So it's a bullet hell shooter. I'm going there. It's a bullet hell shooter, but planet. It's a bullet hell shooter, but planetary. That's pretty much it.
Wondering, why the hell is the planet blue if it wasn't meant to have any visitors? Well, that's because the planet's atmosphere contains tiny particles of glass, which are great at scattering blue light, making it the worst scam in the known universe. and another reason why it deserves the #1 spot. And yes, just like all gas planets, the simulation always ends the same. Instant vaporization anywhere on the planet, followed by suspended in the dark metallic oceans. Honestly, we are sick of these planets and we hate them.
I wonder if it could have been really interesting if rocky planets were used with abnormal or weird behavior. Surprise, surprise, yeah. It doesn't surprise me that you'd get vaporized, to be fair. But yeah, I think the one that's super dark should have been mentioned, because I feel like that's definitely probably not very fun to go there, considering that, well, you'd be completely suspended in darkness, even if you could walk on there. But I think that one was a gas giant as well. Yeah, most of them are gas, obviously. That makes sense. But I wonder if there's no other planets with water. If they're liquid, it's probably some gas in liquid form. Or it's, well, technically that's not true. Some moons may have hydrogen, may have water. It's just that there's no point. Was it Europa or Titan that do have oceans that just covered with ice in some way, shape, or form, where life could potentially exist? Potentially, right? We know that life can exist without oxygen. We have bacteria on Earth that can survive without oxygen, as long as it has its main energy source, which was metal, oddly enough. Anyways, that was interesting to look at. Like, comment, and subscribe. Yeah, it's just generally interesting. No, it's all rumors. Well, we know that these moons are covered in ice. Regular ice from the cold. Not hot ice. The hot ice. Damn. The hot ice, that's always something. Huh. No water, H2O there. I thought the moons had water. I thought that was the case. Yeah, Europa is believed to have ice, water. A global ocean of salt water beneath an icy crust, containing twice the water of all Earth's oceans combined. So apparently, ice came from gas, believe it or not. Yeah, but apparently, there is supposed to be water on Europa. Obviously, we cannot prove that because we can't go there. But supposedly there's ice. Ducky Sumax. Welcome back, girly. There was rumors we found water on Mars. Oh, we know there was water on Mars because of the ice. We know there was water on Mars. And there's a good chance that water was a lot more Earth-like, that Mars was a lot more Earth-like before it was stripped from its atmosphere due to reasons. There's a good chance that Venus had the same experience. But that's rough. Heard room of the sun frozen for a moment, reignites itself. Yeah, that's not really the case, I think. But yeah, we know that Mars at one point had water, liquid water, before it was stripped from its atmosphere and its core died. Same goes for Venus, possibly. There's a good chance that Venus had the exact same experience. Ice doesn't mean water there. But it's ice, it's water that, if you'd unfreeze it on Earth, it would turn into regular water. But we know that Mars was very Earth-like before it was stripped from its atmosphere. Like I said, same probably with Venus. Before something happened. We guess Mars had. We know nothing. It's very likely that Mars had water. It's very likely. Due to its location. Venus not too hot in Venus. Venus was at one point. Until atmospheric change. Whatever caused that. But there's a good chance that Venus also had the potential to host life before something happened to its atmosphere. The only thing that stops Mars from being livable is that its core is dead. Unless you can restart a planet's core, you're never getting this thing on the atmosphere. Not once. Which is why terraforming Mars will be very impossible. Because we cannot restart a core, planet's core. But yeah. If you'd unfreeze the ice on Mars, it'd be regular water. My core is dead as well, we know. How, but I doubt is humanity knowledge. Well, we can't prove it anymore because it's too far gone. So basically what happened to Mars and Venus is that their atmospheres at one point were stripped. They were just gone. They were just nuked. At one point. Nobody knows what caused that. But they were stripped from their atmosphere. Me live, you live. But dead core. Happens. Let's watch something food related, shall we? Let's watch something food related.
If you think restaurant food...
Let's watch something food related. Why not? Food! We're gonna watch something food related. Here we go. Why your food is about to taste even worse by Jen. Aside from the fact that we're supposed to eat the bugs. And, food from third world countries. What else? What else is there? Also, please consider liking, subscribing. I appreciate your support. We will jump in now. We'll see. Let's listen about bad food.
If you think restaurant food is starting to taste the same, not only are you correct, you're actually onto something far worse than you might realize. No matter where you go nowadays, restaurant prices are rising and menus all look the same. And one reason is those restaurants are all owned by a few private equity-backed groups.
You could go even further. And they're owned by the same corporate mass. They essentially have one origin point and somebody owns it all at some point in some way, shape, or form. That's usually how this goes.
But the truth is, they're not actually the only ones you should blame here. Look, I know it's easy to blame them, but private equity has been in restaurants since the 90s, so why is it that only recently food tastes like shit? The bigger problem is supply. A few companies control the supply of food to over 650,000 locations, from your local diner to that fancy white cloth dinner. So there's a good chance your favorite homemade dish at your neighborhood spot probably came from the same factory that's also increasingly supplying hospitals, prisons, and schools. And as I reveal, it's creating an interesting paradox, where mom and pop shops are disappearing and restaurants are becoming either low-tier slop bowls or high-end luxury dining. But even with restaurants dividing into these two extremes,
but even if they're luxury, like, you could call them luxury, but if they come from the same supplier, does it even matter? They're all dog shit then. Like, it doesn't even matter then.
The experience everywhere is becoming the exact same, from the look, taste, and paying more for less. And if something isn't done, we won't just be eating worse. We will be losing one of the last things Americans can all enjoy. And in a country this divided, that might actually be the last thing we can afford to lose.
The entire slop bowl industry and the commercial real estate market are interconnected.
Corporate slop bowls, food that's designed to keep the body alive but kill the human soul.
Good food should belong to everybody.
Why are we forced to eat slop? Good question. Doesn't baby food have like 100% the legal amount of lead in the US? Which is very interesting. Also, wasn't it the case that some places somehow got access to like American fast food and then the population got giga fat? Yeah,
So if I'm gonna be real with you, one of the biggest reasons I made this video is because I've been frustrated with the restaurants where I live here in Austin. It's overpriced for mediocre food, and it's easily the most overrated foodie city in the country. But as I found, and as you'll see, this is a problem across America. So if that's the case, surely it's because of private equity, right? I mean, it's not far off. Private equity is buying up all your favorite restaurants, loading them up with debt, cheapening the ingredients, and firing half the staff. And they're consolidating a lot of restaurants under a few brands, like Inspire Brand, backed by private equity firm Rourke Capital, and one of the largest fast food groups in the world, owning Subway, Arby's, Baskin Robbins, just to name a few. There's a few other big restaurant groups doing the—
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna get hate, I'm gonna say it. Subway ain't that good. Subway is not that good. It's really mid. I'm gonna say it. It's really mid. It's really mid. It is really mid. It is not that. I'm sorry, but it's not that good. I'm sorry. It really isn't that good. Like, local restaurants are much better in general already. Like, I know it's like fast food, and local restaurants should be better. But, like, out of all the fast food, I feel like it's just mid. I'm sorry, it's mid. Craft is calling 911 again over Tung Tung. What? I have no idea.
Exact same thing. So yeah, maybe it is easy to just point the finger at private equity and call it a day. But here's the thing. If incentives reveal outcomes, the last thing private equity would want to do is to make their restaurants go to shit. Sure, they make money regardless through management fees, but the real money comes.
And then I'm gonna throw in another hot take. Burger King burgers are usually better than McDonald's burgers. The only thing that McDonald's does better, first of all, is nuggets and fries. But the burgers are better at Burger King. I don't care what anybody says, they're better.
Comes from achieving growth. When 3G Capital bought a struggling Burger King after the 2008 crash, they did cut a bunch of costs, but they also helped turn the company around.
All problems go back to 2008, I wonder. Huh.
It's a big reason Burger King expanded internationally, and by the end of it, 3G Capital and its co-investors became $14 billion richer. So what I'm trying to say is that it would be disingenuous to say that private equity hasn't helped restaurants. They've been in the space now for over 2 decades, and for most of the time, it worked. Customers kept coming and sales kept growing. Which brings us back to the question, if they're so good at this, why is food only now really starting to taste like doo-doo? Well, here's the thing. The private equity playbook has always cut costs, but there's a case to be made that those cuts have finally hit a breaking point. See, in other industries, private equity can cut corners and—
I have another hot take. It's probably not even that the food tastes worse. I think it has something to do with all the stuff we put in our food that makes food nowadays taste bland. I feel like there needs to be the discussion about all the food stuff, like taste changing stuff we throw in that may have an effect on how tasty things actually are after being overexposed to a thing over and over. Burger King just opened in Uzbekistan. That's kind of funny. McDonald's doesn't even feel like real meat. Funnily enough, they tried to look what happens if you try to decompose if you try to decompose a McDonald's burger. It did not decompose in comparison to, for example, Burger King, which is really interesting.
Customers have no choice but to deal with it. When they buy up houses, they use cheaper materials, but you still need a place to live. When they buy retail stores, they replace workers with kiosks, and most customers tolerate it, sometimes even prefer it. But restaurants are different. You need people to cook, you need people to serve, and when you start slashing staff, shrinking portions, swapping fresh ingredients for frozen ones, and refuse to invest in anything long-term, customers notice. And unlike housing where supply is limited, restaurants are everywhere. There's a new spot opening on every corner, so when diners are paying more for smaller portions and worse food, they have choice. But as you'll see later, even that choice is becoming limited. So point is, private equity isn't blameless, and now it's starting to backfire after years of running restaurants with spreadsheets, not taste. But at the end of the day, private equity still only accounts for...
I'm also gonna, I'm gonna say it. I think the food inside restaurants overall got worse because most people nowadays order food home to their home, and I think that has to do with that they need to speed up orders. Many people order, so they have to speed up orders, which means the food isn't made in a, how do you say, a loving way? And it's just like being thrown out. I think that may also be a reason.
10% of restaurants. So if we're seeing this across almost all restaurants, then who is to blame for this sudden decline? Turns out it's not those who's buying the restaurants, it's who's feeding them. Because behind almost every restaurant, be it a chain or your local bistro, there's the same small group of giant distributors supplying them all. And once you realize this, you'll see you never really had choice to begin with. For most of the 20th century, restaurants bought their ingredients from local suppliers, butchers, bakers, and other small distributors. But today, that model has quietly been replaced by these broadline distributors. A broadliner is kind of like a Costco for restaurants. One company that can sell you everything you need to run a food business, from meat, produce, canned goods, napkins, cleaning supplies, pre-made desserts, even the to-go containers. And there's one name dominating the industry: Cisco. Founded in 1969, Cisco didn't just grow organically, but by merging 9 smaller distributors into the first...
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Now, if you eat it often, it won't feel special. People just eat out more. Well, not really eat out, they order more. Realistically. At home. Eat out is not really a word I would use.
First true national food service supplier. Over the decades, Cisco has acquired well over 150 smaller companies and rolled them into its empire, where now only 2 competitors like US Foods and Performance Food Group remain. And these companies form such a monopoly that Cisco and US Foods are estimated to control 75% of the food distribution market, serving not just 450,000 restaurants, but also 200,000 more hotels, hospitals, schools, and prisons. So if I had to bet a lot of money, we've all tasted Cisco food without you even knowing it. The question becomes, why are restaurants even going along with this? It's because Cisco knows who they're selling to a T, and it's because they help.
See, ironically enough, we have a different problem here. They're nuke their what's the word? They nuke the farmers here in Europe right now, so they can import food from less quality, less safe to eat, less standards for cheap. That's what they're doing right now. That's why they're getting their ass beat in Brussels. Really funny. Really funny. The EU, that is. It's the same thing, duck. You don't make it yourself. Obviously, yes. Obviously.
Create the conditions around it. Look, running a restaurant is brutal business. The margins are notoriously low even at the best of times. And in a recent survey, 9 out of 10 operators said that labor costs are a big challenge, and a lot of restaurants struggle to find staff to meet that demand. So if only there was a pre-prepped everything that...
If you want to get your labor costs down, you need less people. But you want more people. But in order to get more people, you have to pay them. Very funny.
not only saves money, but also saves time for the existing staff that's already overworked and often underpaid, especially if that restaurant is owned by private equity. And that's exactly what Sysco provides, because they're not just supplying ingredients, they're buying pre-baked bread, sauces, desserts, and even that expensive steak that you might have just ordered might be one of their pre-grilled steak strips. But as I mentioned, the bigger underlying reason is that these restaurants are going with a Sysco isn't because they just want to, but because of the immense power that they hold. And because of—
So to simplify, potentially, let's say you order a pizza. That bitch may come pre-made, so not even the restaurant makes it. That bitch just comes pre-made, the restaurant warms it up, and then you just get your pizza. Like a frozen pizza, but you pay more than you would if you got a frozen pizza from the supermarket. What the fuck? That sounds horrible. That sounds horrible.
With that power, they can raise prices at a whim, have late or damaged deliveries or ingredient swaps, and especially small restaurants in rural areas don't really have any negotiating power because they don't really have any other choice. And that monopoly that they pretty much hold almost became even more powerful in 2015. Sysco tried to merge with US Foods, but that deal was blocked by the FTC after they found that they would have controlled 75% of the national market. But even just a few months ago, another merger was attempted between US Foods and this time with Performance Food to create the largest food distributor in the US, but they actually ultimately scrapped talks due to similar antitrust concerns just this November. But even with failed mergers, it hasn't stopped them from expanding to more restaurants. Because if you thought that this only applies to fast food joints, think again. Even in fine dining restaurants, there's a growing demand for pre-cut, pre-washed, and pre-prepped items, and it's exactly why menus across the nation—
diabolical. Imagine you go like into a restaurant, think you eat fancy, and then you just pay more for pre-made product. Diabolical. That's diabolical if that happens.
Are all starting to look the same no matter what price point and where you eat. So whether it's a hole in the wall or a fancy restaurant downtown, in many ways they're all doing this because it's now one of the only choices, and it becomes a necessity to keep up with the rising costs of everything. So yeah, private equity is partly to blame, but these food distributors are the one who has created this ingredient monoculture, where the inputs are the same, then the output starts to taste the same, and the only difference now is the restaurant sign and their interior designs. But even that's about to change. Because an unusual paradox is forming where things are becoming extreme, but also the same. And news can feel the same way. You scroll long enough and it's extreme outrage.
Let me guess. The sponsor. He's mentioned news. I'm saying ground news. The sponsor's ground news.
From both sides, but it all feels the same. This is why I've been using our sponsor, Straight Arrow News. Straight Arrow—
Never mind. Never mind. I'm incorrect. Straight Arrow News. With FKK area, you can't walk around naked.
News delivers news the way it should be. Clear, balanced, and focused on facts that you can actually trust. And you get context and multiple viewpoints and deeper explanations so you understand what is happening instead of—
So it is basically just ground news. Okay.
Reacting to whatever headline is designed to go viral. And the best part is that it actually helps you spend less time guessing which source to believe. You can follow the topics you care about, build your own personalized queue, and watch anytime on the app or redesigned website. Go to san.com/gen or scan the QR code and start getting better news today. And now back to the paradox I was talking about. Because what we're starting to see is a weird paradox in the restaurant industry, where at the same time everything tastes and feels the same, a weird economic horseshoe is forming where the extremes are squeezing out the middle. And even those extremes are also starting to look the same, which all this kind of sounds crazy and confusing, but bear with me, it will all make sense in a second. Just like the middle class in the US is disappearing, so are the mid-tier restaurants. And what we're left with are increasingly polar opposites between low-tier fast food and high-end luxury dining. As you can guess, a lot of it is driven by inflation and economic uncertainties, as eating out is becoming.
To be fair, I do definitely believe that a lot of these like high-end restaurants have some weird shit going on where the food isn't the quality they say they do and they literally just charge you more. I do believe that's been going on, and I think that's been a general issue. I I don't think that they're being honest about what they're giving us.
More of a luxury for some families, and these people are choosing the extremes for that reason. Instead of going to that local restaurant with mid-tier prices, they may just trade down by grabbing a fast food burger here and there, or if they decide to eat out, treat it as a special occasion to go big on a fancy dinner. So due to this, the social experience of dining is changing to be either utilitarian or luxury, and those mid-tier restaurants that are mostly mom and pop restaurants and that don't have centralized prep kitchens, bulk purchasing contracts, or Wall Street money are increasingly getting squeezed from both sides. Once they're out, the landlords want to replace them with reliable tenants, so franchises are swooping in to take their place. And nothing encapsulates this better than corporate slop bowls. The food that's designed to keep the body alive but kill the human soul. The bland, beige, sad mush of chicken, quinoa, and lettuce designed to be eaten fast and efficiently during.
Yeah, that has been a thing. Good reason, Poker. We've seen many cases like that, and actually it can't prove them in our everyday life. Obviously, yeah, the garbage bowls, as I like to call them. The garbage bowls, true.
During your 15-minute lunch break before you go back to your cubicle and your Excel spreadsheets. Kava, Sweetgreen, Chipotle, they've colonized every financial district, occupying the exact real estate that used to belong to actual restaurants. And you know who has a significant ownership stake in all three? That's right, it's BlackRock and Vanguard, the very same asset management companies whose—
Oh no, BlackRock and Vanguard are in there. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? They're also in every bank. Every major corporation. You cannot avoid them. They're everywhere. They have stock everywhere.
Wage slaves rely on these bowls for sustenance. And here's the thing. These slot bowls were supposed to be the cheap option, but even this budget, fast casual food has become overpriced. And Chipotle is probably the worst example, raising their prices 6 times since 2021. Can you believe it used to cost only this? And as every city continues to get divided.
The only time I go out to eat is to go eat at a nice place, take out. It is true. I remember when you could get just like, remember when a McDonald's, like a hamburger or cheeseburger would be $1, €1? Like, it would just be €1. It would just be universally everywhere €1. And there was a point where it was even cheaper than €1. I remember that. I remember when getting kebab was like, what? $3.50? I remember that. Now it's like $8.50. I want to go back to those times. There was a back in my days, there was a spot even in Germany where they tried to beat each other's ass, the restaurants, where they would go lower and lower and lower and lower, so you could like get like a kebab for like what, €1 maybe. But can I cry a bit? Go ahead. I like your tears. Let me lick them. I'm tasting them.
These two extremes, an interesting thing is happening where even the extremes are starting to look the same. Because the absence of these mid-tier restaurants created a vacuum, and investors rushed in not to fund creative food, but to fund concepts. This is why every new American restaurant in the country suddenly has exposed brick, light bulbs hanging from the ceiling, hard as fuck metal chairs where you can't sit for more than 30.
Yeah, the hard as fuck metal chairs. Imagine you sit on them. Bro, your ass is gonna hurt so much. One Punch Man failed, awful company declared they're going to make season 4 after short break. One animation man. One animation man. Back we go. Another try.
30 minutes and some corny live, love, laugh sign in the restaurant, all to eat a $24 burger. So why do you think I hate Austin food so much? It's because it's full of these soulless restaurants like this. But the thing is, it's not an accident. It's happening everywhere. I think you all know this, but the restaurant business is a cutthroat business, and investors don't want creativity. They want provable, scalable concepts so their restaurant doesn't go under in 5 years. But what this has created now, though,
if you go like to do two different burger places and they look and taste the same, something's off.
Is chefs that actually want to create authentic, innovative restaurants have a lot harder time breaking through to investors or customers. And with the rise of delivery apps, it's further resulting in trading authentic food for convenience. With delivery apps taking 15 to 30% of every order, restaurants have redesigned menus around stuff that travels well in a DoorDash box. So nothing delicate, nothing fragile, just wings, burgers, fries, and slot bowls, anything you can make in bulk, box cheaply, and later stuff in a microwave. You can see now how we've ended up in this kind of culinary horseshoe, where the low tier and the high end restaurants are slowly bending towards each other, melting into one giant slop bowl of this
Again, doesn't surprise me. One anime terrorist man. It is what it is. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense what this is that this is happening. It makes sense.
Seasoned mix of identical corporate investors, suppliers, and templated concepts. In America's restaurant landscape is starting to look like the country itself, split into two extremes with nothing in the middle. But what no one has talked about is how this vicious cycle goes way beyond restaurants. It's actually a larger commentary of something bigger happening in American culture.
But it's the truth. Convenience is gonna beat anything, right? We have the whole discussion with generative AI. Generative AI is gonna win. It's more convenient, and you don't have to pay any money for now. But even that's gonna push through eventually. It's so interesting. You know, the actor who plays Jake Sully, he gets 5% of all the profits the movie makes, right? Yet his net worth is just 60 million odd. Well, net worth can go down, so maybe he was a little stupid with money, who knows?
Because I think you can all agree that eating food isn't just about getting fed, it's a ritual that everyone can share. But when all that is being abandoned for this pursuit of endless convenience and efficiency, the consequence will be losing something far more important in the process. And if something isn't done, there will be no shared experiences left. Because even if you are one of those people that only eat food for subsistence, you can't deny that forever that family-owned diner was one of the few third places that the community...
I'm gonna say this, even if there was no convenience, this is still not happening. This is still not happening. Like, the shared food culture, like eating together, that's still not existing. Listen. Parents are already not eating with their children. Parents aren't even eating together. At most, people are eating together at weekends. And that is if you're lucky. Listen, most children already eat in school. So that there won't be not much like anything like social about this already. Then you have the parents coming home at different times, probably eating at different times. It just makes sense. That thing has been dead the moment you had two parents in the workforce or multiple people in the workforce. That thing is dead. That thing has died. Like food culture in the way where you share a meal, that has been dying years ago. That's dead years ago.
Didn't just go for special occasions, but places where you can just go to. I mean, think about how many movies in the 90s and early 2000s used diners, coffee shops, and little cafes as their backdrop. And even if the country was indeed as divided as it is right now, restaurants like that were a small glue where people could just exist with other people. But as more and more of those restaurants struggle or close or resort to cutting corners with a Cisco and
I would still not use that. Even if you just consider Friends, they're still not eating much together. That's still not really happening. That is still not really happening. Because different work times, different things you have to do, right? This still is really not happening. Like, sharing a meal together, social gatherings, that has been dying years ago.
in order to stay alive, we're losing that culture and connection. And as more competition is eliminated with consolidation, it looks like it might get even worse as you continue to pay more for less. And yeah, it's tempting to just blame corporations or private equity or the system, but here's the uncomfortable truth. Somewhere along the way, we've all quietly accepted this. We've normalized mediocrity. From airlines that actually used to be nice, housing that was a core component of the American dream, and entertainment like I talked about in my piracy video, and on. So we can blame all those entities all we want, and we would be justified in that, but we've also are the ones who normalize mediocrity in exchange for convenience. But
again, I don't really think that has... The rise of convenience is because people have more stressful times. Not the other way around. People are not eating together anymore because their lives are the way they are, not because the culture around food has changed. If people have multiple jobs, you are not eating with others. You will be eating quickly by yourself as fast as you can because you got to go to the next job. If you live in a family and both parents have to work, chances are you, the child, are going to eat by essentially not with your family. Your father won't, your mother won't, your siblings won't. That is how things are right now. That was not the case at one point. That was not the case at one point. And it was because one parent, one family member was always at home. If it was both parents working, you had a generational household where, for example, grandparents would be living there. So you'd still have social gatherings around food. Don't get me started with Friends. People don't meet each other anymore, so that is like a lot less than they usually did during times. So that's also over. You also have to consider everything got more expensive. That has died not because of the convenient food. That has died because we had a change in our system.
there is hope. A lot of millennials and Gen Z are looking at corporate slop bowls and realizing that they're only paying for branding and some form of nostalgia, and it's not just worth it. The slop companies are taking the hit. Sweet Green stock is down almost 90% after their IPO, and Cava and Chipotle is tremendously down from their previous highs. Because surprise, surprise, people don't want to pay $17 for some soulless mush. And so
that's not it. That's not it. I'm gonna say that's not it. It's not because people realize suddenly, oh, this is garbage. That's not it. They simply can't afford it. That's the reason. They simply cannot afford it. It's not because, oh, they realized that this is slop they're eating. That's not it. Disagree. That's not it. It's the fact that they just can't afford it. $16 for essentially slop that doesn't fill you. Not worth it. You're not gonna buy that. It's the prices. If the shit was cheap, people would eat it. Simple.
Here's some hope I can leave you. Unlike housing or airlines where you're stuck with limited options, food is one area where you actually have a choice. Look, you can keep ordering the slop bowl, or you can pay a few dollars more for that local spot that's actually trying to maintain one of the last things we can all enjoy. And I know what you're thinking, it's just dinner, it's not that deep. But that's where you're wrong. The more you choose convenience and accept the mediocrity that comes with it, the more you're voting for the kind of culture you want to keep alive. So there's a lot more I can say on this topic, and I'll be diving even deeper into this next week in my free newsletter in the video description. But if you haven't seen my video on how we've accepted mediocrity in entertainment, go and watch our video on how private equity made piracy great again, and like this video to...
Well, again, I wouldn't say private equity. It's more so like people would pay if everything was on the same platform, but since not everything is on the same platform, it's also that some media is nowhere available, so you have no other choice. That's also a big point. That's a big point. And you can't really push private equity as like the reason for why video games are being pirated. Would also use that. Regardless, interesting. He is right in the sense that we are eating slop. I wouldn't say that he's right in the sense that the slop is the their food, the way of making food is the reason why people do pick convenience now. The reason for convenience is time. It's that simple. It's time. Hi Jacob, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Shiny Gibble. I have 2 Shiny Gibble, regular now, and an Alpha. I haven't evolved that yet. Guys, I'm taking a quick bathroom break, and then we'll probably watch like 2 more videos. Depending on how big they are. Gonna look at 2 more videos. I think we're gonna watch the Cursor AI stuff in a little bit. But first, I'm taking a quick bathroom break. I will be right back. Yo, back. And since we're around for all the time here that existed, we're in good choice of food at any point, so why suddenly, because someone thought they can make money of it, going blindly without knowing that good or bad? Sometimes people push something out to our life. It's for us, but rarely they doing it only for them. True. The bug stuff was new. And was heavily pushed by the World Economic Forum. The bug stuff, the bug eating stuff. By the way, most bugs you can't consume is your body cannot use what they're made of. So yeah, have fun eating the worms and the bugs. You will eat the bugs and you'll be happy. Usually a classic. On this. Let's watch something funny. Oh god. Oh God. Good lord. Let's watch something funny instead. Less depressing, more funny. Let's see what this Apple sent me. Let's see. This is gonna be diabolical, isn't it? Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Cursed Sora 2 AI trailers. The Disney Pixar edition by Bigfoot Feed. We're gonna look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate your support. We'll jump in. This is gonna be incredibly diabolical. I can see that this will already go crazy. This will go hard, really hard. I can already see big booties. What the heck is going on? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. This is gonna be horrible.
From Bigfoot Feed.
Blake just wanted to fit in.
Oh, look at it go!
Why? The whole school noticed. What the fuck?
And the whole school noticed. What if the thing you hide becomes...
What the fuck? Huh? Why is he pregnant now? What the what? Huh? Didn't he just have a big booty? But now he's pregnant. What happened? Own it.
Comes your superpower.
From embarrassed to...
What the fuck? What the fuck? AI is crazy. Spring fling.
To embrace.
Go, Blake!
This spring, Blake's... From...
BBL Blake. BBL Blake is crazy work.
Bigfoot Feed animation. A boy with a secret.
Time to shine, little one.
Gooning. Disney bro is caked up on both sides.
John,
oh God!
What are you doing in there?
Oh God! It's at the wall. It's at the ceiling.
There.
He's about to make a mess.
First time.
What was it called?
About to make a...
Infinite ammo.
mess.
First time out of the States in 60 years. Guess I'm overdue.
Welcome to Bangkok, Jack.
Oh nah. Oh nah. I don't like where this is going.
Whoa, this place is alive.
There's something I should tell you.
This is a man, isn't it? This is Thailand. This is a man.
I was once Muay Thai champion, and I used to be a boy.
From Bigfoot Feed, Ladyboy, coming soon. That old man will be coming soon. That's for sure.
Well, you're still knocking me out. Ladyboy, coming soon.
She tried everything. No doctor, no remedy, no hope.
Until I heard you needed.
What was it? What was that?
Tried everything. No doctor, no remedy, no hope.
Dickon cider, this boar cider. What the fuck?
Until I heard you needed a little Dickon cider.
What is it?
Dick inside her. Dick inside her. Dick inside her. A little crazy.
Just a sip of something special.
This winter, from Bigfoot Feed Studios, comes a story about finding light when you need it most.
A sip of hope.
He thought prison would be the end of the line.
Hi?
Don't worry,
Dropping soap. That's the next one. Bruh.
kid. I'll keep you safe.
What's the catch?
You're my buddy for the block. But
Let's sword fight. Guys, she really needed that dick inside her.
being safe comes with surprises.
Sword fight! Gotcha!
Prison buddy friendship can't be locked up.
This is actually kind of fun.
From Bigfoot Feed.
Can't wait to finally see you tonight.
Me neither.
Evening, sir.
Oh. 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 Okay. I did not see that coming.
Chris Hansen?
The Predator, only in...
The Predator, Chris Hansen.
20 years, Marge. And not once.
Rules are rules, Harold.
Can I? Just once?
It's anniversary.
Happy anniversary, Harold. The back door is all yours tonight.
Really?
What the actual... back door.
Discover the door to something big.
Back door.
Not again.
Easy, big guy.
Dark hole, stinky hole.
No, no, no! 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 What the fuck? No!
This fall,
We deserve better. We're not just accessories. We're beads with needs.
it's time to roll.
No! 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 Something fishy! It appears that it smells like the ocean.
You okay, Maya?
Yeah.
Fish market? Smells fishy?
Smells fishy! It's the back door.
Again?
Sorry, it smells like the docks in here.
You're not broke.
It smells like the docks in here!
Okay. Maybe you're gifted?
Ma, Papa,
What is it, beta?
I started wearing deodorant.
That is diabolical! That is crazy. A little bit of racism here, peak.
You are a disgrace and no longer my son.
Deodorant. That is diabolical, bro.
Hey, I don't think we've met yet. What's your name?
Fuck me.
This is the best
Wait, what? Wait, what?
party ever!
From Bigfoot Feed Studios,
Fuck me. Sometimes the name is just the beginning.
me. Sometimes the name is just the beginning.
Some days, I can't breathe.
No! No! Crazy. That is no. Oh no. Oh no.
Help you. From Bigfoot Feed Studios,
We said no nuts.
I know, I'm just.
No nuts.
Look it.
two best friends.
30 days.
No peanuts, no almonds, not even a sneaky cashew.
When temptation
No, not November. Fuck me.
bites,
You ever smell roasted nuts at the market? It's torture.
friendship holds firm.
We made a promise, man, to each other.
And we finish
From Bigfoot Feed Animation Studios.
Evan,
Hi, Mom.
what are you doing up?
Nothing, just research.
Research on what?
Corn. Lots of corn.
This
Corn hub. Lots of corn. Everywhere there's corn.
fall, discover the heartwarming story of a boy, his curiosity, and a website he wasn't ready for.
That was close.
Maybe just
Sir, please don't redeem that code.
Oh, okay.
I hired you to help people, not fool them.
Maybe I'm not who I thought I was. If I want to fix things,
From Bigfoot Feed. That's crazy. I feel like there is a slight mistake. Everyone deserves another chance.
I need to start with me.
Interesting.
Redemption.
Who's that guy?
It's not important.
Is he your secret boyfriend? High school crush? Your barista?
None of those.
Then who?
It's me. Before.
Transitioned. This man's face.
Bigfoot Feed presents Transitioned.
From Bigfoot Feed Animation, meet Johnny. Handsome, honest, good at.
It's Johnny Sins. It's Johnny Sins. I can't do this.
Well, everything.
Need a checkup?
Whether he's saving lives, fixing leaks, or setting the gym on fire, figuratively, Johnny makes every job look easy and every heart skip a beat.
Look, Jace, 2 lines.
We're having a baby?
She's gonna yeet out the black baby.
We sure are.
From Bigfoot Feed, the studio that brings big heart to small towns.
Never mind. Never mind. Never mind.
Folks find out, they'll try to run our lives. Let's make our own.
Just you, me, and this little peanut.
Sweet Home Alabama, a runaway love story. From Bigfoot Feed.
Iris, what are you doing on the floor?
Glory hole.
There's something in the wall.
A tiny drop, a bigger secret.
That thing just smiled at me.
The hole.
It isn't just liquid, it's alive.
And it's about to pour their world wide open. The Hole, coming.
Ever since he was a boy, he dreamed of lighting up the sky. But dreams.
Bro. Little Kim.
Have a way of growing.
I like bigger one.
This summer, from Bigfoot Feed, join the adventure that goes beyond the atmosphere.
Shrimp.
You found him!
His name's Bubbles.
Girl, you cannot be serious. You need a man with a big shrimp.
Maybe I don't. Maybe Small's just...
You need a man with a big shrimp.
Right, he might be small, but he's got the biggest heart.
This summer, from
Size don't matter. Guys, size doesn't matter. It's not about the size. It's about the motion in the ocean, baby.
Bigfoot Feed Animation comes a story that proves size isn't everything.
This summer.
What are these? What the fuck? What did he type in? What did this person type in? What the actual fuck? Yeah, I know where that one's going.
This is the biggest I've ever seen.
Taste
Like fish.
Diabolical. 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 That's not spelled correctly.
I might have used the wrong one.
This fall.
Tonight's the night. I finally get to walk with them.
Diabolical again, bro.
A story about finding your place
Come on, the circle's waiting.
and holding hands with what you believe in.
Ghost walkers.
I almost got it. Uh-oh, Mateo, could you give me a hand?
Huh? Steph, are you stuck in there?
Yes, mijo. Very stuck.
Okay.
Come help me, Step, bro. I'm stuck.
Okay, hold on. This holiday season, sometimes it takes...
Papa, may I have a shower?
A shower? You'll wash away more than dirt, boy. You'll wash
Not again.
away who we are.
From Bigfoot Feed Animation Studios.
One boy wants to be clean.
One father fears losing everything.
I have to do this. For me.
If you step in that water, you are no son of mine.
Again.
Do I really belong on this planet?
Maybe not, but you do belong at Planet Fitness.
I think I found my planet.
Planet Fitness. I think I found my planet.
Planet Fitness, a Bigfoot Feed movie, coming this summer.
From Bigfoot Feed Animation Studios.
It's been leaking all morning. I don't know what to do.
Don't worry, we'll get it sealed.
Please, fill my crack with your cock.
This holiday season.
What the fuck? What the I think that's spelled wrong.
A drip turns into an...
Oh. It's in the back door. You're not gonna become a child, buddy. You're in the back door. You're in the wrong home. Somebody knocked at the wrong door.
Hi? Am I lost?
Depends. You looking for the big finish or just a friend?
Maybe both?
Then climb aboard, pal, and try not to slip next time.
Whoa!
Hold on tight.
Ever held a dream so big?
Oh, nah, bro. The island. And there's a lot of kids, too.
It feels like the ocean itself?
Whoa! It's like a tree hotel in the clouds! Best vacation ever!
I promised you something unforgettable.
This summer, two best friends face their biggest mystery yet.
It's gotta be here somewhere. Keep looking. I'll check the drawer. Wait, no way! Found it. It was in the top drawer the whole time? Yep, with the hot dog still attached.
Strapped up, a friendship worth dangling for.
That's amazing!
This summer. Hey, man, we're gonna head upstairs.
You coming?
Somebody got about to get cucked here. It's over.
Yeah, sure.
Don't forget your special seat.
Right, the chair.
Cuckle, a Bigfoot feed film. Coming soon.
Diabolical.
From Bigfoot Feed Animation
Whoa, this thing is awesome.
Milo? Where did you get that?
comes a story of one boy.
Oh! What the fuck? What the actual fuck? What the heck? Well, that's a pretty large one. Bro, that's crazy.
I'm a knight now.
And the secret his mom thought she'd hidden forever. Mom's secret sword.
In a place most people overlook,
What in the
world, one man stumbled onto something extraordinary.
It tastes like vanilla sunrise.
Dad, what's that?
Magic. Want a spoon?
Yeah.
Bigfoot Feed invites you to discover.
Mom? Dad? Do you hear that?
From Bigfoot Feed, the studio behind Timber Hearts, comes a story of bravery found in the dark.
It keeps clapping, and it won't stop.
When the lights go out,
The clapping.
courage has to shine.
Tasha is burnt. Again.
I know. I'm sorry.
I can't do this tonight. I'm going to get some milk.
Daddy, will you come back?
I'm not sure, son.
Finding Milk, a story about leaving and finding your way back.
This spring,
First day, Officer Wells. You ready?
More than ready.
Hands at 10 and 2. You got this, partner.
Thanks. I won't let you down.
Smells amazing, Sam. You feeding the whole squad?
grilled cheese heals everything.
Come on.
Oh, officer down. Strength comes from the heart. Oh no.
Let's move from Bigfoot Feed Animation.
I may be different.
Presents from Bigfoot Feed.
Whoa, it's real.
Oh no, Diddy Party. Oh no.
Jalen got an invitation he never expected.
Welcome to the party, young king.
He stepped into a world of music, magic, and a whole lot of shine.
The key to any good party, be yourself. Oh, and keep it glossy.
Yes, sir.
The invitation.
Presents from Bigfoot Feed.
Our village has no water left.
2 kids
We just keep walking, right?
until we find it. One mission.
For everyone back home.
It'll be enough for all of us,
Finding water.
won't it?
It'll have to be.
Finding Water. Only in theaters this.
Why won't you stay fluffy?
She dreams of the perfect cream pie.
He's never right. Maybe
Diabolical. The perfect cream pie. That's not a pie we're talking about, by the way. That is diabolical, bro. That is crazy work right there. That's diabolical. That is actually... Why is always a black dude involved? That is crazy work. That is insane.
you just need a new recipe and a little faith in the whisk.
Until help arrives.
Steady hands, steady heart. Let's make magic.
Together, they'll whip up something bigger, fluffier, and from the heart.
We did it!
Cream.
Hey, can I get you a drink?
That's sweet.
Frosty soda on me.
She's not interested!
Whoa! Okay, message received.
This summer, Bigfoot Feed invites you to meet the most protected.
The fridge protecting the snacks! Accurate depiction, by the way. That's a real life depiction. Bro, that was crazy. That was amazing. That was an amazing video. That is what AI should be and can be used for. Absolute cinema right there, bro. Bro. Bro, my throat is dying from this one. Holy shit. Okay. That was a peak video. That was a peak recommendation. Absolute cinema. Something that AI should be used for. This is perfect. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Bro, that was something. That was something. There were 3 Indian ones in there. Isn't that diabolical? Take a shower. Crazy work. Crazy work. I think I've never laughed this hard on stream. That was peak. That was great. Awesome. Okay, so what's a decent size video? Oh wait, I will no longer react to Monkey Explains because that man is copywriting the shit out of me once I do that. By the way, I'm definitely not doing the Omega verse. That takes too long. We won't do Internet Anarchist. Not the TikTok movie. Interesting. Let's see. Not the Song of Saya. We need to do that later. I was expecting, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, but they're peak. They're peak. There's even more. You know what? I'm gonna add this one to my list later on. I'm gonna add this one later to my list. Because we can do that tomorrow. That's peak. That's also great. Need so much more water now because of that. Holy fuck. That's sad. I will not do the Omega verse now. It's just too long. That's just, right now it's too long, right? Because we're not that far from ending. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I'm definitely not doing to do Love in Deep Space. Same goes to Song of Saya. Let's see. Brands, eliminating country names. Those two options. Or what else do I have? Also do how to not write a genius. Or how pirates dealt with the lack of sex. Let's do this one. Or do I? I don't know. I don't know which one we do. Do we do that one? Do we not do that one? I have no idea. Let's do violence against women, actually.
Had a lot more.
I'm in a good mood. Let's do violence against women. I like that. Violence against women. Listening to this with my new noise cancelling headphones I got for Christmas. Yeah, let's do violence against women. I like that one. Context. Okay, let's do that one. It's historical violence against women in fantasy by Bookborn. We're gonna look at this. We are going to look at this. This is gonna be maybe interesting. We'll see. Personally, I, to be fair, believe that most time violence against women and also children is usually used as a plot device to, how do I put this? As a plot device to show how evil oftentimes somebody is, at least from on the surface level, because it's just good to show off a villain who does not stop in attacking the ones that are usually the more vulnerable, more weaker. In general, I'd say it's just to make oftentimes to make the villain seem more cruel. Like, wow, violence against men in books. Okay. Okay, that doesn't really do much of an effect from what I feel like.
Hey nerds, what's up? Today I want to talk about a little bit of a difficult topic that has been on my mind a lot over the years, but has come more to the forefront recently after my more recent video on the Game of Thrones. And this is how we frame violence against women in our fantasy books, based on the idea that most of our high fantasy novels are sort of based on medieval Europe. More specifically, it's how the argument, it's historical, is sort of used as a blanket argument against any criticism or dialogue about these books and how they deal with sexism and violence against women. Now, of course, this is a very nuanced discussion, and unfortunately on the internet, we're not very good at having nuanced discussions. So today,
let's hear it. Let's see the nuance. How was your Christmas? It was fine. It was alright. I didn't really do much. I didn't feel much. due to reasons. But I think when it happens against men, it's more, I don't know how to explain it. It's just understanding or smart German. It's just like, nah, I feel like violence in like fantasy against men is like, due to it being also medieval Europe, oftentimes, it's like, you cannot use the argument. It's historical, right? Mostly men used to go to war, so violence towards men in fantasy usually is pretty normal, I'd say. Which is why it doesn't really, unless it's like excessive violence, like, right, it's excessive torture. Like, if it's like actually excessive, that's a different story. But if it's like decapitation, okay, cool.
I think we're going to try to cover this very carefully and really talk about it from multiple sides. One thing I want to talk about is that A Game of Thrones or A Song of Ice and Fire by George R.R. Martin has sort of become a lightning rod for all of these sorts of discussions and criticisms. And that just naturally happens because Game of Thrones became such a sensation because it is the most famous and the most popular of these things. That's just kind of what happens. It reminds me a lot of how Harry Potter has somehow become the central point of all things wrong with 90s kid lit, or a lot of things that are directed at Harry Potter are seen in many, many books. So while today I will be using Game of Thrones as an example because it is the most...
Yeah, it's like Game of Thrones is very much viewed by many people, so it makes sense. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Good night, Cricket. Rest well.
Famous, popular, easiest to discuss going forward. I don't want this to be an idea that somehow Martin caused these problems or Martin's the worst one at this, because neither of those are true. My usage of Game of Thrones in this video is not a pile-on, hardly. You guys know I loved the first book. It is more of a way for me to relate to more people as it's a very easy reference point. So today we're going to talk about actual history. What is historical for medieval Europe and that time period? We are going to discuss how it's historical is a great argument for some criticisms, but not all. We're going to talk about why women may feel uncomfortable reading these things or may avoid books with these things in it, even if it's real history. And finally, kind of end on a discussion of the future of our genre.
And to be honest, violence in books, depending on the genre, is sometimes, what's the word? How do you put this? It is sometimes very, depending on the genre, wanted. A lot of dark romance depicts graphic, almost violent situations as something hot and cool and stuff, right? We cannot forget that. We cannot forget that depending on what genre you are in, obviously fantasy, that's a different situation. But overall books, depending on the genre you want, actually that's the intention.
And what this means for it. As always, I welcome disagreement, pushback, arguments against the arguments I put in this video, but I am always polite to you guys even when you disagree, and I expect that same politeness in return. Additionally, and very importantly, I have only read the first book of A Song of Ice and Fire, A Game of Thrones, so please, please, I'm begging you, do not spoil things in the comments. I know there are probably scenes from other books you'd like to talk.
Then I kind of feel like this video should have been delayed, because you need the full perspective of this then. If you only read one book, it's kind of a problem.
About, but please talk about them in the vaguest of terms so that I am personally not spoiled. With that being said, I'll see you after the jump. Of course, we are going to start with the history. As notably most of the fantasy that gets this argument is set in medieval Europe, that's the history we'll be focusing on today. Interestingly, due to pop culture, medieval as a term not only denotes a certain time period, but also certain attitudes, especially ones of cruelty or violence. It feels like the two are intrinsically linked in our minds.
Which, by the way, is not a good idea because people want to talk about the dark medieval times. They weren't that dark. There are also some things that are attributed to the medieval times that do not belong there. For example, people want to say, like, in medieval times, they burned women like for like witches. That is not the medieval time. That is modern times. That is, if we look at like a timeline, that is modern times. That didn't take place in the medieval times, which is really funny.
First, let's cover arranged marriages and girls getting married very young. Now, this is pretty hard research to do because unfortunately records just weren't kept very well the further you go back, so we don't always have the most reliable information to work off of. But researchers have found clues to sort of piece things together. And one of the most important things we need to talk about is that not all marriages in medieval Europe were created the same. It depended on several factors, mostly talking about your social rank, your economic status, and of course, geographical location. So when we kind of make blanket statements, that's usually incorrect. Let's first talk about marriages within rural communities. There actually isn't much evidence that girls got married much younger than boys. Rather, they both probably married in their teens. And widows to widower numbers are similar enough in a way to point to the fact that men and women were probably most likely marrying at similar ages. While these ages were younger than we think of now, historians suggest youthful marriages often happened between 14 and 18, although, as we know that life expectancies in the Middle Ages were lower.
Yep. That's why people cannot use the marriages, a lot of marriages in medieval times, because like some women want to use the argument like girls had to be married young. That's, first of all, yes, that is the case, but so were boys. Not only that, life expectancy was lower, and that needs to be said, child mortality was huge. If you made it past the ages of being a child, you had a good chance of getting decently old. If you got sick during being a child, chances are, in most cases, you die. That's the reason why they married young. That's an important factor.
So this probably doesn't come as a big surprise. Boys and girls were both considered ready for marriage when they hit puberty, and since puberty came slightly earlier for girls than boys, they probably did marry slightly younger, but still at comparable times. And although it's difficult to tell, it does seem that grooms started getting married later as the Middle Ages went on. Although historians aren't sure if that's because it was simply more likely for men to remarry after becoming a widower, and records didn't always denote whether a marriage was the first or second one. It's actually the structure of aristocratic marriages that I feel we are most familiar with and we see the most as represented in fantasy. Because heirs were extremely important, it means that aristocratic women were extremely tied to the success or longevity of a house. As family honor was tied into this, chastity and virginity became more and more important, thus to chance that aristocratic women would be married vastly younger to avoid compromises in the forms of sexual impurity. And as heirs were often strategic,
and obviously Alabama and alliances, this makes sense. That makes very much sense.
And joining lineages, this is also where vast differences in ages of the bride and groom were more likely to be seen. Let's move on to another crux of fantasy violence against women, which is sexual violence. Now, moving forward, I am just going to use the term violence to make YouTube happy, but know that this is what we are talking about. First, yes, this type of violence was probably very prevalent in the Middle Ages, although I'm not sure it was much more prevalent than it is now, but we'll get there later. However, it's really incorrect to assume that women were completely helpless and incapable of justice on their own behalves. In fact, we have many records from court cases that show that women often accused their abusers on their own. They didn't need someone else to do it for them. They stepped forward. It's also important to note that violence against women in this manner was considered abhorrent. There were laws against it. You weren't allowed to just go and do it and no one would care. Like,
yeah, that's very true. I feel like the married early part plays into the fact that women were a lot more defenseless than they were now. This was actually, I do believe that this was also to a strategic reason to avoid getting into trouble, from what I believe. Not only that, what is really important is that when we talk about like this sort of thing in general when it comes to like women's rights. Men and women had no rights depending on where you were and how early in the Middle Ages. A lot of law was very much for the rich, for the royalties. Like, from a legal stance, men and women weren't really different at all. And most issues that women faced were inside family structures. Really interesting to look at that.
Even though it happened probably frequently, it wasn't like it was some sort of free-for-all where people didn't think it was bad. No, there were laws against it. Also, you have to remember that women were a part of communities, and communities often wouldn't take these kind of offenses lying down. Of course, that isn't to say things are somehow great for women or how they were now. Obviously, reading these cases are very disturbing, and so many of them were dismissed for the silliest reasons, like when a very, very young girl got attacked, and the whole case was dismissed because she accidentally said it happened on a different day than it actually did. And obviously, all of these things were lumped in as property damage because women were considered property, so also not great. Things weren't great, but things weren't like as a free-for-all, I think, as somehow we imagine it. Of course, sexual violence in wartime indeed happened and was unfortunately very prevalent. Women and children were seen as property and were seen as things to rightfully take when a city or a town or something was conquered. The stark reality of this that is often presented in fantasy is unfortunately historically accurate. These things did happen. Now, I will say that one thing that is often overlooked or ignored in fantasy is that these stark realities of wartime were often happening to men and boys as well.
Yeah, that is something that is very much overlooked. If you think that medieval times were better for men, hell no. Hell no. If you were a farmer, it was Jover. In general, if there was war, it was Jover. It was so over. When you read old material and old resources, I study history, it was giga over if there was war. Because if you wouldn't take part of it, you'd just die. If you did take part of it in it, you would also just die. That shit wasn't better at all. You just die. But those family structures came to be because of the society right itself. Just itself, right? Yes, very much. That was also due to a reason because we need to look at it from a perspective of its time. Women physically hold no power. The average man, most women have no chance. That is the reason why these structures were the way they are. The structures are a lot less back then, were a lot less societal and a lot more natural. Simply because of physical power. Because if you could exert physical power over somebody, man or woman, you just were in control. It's as simple as that. Because structures weren't that built, especially in rural communities. Just be a king. That's not how that works. Not only that, if you were a farmer, you'd have to give most of your shit to the king. Or to royalty. Even if that was technically all yours. Not only that, it may have ended up you starving in the winter.
We focus so much on women and girls that we don't realize that all children in these historical accounts is gender neutral, and that it was probably happening to boys, and there is evidence that it was also happening to men. And finally, I think it's important to bring up a few myths that we have about the Middle Ages.
And I'm gonna straight up say it, the average man does not understand how easy it is to get violated in a intimate way. The average man does not comprehend it. How easy it would be for somebody just to do that to them. I think we often forget that.
Historians have proven to be inaccurate, two of the most common ones being chastity belts and prima nocta, as immortalized in the 1995 film Braveheart. Both of these have been debunked as not happening in the Middle Ages, yet are still very much perpetuated in a lot of different kinds of media today.
Same with witches. That did also not happen in the Middle Ages. That happened much later. That happened in the 16 and 1700s. The more you know.
Now that we have that brief overview of history under our belts, let's kind of talk about two main takeaways I personally have from it. Which the first one let's focus on is the idea of how we use the argument it's historical in our fantasy discussions. I think an easy place to start with this discussion is to talk about my Game of Thrones review I did recently. Now, in case you missed it and you didn't watch that video, I loved this book, but there were a few things I wanted to discuss based on violence against women in the book. Specifically, I talked about Dany's storyline, which involves a very young girl of 13 being in an arranged marriage with someone around 30. I actually had no problem with that storyline itself. I found it an intriguing storyline and one that made sense, particularly in the context of Dany's history and family. My large problems with Dany's story was actually the language that was used surrounding how her body was described and certain events in the book were described, not the events themselves. And if you'll notice, those things really have nothing to do with the whole historical nature of her story. It is much more to do with the writing of it. Yet so many comments, I'd say the vast majority of comments commenting on that specific part of the video, came with me with like historical data and facts about how Dany could be married at 13, even though that wasn't the problem I had with the story at all. Now, there were some commenters who wanted to push back against what I said, and they talked about the writing and narrative themselves, so I do want to recognize those. Those were great comments, and they did help me see things in a little bit of a different light, but I want to highlight that how saying it's historical really didn't address my concerns about the language used on Dany. And I think this is a great representation of a larger problem persisting in these type of discussions on the internet, is that when women come forward with these things, they are often talking about how something is presented or framed rather than arguing against the fact that these historical things did happen in the past. It is not somehow that women are removed from the struggles that women had historically. Far from it, and we'll talk about that later. It is more that we tend to take issues with how or why the events are portrayed the way they are, and not a denial that they ever happened. So in those cases, no, it's historical is not a valid argument against these criticisms, because that is not what these criticisms are about. The criticisms are about the how of the story, not the what. To get more specific, for me with Dany's storyline in particular, I had a lot more of a problem with the language used surrounding Dany's body and how Dany and Drogo's first night was portrayed. There were some good arguments about how this is framed from Dany's perspective, and so that's why it might be off, and I did appreciate those comments, but I still think the narrative could have done a little more to present this in a different light occasionally, so we had some pushback against Dany's perspective. I unfortunately can't be more specific, like reading passages, because YouTube will get angry at me, and I do kind of try to keep this family friendly, but in the description box below, I will put chapters and attempt page numbers, so if you want to see some of the language.
Can't comment on that. No idea. I have the books. To be fair, I haven't read them. I just have them. That's it. I remember it being really nice. He was kind enough. Yeah. Somewhat. Remember, the book is very different. It's likely more graphic and very different to what you're actually being presented in the show, for what you can actually show.
I'm talking about, you can go check it out for yourself. Another thing that women often take issue with in these narratives that cannot be answered by it's historical is how sometimes violence against women is used as the only possible worst thing that could ever happen to a woman. Sometimes we say it's lazy writing because we truly believe it. It's not that the events couldn't happen. It's not that they couldn't happen historically. That's not what's being argued. What's being argued is the prevalence of these storylines as ways to punish their female characters as if it's the only possible bad thing or the only thing that could push a female character to do anything. It can often feel repetitive and lazy, as if the author couldn't think possibly of a—
True, but it's really difficult to find something that is worse for a woman. It's really difficult to find something. The only thing you could technically pull is extensive torture that could possibly be worse as like bad consequences from doing something, right? It's really difficult to find something that you could portray as actually worse. That's the problem that could happen to a female character in these settings if you wanted to present a scenario where quote unquote a female character gets punished. It's really difficult to make that worse. That's why when you see male characters, usually that's where extensive force and violence and torture is being used.
Another traumatic incidents to happen to a woman to make her feel that way that's comparable. It's almost as if they think that kind of trauma has to be a universal experience, that every female who lived in the Middle Ages went.
Well, it's obviously not a universal experience. Hi, Bryson. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Poke, I'm a dad now. I got a daughter. Damn! It's awesome and stressful, but I smile through the stress. That's awesome. That's awesome. Congratulations. Congratulations. That's awesome. Cool. I'm happy for your peak. Yeah, I could imagine that being stressful. I can imagine. I can imagine. No sleep. It's crazy. Unk, you're still streaming. And you're still, I don't know, not confessing to your crush. Congratulations, that is awesome. A family being slaughtered in front of her eyes, her child getting killed. Yeah, those are things that you could use. Yeah. I agree, those are things that you could use. However, she never had children. And well, she watched her brother get a crown by getting hot gold poured on his head. So she did see that. That was included. I mean, that's part of it, right? Family being in front of her eyes, but she wanted it. So there's that. It's like hard with the narrative that Game of Thrones had to change things, unless you would change up the whole story
Through this experience. And the historical data it doesn't support that. You'll also notice something really important. At the end of the previous section, I talked about how historically this type of violence was indeed happening to boys and men. And yet, when I read high fantasy novels, this is almost never, if ever, honestly, I can't think of a single example where this type of violence is perpetuated against men and boys. And so sometimes I do have to ask the question, why do we so perpetuate this sort of violence against women and ignore the technically very real historical evidence that this was also happening to men and boys? This leads us naturally into the second important point to discuss with this, which is some reasons why women may not want to read these storylines, even if they are technically.
Well, it was significantly more rare, right? It was significantly more rare. We also have to realize that potentially that could have, if found out, could have lead to processes in the church. We need to consider that. I would most likely believe that you would likely get legally into trouble if somebody found out that you banged the dude. I'm assuming that would have more very harsh consequences. Without the consent. I would say it's on the more rare side. There's other things that have problems. I mean, while we don't directly have like that kind of violence, we do have sexual violence against men in Game of Thrones. Against the one guy that lost his balls. That is, if you want to see it that way, still violence in a way. That did happen.
Accurate, and they're completely historical, and they have a total reason to be in the narrative. And there are honestly many valid reasons for this, but one of the ones I find the most compelling personally is the idea that we frame these stories as that's how it used to be, that's just how it was, when the reality for many women is that not really much has changed. And it's not just how it was, but how it often still is. While researching these videos, I couldn't help but get this really eerie sense of familiarity when reading these court cases of how these women who lived hundreds and hundreds of years ago were fighting their cases and the responses to them. The uphill battles they fought, how people didn't believe them, the small to non-existent punishments for their abusers. It rang really true to today. Take this example, the case of a 30-year-old woman named Joan who accused a man in 1313. She became pregnant from this attack. The jury's decision was to exonerate the accused man because, quote, a child could not be engendered without consent of both parties. You may want to laugh at that.
What the fuck? That's crazy. But that scene, ill. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, that character. Yeah, that was the one.
That until you remember in the not very distant past of 2012, a candidate for the US Senate named Todd Akin said in reference to pregnancy resulting from violent attack, first of all, from what I understand from doctors, that is really rare. If it is legitimate assault, the female body has ways to try and shut down that whole thing.
That's not how that works. That's not how that works. But you know what's crazy? In the reverse, if they use the argument, well, if you get pregnant and it wasn't actually grape, you can. Here's a fun fact. In many Western countries, if you as a man get raped, fun fact, and a child is resulting during that, because of that, you have to pay child support. Let that sink in. That shit is just as ass. It is crazy should it happen. There is a case of somebody who has a social media account who straight up said that did happen to him. He was drugged, raped, the woman got pregnant, and then that man had to pay child support. It is crazy. And in some countries, it's not even legally considered rape, the more you know. There is a diabolical, not only do we have a problem with rapists not getting what they deserve, we also have a problem with is that from the male side, rape is not even really recognized as a thing.
We may shake our heads at the 5-pound punishment, roughly 3,000 American dollars today, that were inflicted on some of these men who destroyed these women's lives back in the Middle Ages, until we remember the endless amount of assaulters I could list here that got off either scot-free or with extremely mild punishment. I found a quote that I just love. Someone much smarter than me put it so eloquently. Now, before I read this quote, I want to remind you again, Game of Thrones has become a lightning rod for these things. This person does talk about Game of Thrones in this quote. Don't get distracted by it. Understand that I'm not trying to attack Game of Thrones, but she has some very good things to say. She said, medieval stories are filled with violence, but the forms of violence that occur in them are particular to the times and cultures that produce them. Pointing this out isn't to dismiss them as relics of the past or to excuse these forms of violence as simply typical of the time, but it is instead to draw attention to the fact that the patriarchal violence of early historical references are manifestations of specific cultural ideologies. This matters because when we return to our modern stories of medieval violence, we see that they too represent specific and contemporary ideologies, not medieval ones. I would go so far as to argue that the forms of violence typically embraced as the most medieval are, in fact, quintessentially modern. When Game of Thrones shines a light on sexual violence from that time, it's claiming to show the patriarchal violence hidden in history. But the violence it shows reads less as revelatory, as if somehow people, women, do not know the horrific and continuing prevalence of sexual violence, and more as entertainment, a modern patriarchal violence itself that delights in reenacting that violence again and again. The common thread here is the medieval because it provides a convenient smokescreen, a way to distance ourselves from our own particular forms of fascist, racist, and sexual violence. The reality is, though, that to understand what is medieval about particular forms of contemporary violence is not to understand a history of violence. It is, instead, to understand our own modern cruelty and our own deep discomfort with acknowledging it as ours. This, I think, is sometimes what is missing from these discussions about historical violence against women in these fantasy books. Sometimes women don't want to read these books, not because we are removed from reality or removed from historical reality, but it's because we are all too aware of reality. We are all too aware of the reality that we still face every day. And sometimes reading about those things can just be exhausting, even if we know and accept that historically it's perfectly accurate and perfectly okay in these novels. So sometimes when a woman reader expresses that she does not want to read these things in a novel or doesn't want to read a novel because it focuses on these things, it is not some objective or moral judgment on the work itself. It is not proclaiming the work as good or bad. Instead, it is a subjective opinion based on the woman's own desires to decide what she does or doesn't want to read. And those sort of things.
I disagree with that in some cases. There is definitely women out there who do not read a book because there's violence against women in there. But if it was a man experiencing this violence, they would read the book. I wouldn't use that as an argument. There's definitely women who take an issue with general violence against women. They would, however, be okay with all other violence, even those affecting children. That does exist. I disagree with that. I disagree with it. There's definitely women who would do that and pass moral judgment. A lot of the talk around Berserk, right? Berserk is one of the great media that people want to point out. Oh, there's a lot of violence of that kind in that fictional story, right? Where like they say, yo, I don't want to consume this because there's violence against women and I'm against violence against women, and that story is dog shit. That those people definitely do exist, especially around Berserk, funnily enough. I would disagree with that.
Should not be answered with, it's historical. Because that's not what it's about. It's not about whether it's true or not. It's whether or not I just personally want to read it. And look, again, I loved A Game of Thrones. It was a fantastic book. But I still wanted to talk about these issues. And I was surprised sometimes by the vitriol I received, as if I somehow hated this book. Absolutely not. You know, we can both love something and critically analyze it and ask ourselves questions about why things are included.
You're asking about nuance. Nuance does not exist. Nuance does not exist. Especially when it comes to, especially pertaining to, vulnerable groups or groups perceived as vulnerable. Just not every group that is perceived as vulnerable is actually vulnerable.
They're not at odds with each other. It's okay to talk and criticize and discuss things that we love. It doesn't mean they're bad. So let's talk about the future of fantasy with what we've talked about today. What are the learning? What did we learn? How do we move forward? How are we going to talk about and discuss and move forward with these often conflicting ideas? This is where we totally get into subjective opinion. This is just my opinion, but I have come up with about 4 ideas that I think we can think about as we move forward. First, I'd just like to ask authors to be intentional about these type of storylines. I'm not asking or expecting these storylines to go away at all. I'm asking to not make it an auto default and think about the repercussions of it on your world and story. Second, I'd ask authors to think about how they represent these storylines. Unsurprisingly, I find female authors do this usually better. Not always, but usually. So look to their fantasy books and how they portray these issues. To call out a male author I always call out as doing this particularly well, I would say look to Joe Abercrombie and The First Law. I will never stop being impressed that in 10 books, I think there are only 3 instances of that type of assault that I can think of. And most notably, despite the fact that Abercrombie does not shy away from a spicy scene, he has never written a graphic assault scene. They are 100% all fade to black or just mentioned as something that happened in the past. And they are always taken seriously. This is an extremely simple choice that Abercrombie made, whether intentionally or unintentionally, that allows him to use these storylines without feeling like he is glorifying them or fetishizing them in some way. Additionally, also remember that when you're using storylines about violence against women, to think about the woman's side in all of this and not just the male's perspective. Looking and understanding how a female might feel about it, the female perspective, even if that character is not a viewpoint and never will be in your novel, may give it a richness and carefulness that will deepen your story. Third, I'd ask fandoms and just commenters in general, like you and me, to be a little more discerning on where we use the "it's historical" argument. There will be many complaints in which talking about history is absolutely valid and appropriate. There will also be arguments, like many I've listed above, where it's just not. Let's remember that criticisms against our favorite things does not make them bad or unlikable and are not attacks personally on us who love the work. Fourth, I'd love us all to remember that these books are works of fantasy. That
you're stepping into dangerous territory. People cannot differentiate between reality and fiction. We already have that. Careful. Really careful with that statement. There's a lot of people out there, who cannot do that, who act like their favorite fictional characters are real people. Careful. Really careful with that one. That doesn't usually not work. Or they have some derangement syndrome of certain characters or certain type of characters. We have that before. We have that issue. Careful. I throw in a fifth one, education, and that goes to the listeners. That is unbiased, especially when it comes to the impression of women, because there's a lot of bias in what is actually being shown, what actually is the truth. There's a lot of bias. Lots and lots of bias. Not because those things didn't happen, but because it's about women. There's a lot of bias. I can tell you that much. A lot of stuff isn't right? The idea that men had it significantly easier throughout history is just straight up a lie. That is being perpetuated over and over and over, because when you look historically, there is a lot of not fun stuff happening, even to men. So that also needs to be thrown in there. Also, a lot of what women were doing, what actually was going to happen, what we need some education that is unbiased. I think that's really important. Then that historical argument would also become a lot less.
Means we have the unique opportunity to tell stories in exactly the way we want to, which means we can be as careful and nuanced as we want with these types of stories. This is a really complicated topic, and I've tried to do it justice, although I am sure I have missed a lot of things, as always is the case in these type of videos. I would really love to hear your thoughts on this. I do want to hear all of those opinions, arguments, agreements, disagreements below. Let's keep the conversation going. Let's keep it nuanced. Let's keep it nice and friendly, because it's important to talk about these difficult topics. As always, if you like these kind of deep dive videos, please like and subscribe. That is the best way to support me. And if you want to see what I'm currently reading, as well as other nerdy rants, you can check me out on Instagram at bookborn.reviews. I'll see you next time.
That was an interesting video. That was an interesting video. Very interesting. I like that one. That one was a fun watch. While I don't agree with all of it, it was a fun watch. Too bad that due to YouTube being YouTube, she couldn't go into detail what is actually how Danny is actually being described. I wonder, and the first night, I wonder, go girl, woohoo, woohoo. Being friendly is a must. Yeah, true. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alrighty. Okay. Me ending here. Yoink. Me ending here. Alright, guys. Have a good day. Or night. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm gonna do more reactions. You shall keep wondering. I shall keep wondering. But yep. Not being able to sleep. Hey, yo. I need my sleep. I'm barely sleeping anyways. Pause. To do your sheer curiosity. Stop. But yep. I'll see you tomorrow. We're gonna do some more stuff. Too bad. Yeah, too bad. Yeah. Still got a few videos we need to do. So yeah. See you tomorrow. Take care, guys. Bye bye. Nighty night, Doug. Nighty night, Slamax. Take care. Bye bye.